Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Marvel. Start by buying Professor X's telepathic abilities. Part 1. On the streets of New York. A newspaper blown by the wind stuck to a park bench. The front page featured Tony Stark's iconic face. The 5 large words, "I am Iron Man," were particularly eye-catching. Shooting Fei stared at the newspaper, stunned for a full 3 minutes. It wasn't because of shock, but because of despair. When he woke up 2 days ago, he thought he had just been knocked out and dumped in some slum in New York. It wasn't until his phone, wallet, and ID all disappeared and strange memories began to surge in his mind that he realized he had transmigrated. Worse still, he had transmigrated into the Marvel Universe. And specifically, New York. New York in the Marvel world. Shooting Fei let out a bitter, self-deprecating laugh. This kind of luck is truly something else. As an audience member who had binged Marvel movies countless times, he knew better than anyone what the words, New York, meant in this world. It was the massive battlefield for the invasion of the alien Chitauri army. It was the disaster zone where a single snap from Thanos would turn half the population into ash. Even more, it was the favorite luxury playground for all sorts of supervillains. An unarmed ordinary person trying to survive here was no different from dancing a life-risking tango on the edge of a volcano. More fatally, he didn't even have a legal identity right now. He was a complete ghost person. No identification, no bank account, and certainly no social security number, which was more important than life itself. Want to find a decent job? Don't make me laugh. Want to rent a house to shield from the wind and rain? Keep dreaming. For the past 2 days, he could only curl up on the cold streets like a stray dog, relying on scavenging leftover food from trash cans to fill his stomach, his gut often churning with sour bile. If this continues, I won't even last until Thanos snaps his fingers. The severe cold of this winter alone will be enough to take my life. Just as Shooting Fei's thoughts were sinking into a deep abyss of despair and even the world before his eyes began to turn gray, an emotionless mechanical voice suddenly exploded in his mind. Ding! Myriad Heaven's Mall system starting up. Shooting Fei suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with disbelief. Startup successful. Beginning host binding. Binding successful. Unique host. Shooting Fei. Sigh. System. Shooting Fei's heart began to thud wildly, almost leaping out of his throat. Even though this cheat was 2 full days late, it had finally arrived. In an instant, a massive flow of information washed over his brain like a waterfall. Shooting Fei instinctively closed his eyes, and in just a few seconds, he had completely digested the information. This was a fairly simple and straightforward system. Its functions were outrageously simple. As long as you had money, you could buy any item or ability that had ever appeared in fictional works from the system mall. Superman lineage, Saiyan transformation, limiter removal, 9 revolution golden pill, primordial treasures. As long as you could pay the bill, it could get you anything. The only problem was the price tags following those flashy, amazing things. The strings of zeros were enough to make someone faint. Something is better than nothing. Shooting Fei took a deep breath of the cold air, forcibly suppressing his racing heart. System, where's the newbie gift pack? Ding! Newbie gift pack is being distributed. Distribution successful. Would the host like to open it immediately? Open it. Open it now. Newbie gift pack opened. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, planar teleportation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 free selection voucher for the discount zone. Shooting Fei's eyes lit up instantly, like 2 searchlights ignited in the dark night. Planar teleportation. Doesn't this mean he can run away at any time, leave the high-risk Marvel universe, and go to other worlds to make a fortune in silence? He impatiently pulled up the system panel. Myriad Heaven's Mall system. Host. Shooting Fei. Age. 22. Race. Human. Lifespan. 85. Money. $0. Items. Free selection voucher for the discount zone ×1. Abilities. Planar teleportation cooldown. 15 days, can be shortened with money. The cooldown for planar teleportation is half a month. Shooting Fei rubbed his chin, his brain working rapidly. In other words, I can totally go to other low-risk worlds to make money, and then come back to spend and upgrade in this mall. This ability was practically tailor-made for his current predicament. However, the most critical thing right now was that precious free selection voucher. With a thought, Shooting Fei opened the discount item zone. Item discount zone. Current discount. 20% off site-wide. Item 1. Underwear worn by Captain America. Traits, holes, scented, price, $1. Item 2. Spider-Man style web shooters. Traits, almost new, price, $6,000. Item 3. Black Widow's original black stockings. Traits, battle damaged, signed version, price, $10,000. He directly ignored the first few bizarre items. His gaze was locked onto the end of the list like it was pulled by a magnet. Item 9. Wolverine-style super self-healing and regeneration ability. Traits, unkillable, price, $320 million. Item 10. HOI POI capsule technology. Traits, spatial compression, price, $88 billion. Shooting Fei's breathing stalled at this moment. His heart almost jumped out of his throat. Wolverine's healing factor. The HOI POI capsules from the Dragon Ball world. Obtaining either of these two things would be enough to turn his life upside down. Especially the HOI POI capsule technology. Bulma's family sat firmly on the throne of the richest in the Dragon Ball world thanks to this black technology. If he could get his hands on it, no, that won't work. Shooting Fei forcibly extinguished the flame of greed in his heart, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. He knew all too well that in his current state, a weakling without even an identity, it was impossible to keep such a heaven-defying technology like the HOI POI capsules. Once this thing was exposed, only two outcomes awaited him, either being captured by some corporate giant and locked in a dark room to be squeezed like toothpaste for all the technology, or being ruthlessly erased after the technology was obtained. Tony Stark's example was right there in front of him. Didn't Obadiah, whom he viewed as a father, try to kill him without hesitation just to monopolize Stark Industries? If those terrorists hadn't had the sudden idea to make Tony build missiles, Iron Man would have been long gone. Never test a capitalist's conscience, because they don't have such a thing. That's an iron rule. What I need most right now is the capital to survive, not a one-way ticket to hell. Shooting Fei made a decision instantly. System, immediately use the free selection voucher for the discount zone and choose item 9. Selection successful. Host has obtained the ability, super self-healing and regeneration. An indescribable warm energy, like soaking in a top-tier hot spring, instantly enveloped his entire body. Shooting Fei could clearly feel every cell in his body cheering and jumping with excitement, strength, endurance, the five senses, everything was skyrocketing at an incredible speed. This feeling of being reborn lasted for a full half-minute. When the energy slowly dissipated, Shooting Fei stood up from the bench and clenched his fists hard, his knuckles letting out a series of crisp pops. Is this Wolverine's power? He opened the system panel again. Myriad Heavens Mall System. Host, Shooting Fei. Age, 22. Race, human. Lifespan, 350. Money, $0. Items, none. Abilities, planar teleportation cooldown, 15 days, can be shortened with money, super self-healing and regeneration. His lifespan had soared from a pitiful 85 years directly to 350 years. Shooting Fei took a deep breath, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. With super self-healing, my life finally has basic protection. Conventional means can no longer kill me, even if a bomb explodes, as long as I'm not at the very core of the explosion, I can survive. He flexed his wrists, feeling the continuous surge of power within his body. Although I don't have the adamantium skeleton yet, for the current me, this is enough. He looked up at the perpetually gray New York sky, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The Marvel world's waters are too deep, it's not suitable for a small fry like me to start here. There are too many big shots, especially that bald sorcerer supreme. I don't want to be noticed by the Ancient One so early. Since I have planar teleportation, I'll go to another world first to earn my first pot of gold. Shooting Fei closed his eyes, and with a sharp thought in his mind. Planar teleportation ability activated. In the next second, Shooting Fei's figure vanished into thin air from the bench, as if he had never appeared. Time, May 2002. Location, Georgia, United States. By a quiet highway, the air distorted slightly, and Shooting Fei's figure flickered into existence. To him, it felt like his vision blurred for a moment, and the surrounding scene instantly switched. Skyscrapers turned into rural woods, and he appeared abruptly in a brand new world. Shooting Fei warily turned his gaze, quickly scanning the surroundings to assess his current situation. He was standing on a cracked asphalt highway, the road surface scattered with withered leaves and dust. Not far away was a small grove of trees that looked somewhat eerie, making a rustling sound as the wind blew through. At the end of his line of sight, about 3 or 4 kilometers away, he could vaguely see the outlines of some houses. There should be a small town there. Shooting Fei's gaze was soon drawn to a rusty highway sign by the road. On it was written in English, 4 kilometers ahead, Korea Town. Korea Town. This name sounds so much like the United States countryside. Shooting Fei muttered to himself. He didn't hesitate, stepping out and heading toward the town. The priority was to figure out what kind of fool place this was. After that, the big business of making money would come. A 4-kilometer journey wasn't exactly long, but it wasn't short either. Relying on his enhanced stamina, Shooting Fei walked for about 40 minutes before the outline of the town finally became clear before his eyes. But one thing left him incredibly puzzled. Throughout the entire walk, not a single car had passed by on the highway. What was even more eerie was that many scrapped cars were parked haphazardly along the roadside, with broken windows and rusted bodies, completely empty and looking abandoned for a long time. When he stepped into the town's limits, an even stronger sense of strangeness enveloped him. Because here, it was too quiet. It was terrifyingly quiet, not even a bird's chirp or a dog's bark could be heard. The entire town felt like a giant grave, with not a single living soul in sight. Shooting Fei's brow furrowed tightly. What the hell? Did all the people in this world collectively evaporate? Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, from a street corner not far away, came a series of strange, ho, ho, growls, sounding like thick phlegm stuck in a throat. Shooting Fei's heart tightened, and he immediately ran toward the source of the sound. Soon, he saw clearly what was making the noise. What met his eyes were several walking, rotting corpses. Those humanoid monsters had grayish-blue skin and were dressed in rags, staggering along the road in an extremely slow and stiff manner. The growls Shooting Fei heard were coming from their rotting throats. Their iconic appearance caused a classic zombie American TV show to instantly flash through Shooting Fei's mind, The Walking Dead. The thought made his heart skip a beat. Could he have been unlucky enough to end up in the world of The Walking Dead? Without time to overthink, Shooting Fei immediately ducked into a house by the road that appeared empty. He needed to scavenge some supplies first. He was currently penniless and empty-handed. Even with his super self-healing and regeneration ability, he still needed to eat and drink. More importantly, he urgently needed a weapon for self-defense. He didn't want to have any intimate contact with those foul-smelling walkers. Of course, he could buy these things directly from the system mall with money. But the problem was, his pockets were cleaner than his face right now. He didn't have a single cent. However, Shooting Fei's luck seemed decent. He soon found a good amount of crumpled dollars in a bedroom drawer of the house. At a rough count, there were about $2,000. Even more surprisingly, he also turned up 3 heavy little gold bars. This was likely the private stash hidden away by the master of this house. Shooting Fei glanced at a family photo hanging on the wall, showing a middle-aged white couple with kind smiles. As for where they were now, Shooting Fei didn't care in the slightest. System, recycle. He held the dollars and gold bars, chanting silently in his mind. As his words fell, the gold bars in his hand vanished instantly, but the stack of dollars remained firmly in his hand. System, what's the situation? Why weren't the dollars recycled? An effective government no longer exists in this world, and the monetary system has completely collapsed. Therefore, the dollars of this world possess no monetary value, and the system will not recycle them. Holy crap, this is such a scam. Shooting Fei almost cursed out loud. He had originally planned that if this really was the world of The Walking Dead, he could just go to major bank vaults to pick up money. He never expected that once the world's monetary system collapsed, even the omnipotent system wouldn't recognize it, treating it directly as waste paper. Fortunately, hard currency like gold was valuable everywhere. Myriad Heavens Mall System. Host, Shooting Fei. Age, 22. Ace, human. Lifespan, 350. Money, $5,460. Items, none. Abilities, planar teleportation, cooldown, super self-healing and regeneration. He opened his personal panel again. The money column was finally no longer that eyesore of a 0. Over $5,000. This number wasn't much, but for the current Shooting Fei, it was practically life-saving seed money. Without hesitation, he immediately went on a shopping spree in the System Mall. A set of brand new black athletic compression wear, a pair of sturdy and wear-resistant military boots, a large-capacity travel backpack, and a sharp Tang Dao gleaming with cold light. Besides these, there was also a Glock pistol and 2 spare magazines full of bullets. Regarding food, he even more luxuriously bought 10 cans each of various flavors: braised beef, braised pork, braised pig's feet, and canned yellow peaches. He stuffed all these things into that large travel bag. Altogether, it weighed a full 30 pounds. But for Shu Tingfei, who had integrated the super self-healing ability and whose strength had surged more than twofold, this weight was nothing. He easily swung the backpack onto his back. He wolfed down a can of beef and a can of yellow peaches. After eating and drinking his fill, Shu Tingfei carefully searched the room again. He wanted to see if he could find more gold, or perhaps valuable diamonds or jewelry. Unfortunately, he found nothing. However, he did find some yellowed old newspapers. When he saw those shocking headlines on the newspapers, such as, "The Dead Resurrected," and, "Atlanta CDC Falls," Shu Tingfei was 100% certain that he had indeed come to the world of The Walking Dead. For Shu Tingfei, this was absolutely wonderful news. Because it meant that in this world, there were almost no people or weapons that could threaten him, who possessed the super self-healing and regeneration ability. As for the virus in The Walking Dead world that made people tremble with fear, hey, that thing was nothing in his eyes. In the System Mall, there were plenty of agents that could kill such a virus. The cheapest broad-spectrum immune agent was sold by the system for only $50, which was practically a bargain price. With this, he didn't have to worry at all about being infected or bitten by a walker. And as for human survivors, with his super self-healing and regeneration ability, Shu Tingfei wasn't even very afraid of nuclear bombs. Would he be afraid of a rabble that could at most pull out an RPG and didn't even have tanks? It was no exaggeration to say that in this world, Shu Tingfei could walk completely unchallenged. Moreover, all the wealth of this world was, for him, essentially an open door, ready for him to take. But the world was so big and there were so many banks. He couldn't possibly do everything himself and go to every single bank to move gold bricks. Therefore, Shu Tingfei immediately set a small goal for himself. That was to first establish a large-scale survivor base. Then, he would become the boss of this base, gather a group of underlings, and have them scour the world for gold, gems, jade, and other such valuable things for him. Shu Tingfei had specifically asked the system, as long as the issuing country's monetary system hadn't collapsed, banknotes could be recycled. But once the monetary system collapsed, they were no different from waste paper. In contrast, hard currency like gold, jade, and gems could be recycled directly in any world. Of course, regarding the recycling price, it certainly couldn't be as high as the hyped prices in the real world. After all, the prices of many gems and jades were artificially inflated. How much intrinsic value they actually had was up to the system to decide. But even a mosquito's leg is meat, right? Chris was a survivor. During the initial stage of the virus outbreak, relying on his fairly good physique, he had managed to endure the first wave of the virus and survived by luck. But his family wasn't so lucky. Both of his parents perished in the virus and turned into those growling monsters. In the end, he had to personally chop off their heads with an axe. This event left him in agony. He even once fell into a despair where he wanted to end his own life. But the instinctive fear of death still forced him to pull himself together. And now, he faced a massive predicament. He had run out of food. Yesterday, he had finished his last can of expired beans. His drinking water was also nearly gone. Since waking up this morning, he hadn't eaten anything and only dared to take small sips of water. His stomach was growling loudly, feeling as if a hand was clawing inside it. He had to go out to find food, otherwise, he absolutely wouldn't last more than a few days. But the word, going out, was synonymous with risk. No one knew in which dark corner those man-eating monsters were hiding. Once he encountered a large group of monsters, his life would likely be in danger. He had once seen a neighbor surrounded by a group of monsters, then torn to pieces and eaten clean alive. He didn't want to become a meal for those monsters. Just as he was huddled in the room, his mind in a tug of war, not yet fully decided on whether to go out and take a chance. Suddenly, a piercing car horn sounded from outside. Beep, beep, beep. He was startled. Immediately afterward, he scrambled to the window and cautiously pulled back a corner of the curtain to look outside. On the street, a black Ford pickup truck had stopped at some unknown point in time. The pickup was parked right in the middle of the road, its horn honking frantically over and over again. The sound of the horn was sharp and loud, carrying far across the deathly silent town. Soon, it attracted all of the dozens of walkers wandering nearby. They snarled and stumbled, closing in on the pickup from all directions. My God, is that guy crazy? Seeing this scene, Chris's eyes nearly popped out of his head in shock. Chris had originally thought the driver just wanted to lure those monsters out and then floor the gas to escape. But to his utter astonishment, the black pickup showed no intention of leaving at all. Instead, the driver's side door opened with a click. He's not planning to kill that whole group of monsters by himself, is he? That's impossible. Just as Chris was thinking this, an Asian youth about 1.8 meters tall stepped out of the truck. In his hand, he held a black long blade over a meter long, its edge reflecting a cold, chilling glint under the dim sky. This person was none other than Shooting Fei. Shooting Fei's plan was simple. First, clear the walkers in this town, then surround the town with obstacles to serve as his initial base. As for honking the horn, the purpose was to lure out all the walkers hiding in the town and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Of course, there was also a slight intention of attracting any survivors. However, Shooting Fei felt the chances of there being living people in this godforsaken town were very low. He didn't hold much hope for it. He tightened his grip on the Tang sword. These walkers looked terrifying, but in reality, their combat power was pitifully low. As long as you were a bit brave and could overcome the fear of facing them, you could easily deal with them provided you had a handy weapon. Of course, the prerequisite was that you weren't foolish enough to get surrounded by a large horde. Shooting Fei dared to do this purely because his strength was great and his endurance was far superior to that of an ordinary person, which was why he dared to be so reckless. To this end, he had specifically spent money in the system to purchase a cold weapon mastery skill. This allowed Shooting Fei to instantly master any cold weapon with the proficiency of a grandmaster who had practiced for decades. The price was $3,500. Combined with the other things he had purchased earlier, Shooting Fei's hard-earned account balance was instantly cleared out again. But every cent was worth it. Because this, cold weapon mastery, directly doubled Shooting Fei's combat power. Holding the Tang sword in one hand, he flicked his wrist casually, performing a beautiful flourish with the blade. Shooting Fei moved, swinging the blade in a single strike. The blade's light flashed like a bolt of silk, slashing toward the neck of the walker closest to him. This Tang sword was a product of the system and was incredibly sharp. After all, this was a premium item that had cost Shooting Fei a full $680. It was the most expensive single item he'd bought, aside from that skill. To say it cut through iron like butter would be an exaggeration, but cutting through these walkers, whose bones had been made brittle by the virus, was simply too easy. Squelch. The moment the Tang sword swept past, the walker's head, which had been dried out by the virus, was easily separated from its body like cutting through tofu. One walker was dealt with just like that, effortlessly. Next came the second, the third. Shooting Fei's figure wove through the horde, the Tang sword in his hand dancing up and down. Every swing brought forth a mist of black blood and a rolling head. It was as if he were playing a simple vegetable cutting game. In a short while, the dozens of walkers attracted by the horn were all dealt with cleanly, turning into a ground full of scattered body parts. Shooting Fei also broke into a light sweat. His current endurance was at least 3 times stronger than before. But in the end, he hadn't reached a superhumanly exaggerated level yet. Swinging the Tang sword so many times consecutively still made him feel a hint of fatigue. However, he recovered extremely quickly. After catching his breath on the spot and resting for less than half a minute, his stamina had mostly returned. For Shooting Fei, clearing these walkers was simple, it was the cleanup work afterward that was more troublesome. After all, leaving so many corpses piled up here definitely wouldn't do. Once the weather got hot, they would quickly rot and stink, breeding plague. He needed to dispose of these corpses. Fortunately, this town had farm tractors. Shooting Fei directly drove a tractor over, threw all the walker body parts into the trailer, and prepared to haul them outside the town for a centralized burning. All of this was seen clearly by Chris, who was hiding behind the curtains. At this moment, he had already begun to question his life. He seriously suspected that when God was working on species evolution, he had only left him and the rest of humanity behind. When Shooting Fei had finished hauling out 2 loads of corpses and returned for the third, he saw Chris standing blankly by the roadside with a look of utter shock. This gave Shooting Fei a slight start. Clearly, this guy must be a survivor from this town. Shooting Fei felt a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected this lifeless town to actually still have living people. Shooting Fei drove the tractor over and stopped in front of Chris. Chris appeared somewhat nervous, not knowing where to put his hands and feet. He was naturally afraid that Shooting Fei would be difficult to get along with, or might even kill him to take his things. However, upon discovering that Shooting Fei showed a hint of curiosity and a smile after seeing him, his racing heart finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sir. Hello, sir, I mean no harm. My name is Chris, and I'm a survivor from Client Town. The scene of you wiping out those monsters just now, I saw it all. You're really amazing. Chris stuttered as he first gave his name. Then he gave Shooting Fei a round of heartfelt flattery. Of course, it wasn't really flattery, because every word he said was a shocking fact he had witnessed with his own eyes. Humans instinctively feel fear and awe toward those among them who are absolutely powerful. Chris was no exception. Chris, right. You can call me Shu. Shooting Fei nodded and extended his hand to him. From now on, do you want to follow me? In a world full of monsters like this, only by following a powerhouse like me will you have a chance to survive. Chris froze for a moment, then gripped Shooting Fei's hand without hesitation and said excitedly, of course. I have no reason to refuse, boss. Boss Shu. Call me boss from now on. Yes, boss. Toward Shooting Fei, Chris felt awe from the bottom of his heart. Especially after witnessing Shooting Fei's superhumanly powerful combat ability with his own eyes. Boss, why are you clearing the monsters in the town? Do you plan to settle down here? Chris asked curiously. That's right, I plan to turn this town into a survivor base. Shooting Fei let go of his hand and looked toward the distance of the town, his tone calm yet carrying an unquestionable power. Starting from this town, I will slowly expand and eventually build a city belonging to us survivors. That is my goal, do you understand? Shooting Fei turned to look at Chris, his eyes deep. Chris nodded, he was rendered speechless by the grand blueprint Shooting Fei had laid out. Building a city. In this apocalypse. That's basically a pipe dream, right? But such honest thoughts were obviously things he only dared to think in his heart and would never dare to say out loud. Alright, do you know how to drive this thing? Shooting Fei pointed to the tractor behind him. Chris quickly nodded. Good. Next, you'll be responsible for driving and hauling all these monster corpses outside the town. I want to gather these bodies and burn them. Shooting Fei sized him up and continued, looking at how thin you are. Like a bamboo pole, you haven't eaten today, have you? Chris nodded sheepishly, and his stomach let out an incooperative growl. Actually, since yesterday, I've been out of food. From this morning until now, I've only had a little bit of water. Shooting Fei took out 2 cans of beef and 2 cans of yellow peaches from his backpack and threw them to him. Here, this is your lunch and dinner. I have other things to take care of now. I'll come back this afternoon to check on your progress. If you don't do well enough, I won't look after you anymore. If you do well, then from now on, you can follow me permanently. By the way, Shooting Fei pulled out the pistol he had captured earlier from his backpack. I have a weapon here too, take it for self-defense. If you encounter danger, you can fire, I'll rush over if I hear the noise. There aren't many bullets, just 2 magazines, so use them sparingly. After handing everything over to Chris, Shooting Fei turned and left. The walkers in the town had been mostly cleared by him. So next was the most exciting part, scavenging for loot house by house. He didn't need food or water, his goal was clear, hard currency like gold, gems, and diamonds. Watching Shooting Fei's receding back, Chris was still a bit dazed. Clutching the cans and the heavy pistol in his hands, it felt like a dream. Shooting Fei giving him food was incredibly unexpected. One had to know that this was the apocalypse, food was life itself, more precious than gold. Yet the other party didn't even blink, giving him 2 cans of beef and 2 cans of fruit. These things were trivial before the apocalypse, but afterward, they were absolutely luxury items on the level of delicacies. God knows, he hadn't tasted meat in nearly 2 months. Despite how thin he was now, before the virus outbreak, he had actually been a fat guy weighing nearly 300 pounds. He had purely starved thin over these 2 months. It was one thing for Shooting Fei to give him food, but he had even given him a gun. This caused a warm emotion called being trusted to instantly surge in his heart. At the same time, he silently made up his mind that from today on, his life belonged to the boss, and he would follow Shooting Fei with total devotion. Spending the entire afternoon, Shooting Fei scavenged through all of the 100+ houses in the town. But the harvest didn't leave him very satisfied. Because in the vast majority of houses, he didn't find anything valuable at all. Of course, there were still some gains. After all, this town had over 100 households, large and small. There were bound to be one or two families that had hidden some good stuff. As for gold, Shooting Fei scavenged a total of 20 ounces, which wasn't much. As for jade and gems, he didn't find a single one. The harvest was sparse. After having the system recycle these 20 ounces of gold, it only added $36,400 to Shooting Fei's account balance. It wasn't much, but it was enough for the time being. This also made Shooting Fei thoroughly understand that if he wanted to make a fortune, he still had to properly scavenge bank vaults. He spent some money to buy himself a brand new Glock pistol and 2 fully loaded magazines. Afterward, Shooting Fei found Chris. When Shooting Fei found him, the guy was eating his second can of beef with grease all over his mouth. The task Shooting Fei had assigned him had been carried out meticulously. Subsequently, the two of them drove the tractor, carrying 2 canisters of gasoline, to the place outside the town where the Walker corpses were piled. Those 2 canisters of gasoline were naturally also purchased by Shooting Fei through the system just now. After splashing the gasoline evenly over all the bodies, he struck a match and threw it over. A roaring fire soared into the sky, and a scorched stench permeated the air. Afterward, Shooting Fei took Chris back to the town. He no longer paid any mind to the fire over there. Shooting Fei had already prepared a fire break, so the fire there wouldn't cause a forest fire. You did well, follow me from now on. Shooting Fei patted Chris on the shoulder. Tomorrow, we'll go outside to look for more survivors. Since you're a local, you should be very familiar with this area, right? Chris immediately straightened his back and answered loudly. Yes, boss. I've been to all the nearby towns and farms. That's good. In the blink of an eye, it had been 10 days since Shooting Fei arrived in this world of the Walking Dead. In these 10 days, besides Chris whom he met at the beginning, Shooting Fei had successively recruited 12 more subordinates. Among these 12 people, 3 had families with them, so their wives and children had come along too. Around the town, basic defensive fortifications had already been built through everyone's efforts, enclosed with abandoned cars and barbed wire. At least now you didn't have to worry about a walker silently creeping up to your bedside while you slept at night. And Shooting Fei had also thoroughly established his absolute authority before this group of newly recruited subordinates. Shooting Fei's personal strength was one aspect. His strength was terrifyingly great. No one in the base could beat him at arm wrestling. Even if 2 strong men went at it together, they would be easily crushed by him. Shooting Fei's build didn't look like that of a muscle-bound hunk. However, the power contained within him was so immense it was heart-shaking. He could even easily lift a grown man off the ground with a single arm, like carrying a little chick. Of course, the root of all this wasn't that he was born with divine strength. Instead, it originated from a bottle of strength potion worth $5,000 from that mysterious system mall. This bottle of shimmering liquid could cause an ordinary person's strength to instantly surge nearly threefold. Shooting Fei originally possessed strength 3 times that of a normal person. With the addition of this potion, his strength directly soared to a terrifying realm, 6 times that of an ordinary person. This was the secret of how he could lift a person with one hand. However, his trump cards didn't stop there. Besides the strength potion, the magic of speed potions, endurance potions, and spirit potions also flowed through Shooting Fei's body. These were all treasures from an otherworldly world of magic. The speed potion's effect was as straightforward as its name. After drinking it, your legs would become as fast as the wind. Although the increase wasn't as exaggerated as the strength potion, it still more than doubled Shooting Fei's speed. 100 meters in 6 seconds. This was no longer a speed humans should have, but more like a cheetah's sprint across the savannah. The endurance potion granted him a physique that never tired, like a perpetual motion machine. And the spirit potion was even more extraordinary. It could make the mind's thoughts clearer than ever before, with thinking abilities operating at high speeds like a supercomputer. Since drinking that thing, Shooting Fei only needed 4 hours of light sleep every day to meet a whole day's challenges with vigor. What made the subordinates even more awestruck was the near-monstrous self-healing ability Shooting Fei had once displayed. On that occasion, a bullet had whistled through his chest, leaving a clearly visible blood hole. However, in just a few breaths, the wound completely healed before everyone's horrified eyes, without leaving even a single scar. This was simply a monster in human skin. Precisely because of this, his subordinates were filled with a near-fanatical worship and fear of him. Every word he spoke was treated as a divine oracle, to be followed implicitly. In this zombie-infested apocalypse, everyone knew deep down that only by closely following a monster-like powerful leader could they survive a little longer in this hellish world. Once the town's defensive fortifications were basically completed and everything was on track, Shooting Fei's gaze had already turned toward the distant horizon. He longed to recruit more survivors and expand his influence. His next target was the city nearest to this location. Over the past month, the US dollar balance in his account had once soared to over 500,000 at its peak. But as he went on a shopping spree for equipment for himself and his men to strengthen the team's power, that money quickly hit rock bottom. His balance was once again ruthlessly cleared to zero. But to Shooting Fei, every cent spent was worth its value. Now, including himself, every member of his core team had a nano-protective suit. The defensive power of this thing was outrageously strong. Even if an assault rifle bullet hit them square in the face, it wouldn't dream of piercing its defense. Unless it was heavy firepower on the level of a heavy machine gun or an anti-materiel sniper rifle. Otherwise, breaking through the defense was simply impossible. As long as they wore this nano armor, every inch of their skin except for the head was under absolute protection. In other words, when facing those shambling walkers, as long as they protected their heads from being bitten, they could be surrounded by hundreds or thousands of walkers and let them gnaw away. Those walkers wouldn't be able to leave even a tiny scratch on them. In addition, Shooting Fei had equipped them with a massive amount of weapons. Assault rifles were just the standard issue for everyone. More exaggeratedly, the team also had killing machines like light and heavy machine guns. As for ammunition, there was plenty, the kind they could fire at will. With such luxurious equipment and strength, even if they barged into a city ruin crawling with walkers, Shooting Fei and his men were confident they could walk through it unopposed. It was this confidence that made him determined to personally venture into the nearest city. Train an army for 1,000 days, use it for one. It was time for this group of elite subordinates to show their worth. He left 2 team members behind, equipped with 2 light machine guns and 2 assault rifles, to guard the town. He personally led the remaining 10 elites, riding in 3 off-road vehicles, and roared toward the nearest city, Carlsbad City. Carlsbad City. Just yesterday, Rick had ridden a tall horse and broken into this dead city alone. At first, the streets were empty, with almost no sign of walkers, leading him to think for a moment that the city was relatively safe. However, right at a street corner, he ran head-on into a large group of walkers. The horse was instantly spooked, neighing as it threw him violently off its back. Fortunately, an abandoned tank was parked nearby. He scrambled inside and narrowly escaped with his life from the claws of the horde. In the end, a Korean-American kid named Glenn saved him. Now, he was following Glenn and his companions, temporarily taking shelter inside a skyscraper. From Glenn, Rick learned that they came from a temporary survivor camp. This trip into the city was to scavenge for desperately needed food and supplies. The small towns outside the city had long been picked clean. To find supplies, they had to risk entering the city's large malls and supermarkets. For now, they just had to wait quietly for the dense crowd of walkers downstairs to disperse on their own so they could evacuate safely. After talking with Glenn and the others, Rick decided to join them temporarily. Since their camp had quite a few people, he planned to go back and take a look. Perhaps among those survivors, someone had seen his wife, Lori. Otherwise, searching aimlessly like a headless fly, God knows how long it would take to find her. The night passed peacefully without incident. Even inside the sturdy building, everyone deliberately lowered their voices, fearing that the slightest noise would attract the hungry walkers outside. They didn't want to become those monsters' lunch. Just then, bang, bang, crisp and loud gunshots rang out from above them without warning. Everyone's expression changed instantly. Why did gunshots suddenly ring out? What's the situation? Where did the gunshots come from? Who's shooting? Are they crazy? Andrea stared with wide eyes, questioning everyone. Where did that guy Moore go? T-Dog, the black man, suddenly cursed as if he had remembered something. Hearing that name, everyone immediately understood the source of the gunfire. Almost at the same time, everyone stood up abruptly. Then they bolted toward the rooftop where the gunshots were coming from. Before long, the group rushed onto the rooftop, panting for breath. Sure enough, they saw that fool Moore, holding a sniper rifle, leisurely aiming at the walkers below and firing shot after shot. Everyone's faces became extremely ugly. The hot-tempered Andrea was the first to rush forward. She reached out to grab the gun in Moore's hands. You fool! What are you doing? You're going to get us all killed. Andrea tried to seize the gun, but Moore gave a rough backhand and knocked her directly to the ground. He never knew the meaning of being gentle with women. Get you killed. A bunch of cowards. Moore sneered, his gaze contemptuous. What, are those wobbly little cuties down there scaring you? I think they're actually quite interesting. And shouldn't you be a bit more polite when talking to a man with a gun, huh? Moore whistled nonchalantly. We're already low on bullets, and you're wasting them here. Besides, the gunshots will attract every walker in the city. What's wrong, you Mexican happy boy, you got a problem with me? Moore's face darkened as he glared unkindly at T-Dog, who had spoken. He was a thoroughbred white supremacist. He never had a kind look for those whose skin color differed from his. Before the apocalypse, he was a street thug. After the apocalypse, he was still a thug, only more lawless. And the common ailment of thugs is that once they have a bit of power in their hands, they become arrogant and look down on everyone. T-Dog's eyes darted between the gun in Moore's hand and the disparity in their physical sizes, feeling a bit intimidated in his heart. But he knew that in such a tense moment, if he really backed down, he would never be able to hold his head up in the team again and would only be treated as a weakling. Just as the atmosphere reached a breaking point and they were about to come to blows. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A burst of dense, continuous gunfire suddenly came from the distant streets. Everyone was drawn by this sudden sound and looked in unison toward the direction of the gunfire. Judging by the rapid and rhythmic frequency of the sound, it was definitely not a rifle, but a machine gun. A machine gun. That was an existence comparable to a weapon of mass destruction. Could it be that there was still an army active in the city? This sudden situation instantly diverted everyone's attention. Especially when they noticed that the walker horde originally gathered below began to turn around like a tide, surging toward the source of the machine gun fire. Everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. That's the sound of a machine gun. Why would there be a machine gun in the city? Is the army fighting its way in? How is that possible? If the army were still around, Carlsbad City wouldn't have turned into this hellhole, Andrea countered calmly. Should we go over and take a look? Glenn suggested, peeking out. Go over there for what? Are you crazy? Now that the walkers have been lured away, we should take this golden opportunity to grab our things and get out of here. A white man said urgently. Moore scanned the group, a trace of disdain appearing on his face. You cowards go back first. I'm going over to check out the situation. If we can get those guys with the machine gun to join us, then we'll truly be safe. With that, Moore shouldered his sniper rifle and headed downstairs without looking back. The rest of the people were stunned where they stood. Are you sure you're going to make them join, and not you crying and begging to join them? Moore was the bravest and had the strongest combat power among them. He was the one leading this scavenging trip into the city. To be honest, setting aside Moore's atrocious personality, this guy was indeed a fairly good person to rely on in the apocalypse. Because he was ruthless enough and strong enough. Rick was also a bit dazed at this moment. The changes were happening so fast that for a moment he didn't know what to do. But after only a moment's hesitation, he set off and followed Moore's pace. Because he also wanted to go over and check the situation. Perhaps there really was an army still in existence. On the other side, on the street, Shooting Faye and Chris each had a machine gun and were frantically strafing the tide of walkers. However, Chris was using a light machine gun, while Shooting Faye was operating a heavy machine gun. Having purchased the firearms mastery skill, Shooting Faye's marksmanship had reached perfection. Within 100 meters, every shot hit its mark. In his hands, the heavy machine gun was simply an efficient lawnmower. As tongues of fire spat out, the walkers charging from the front were mowed down in swaths, flesh and blood flying, limbs shattering. The remaining 10 subordinates, led by Brian, were using cold weapons to deal with the few walkers that slipped through. Brian was one of Shooting Faye's newly recruited capable lieutenants. Before the virus outbreak, he had been a police sergeant. He had a beautiful wife, two lovely daughters, and a son. It was precisely to protect his family that he had chosen to follow Shooting Faye without hesitation. Brian and his 9 companions, wearing nano-protective suits, held heavy poleaxes or sharp machetes. They coordinated perfectly, clearing the walkers that rushed close in an orderly formation. Because they had the nano suits to protect them, they didn't have to worry at all about being bitten or scratched, so they were all fearless and bold. Without any worries, their speed in clearing scattered walkers was astonishing. In a short while, over 100 walkers fell under their blades. Of course, Shooting Faye and Chris eliminated even more with guns. After all, the efficiency of firearms was incomparable to cold weapons. Once the surrounding walkers were mostly cleared, everyone put away their weapons, hopped into the vehicles, and continued deeper into the city. Soon, the 3 vehicles came to a steady stop in front of a bank. The subordinates looked at each other, not understanding why the boss had brought them to a bank. However, they had already developed the habit of unconditionally executing Shooting Faye's orders. So even though their hearts were full of doubt, no one spoke up to ask. Shooting Faye led Chris and the others into the bank lobby. With a clear goal, he soon arrived at the vault door deep inside the bank. "You guys stay outside and guard," he instructed, having Chris and the others stand watch while he went in alone. Pushing open the heavy vault door, the first thing that met his eyes were bags of opus dollars. Green bills were scattered all over the floor. Clearly, someone had been here after the apocalypse began. But these pieces of paper that symbolized wealth in the past had now become scrap paper, so that person had just poured the money out to play with it for a bit before leaving in disappointment. Shooting Faye ignored them and continued further in. Soon, his eyes lit up. In a corner of the vault, a small pile of golden light was quietly sitting there. They were gold bars. Gold bars neatly stacked in rows shimmered with an enticing luster in the dim light. He did a rough count. There were about 20-odd bars. The number wasn't shocking. But compared to his previous house-to-house scavenging in the town, the efficiency was more than 100 times higher. Moreover, Carlsbad City didn't just have this one bank. There were dozens more banks waiting for him to visit. System, recycle. Shooting Faye pressed his palm onto the cold gold bars and thought silently. A total of 24 gold bars, each one a standard 100 ounces. Recycle successful. System balance increased. $4,368,000. Over $4 million dollars. For the first time, Shooting Faye felt so wealthy. His adrenaline was surging. If every bank in Carlsbad City was as generous as this one, then today, his system balance could definitely break 100 million easily. Shooting Faye was so excited he could hardly contain himself, even his footsteps became a bit lighter. When he walked out of the vault looking radiant, the subordinates guarding outside all had strange expressions. They rarely saw their boss this happy. The uncontrollable smile on his face was practically beaming. One didn't even need to think to know that the boss must have encountered some huge stroke of luck inside. "All right, pack up. We're going to the next bank." He swept through 20 banks in a row. After scavenging all the gold from the vaults of these 20 banks, Shooting Faye's system balance officially broke the $100 million mark. There were still a dozen or so banks in the city he hadn't had time to visit. Shooting Faye decided to come back next time. Because there were simply too many walkers in the city, endless to kill. Even though they were equipped with heavy weapons and had already cleared thousands of walkers along the way. The number of walkers remaining in the city was likely several times, or even more than 10 times, that number. Shooting Faye himself was fine, but his subordinates were ordinary people after all, with limited physical strength, and several of them were already showing signs of exhaustion. So, Shooting Faye decided to quit while he was ahead. No rush, there's plenty of time. After using the machine guns to strafe again and clear a path for a safe exit, Shooting Faye and his group jumped into the vehicles, preparing to evacuate Carlsbad City. Just then, the roar of a car engine suddenly came from not far away. Immediately after, 3 cars burst out from a street corner, driving straight toward Shooting Faye's convoy. "Boss, someone's coming. Should we open fire?" Chris shouted urgently into the walkie-talkie. He wasn't in the same vehicle as Shooting Faye. "No need, leave the city first," Shooting Faye issued the command calmly through the walkie-talkie. Thus, everyone started their cars and sped toward the outskirts of the city. On the other side, Moore and the others were all stunned for a moment. They had originally thought it was the army entering the city, but now it seemed they were just a survivor team with better equipment, just like them. What made them even more confused was that this group didn't scavenge for food or supplies after entering the city, but instead ran into one bank after another. Could there be something good in the banks? But in the banks nowadays, besides a pile of scrap paper, what else could there be? As for gold, that stuff might be pretty, but at this critical juncture, food is the most important hard currency. Gold can't buy bread, and there's nowhere for you to use gold to buy things anyway. They're leaving directly, boss. What should we do? In the car where Moore was, Glenn, who was responsible for driving, asked somewhat nervously. Rick was also in this car, remaining silent. Follow them, Moore muttered after a moment's deliberation, speaking decisively. Rick sat in the back row and did not voice any opposition. Because his thoughts coincided with Moore's. They arrived outside the city. Moore and the others soon discovered that Shooting Faye's convoy had stopped not far ahead. It looked as if they were intentionally waiting for them. Moreover, the other party's numbers appeared to be much greater than theirs. Moore and his group stopped their car 20 meters away from Shooting Faye's convoy. Then, Moore took a deep breath and was the first to push open the door and get out of the car. Rick followed closely behind. Glenn hesitated for a moment before also getting out of the car. Andrea, T-Dog, and the others in the two cars behind also stepped out one after another. Although they still felt lingering fear and even some anger over Moore's foolish behavior on the rooftop earlier. Now was not the time to dwell on that. The primary issue at hand was to figure out the background of this mysterious team that had suddenly appeared, armed with heavy weapons. In this shitty world, survivors huddling together for warmth was undoubtedly the best choice. Whether they joined the other party or the other party joined them, some necessary contact was required. This could greatly increase their chances of survival. Moore and the others were sensible enough not to carry any weapons as they got out of the car. The people opposite them were equipped with automatic rifles at the very least. With only a few small pistols in their hands, even holding them wouldn't provide the slightest sense of security. Furthermore, facing Shooting Faye and his group with weapons was clearly much more dangerous than being empty-handed. At least by seeing that they weren't carrying weapons, the other party shouldn't do anything too drastic. Although Moore was arrogant and had a bad personality, he wasn't stupid. He still possessed the basic judgment of a normal person. Gentlemen, we mean no ill will. We just wanted to come over and thank you. Just now, you saved us. Moore held his hands high to show he was unarmed, while cautiously walking toward Shooting Faye and his group. However, before he could take more than a few steps, he was stopped by two burly Caucasian men wielding automatic rifles. Because these two men had been following Shooting Faye, they had no worries about food or clothing and got plenty of sleep. Consequently, they had healthy complexions and were full of energy, forming a sharp contrast with the gaunt-looking Moore and his group. Let him come over. A calm yet powerful voice rang out. The two Caucasian men immediately stepped aside to open the way. This scene caused Moore and everyone behind him to drop their jaws in shock. Shooting Faye was over 1.8 meters tall. Due to the continuous modification from the strength and endurance potions, his physique had become increasingly robust during this time, and he had even grown 2 centimeters taller. Standing there, he was like an iron tower, full of overwhelming pressure. But, he was the only Asian in this group. So Moore and the others hadn't even considered that the leader of this well-equipped, fierce team would actually be Shooting Faye, the Asian who looked the most out of place. In their stereotypes, a burly Caucasian man like Chris or Brian would be more like the head of such a group. But the current situation slapped them hard in the face. And they were quite remarkably wrong. Moore was also a bit dazed. After the two Caucasian men stepped aside, he didn't even snap out of it for a moment, freezing on the spot. However, while he didn't move, Shooting Faye took the initiative to walk toward him. To be honest, Shooting Faye was also quite surprised to see Rick's protagonist squad here. But it was merely a surprise. What is your name? Shooting Faye walked up to Moore and asked condescendingly. Moore, sir. No matter how bad Moore's personality was or how strong he looked, at his core, he was just a small-time thug who bullied the weak and feared the strong. And thugs had a common ailment. They were extremely terrified of truly powerful people. At 1.75 meters, standing before the 1.8 meter plus Shooting Faye, who was exuding his full aura, he was nearly half a head shorter. In terms of presence alone, he had already lost completely. In terms of status, Shooting Fei was the boss of this group of Caucasian elites, while Moore wasn't even the boss of his own small team. At most, he was a troublemaking leader with very little prestige. When Shooting Fei walked up to him, he immediately felt a massive wave of pressure hitting him. Although Shooting Fei hadn't personally killed a human yet, the number of walkers he had dealt with was already countless. This naturally gave him a cold, murderous aura. The closer one got, the clearer it was felt. More, Shooting Fei's lips curled into a playful smile. You've followed us all this way, could it be that you want to join us? Hearing Shooting Fei's words, Moore was suddenly overjoyed. The tension on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a nearly fawning excitement. Wasn't joining Shooting Fei and his group exactly what he wanted? Their current temporary survivor camp was simply a mess, with few guns, endless petty problems, and a large group of freeloaders who only knew how to open their mouths to eat. Every time they went into the city to scavenge for supplies, it relied on a few of them risking their lives. The others just sat back and enjoyed the fruits of their labor, waiting with a clear conscience for them to bring back food and daily necessities from the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Most importantly, Moore felt that by hanging around those people, the safety of himself and his brother Daryl couldn't be guaranteed at all. Something would go wrong sooner or later. So the moment he heard the machine gun fire, he had chased after them almost without hesitation. The goal was to join Shooting Fei's group. They had machine guns, and they dared to use them in the city to spray bullets wildly at the horde. This meant that Shooting Fei and his group definitely did not lack ammunition. This was a symbol of strength. And in this current apocalypse, only by following powerhouses like Shooting Fei's group could one live longer. Of course, sir. Actually, that's exactly what I was thinking. I just didn't know. Moore's tone carried a hint of imperceptible nervousness. He was afraid Shooting Fei would refuse refuse his joining. Because he had had enough of that life in the camp where every day was uncertain and there was no future. He didn't want to spend another day living in constant fear. I very much welcome your joining, Shooting Fei said loudly, spreading his arms. Clearly, he wasn't just saying this to Moore alone, but also to Rick and the others behind him, who had various expressions on their faces. In fact, I welcome the joining of any survivor. What Shooting Fei needed most right now was manpower, a lot of manpower. But so far, he hadn't found many survivors. He had once thought about going to the city's radio station and restarting the broadcast system to attract survivors hiding in various corners of the city, letting them gather toward him of their own accord. But he didn't have any professional talent in that field on hand right now. He couldn't be expected to do such technical work personally, could he? He could buy items from the system mall and distribute them to others. But for skill-based things, he could only use them himself after purchasing and couldn't teach them. Therefore, this plan was temporarily shelved. Thus, for survivors who came to his door voluntarily, Shooting Fei would not refuse anyone, the more, the better. As for whether these survivors would cause trouble under him after joining, he wasn't worried at all. Because he controlled an absolutely overwhelming force. He also controlled the weapons, ammunition, and the most precious resource in the apocalypse, food. As long as he held these lifelines, no one could resist him. Once those survivors arrived at his territory, they would have no choice but to obediently become his subordinates and work for him. Otherwise, they would be unable to survive. So, Shooting Fei wasn't worried at all about chaos occurring if there were too many survivors in his territory. Instead, he was now worried that there were too few people under him, not enough to use at all. Otherwise, he could completely form a private army and directly retake all of Carlsbad City. Wouldn't using a city as a base be better than huddling in a small town? At that time, with Carlsbad City as the center, he could radiate across the entire United States and even the whole world. The wealth of this world would all belong to him. And as long as he had money, he could keep getting stronger with the system's help until he was invincible. He was very envious of those bloodlines in the system mall that were powerful enough to defy the heavens, but unfortunately, he just didn't have the money to buy them. Because for those powerful bloodlines, the price of each one was a string of desperate astronomical figures. Even if he scavenged all the wealth in the world of The Walking Dead, he might not necessarily be able to afford the cheapest one among them. Even if it was just a movie version, Man of Steel, Superman Bloodline, its price was as high as $10 trillion US. Was the price expensive? Ridiculously so. Was it worth it? Also ridiculously so. Because even if it was the movie version of Superman, his power was unquestionable. Over 20 kilometers away from Carlsbad City, there was an inconspicuous small mountain range. The environment here wasn't exactly beautiful, but its advantage was that it was sparsely populated. Even before the disaster broke out, few people set foot here. And after the disaster, this place that used to be ignored by everyone instead became a treasure in the eyes of survivors. Because no one came here, it meant that those walkers wouldn't wander here either. So, it was safe enough. Precisely because of this, nearly 100 survivors had gathered here, forming a temporary survivor camp. Not far from the camp was a clear small lake, which solved the drinking water problem. It could be said that in an apocalypse teeming with walkers, this place counted as an excellent temporary shelter. Shane walked out of a makeshift tent. He unhurriedly straightened his somewhat wrinkled clothes. Not far away, Jonathan saw Shane coming out of the tent. He patted the little boy, Carl, who was playing with his daughter, Bailey's, next to him. Carl, your mother should be fine now. You can go back and find her, Jonathan said with a gentle smile. After saying that, he raised his head and looked at Shane, who was walking over. The two men's gazes met in midair, and Shane nodded calmly to Jonathan. Hearing this, Carl was stunned for a moment, then seeing Shane walking toward him, he immediately ran over happily. Uncle Shane, is my mom feeling better? Carl tilted his innocent little face, looking up at Shane and asking with concern. Yesterday, Shane had used the excuse that Carl's mother Lori wasn't feeling well and that he needed to carefully check her condition to send Carl away. As a result, this check-up had lasted an entire night. Looking at Carl's innocent eyes, a gentle smile appeared on Shane's face. He smiled and patted Carl's head. Yes, Carl, your mother is fine now. Go on, go spend time with her. I have things to do now and can't play with you. I'll bring you something tasty when I get back. Okay, Uncle Shane. Hearing this, Carl immediately broke into a happy smile. Since the arrival of the apocalypse, going hungry had become commonplace. Snacks and the like had become an even more unattainable luxury. And for Carl, Uncle Shane bringing him tasty snacks every time he returned from a mission had become the thing he looked forward to the most. Watching Carl skip and run into the tent, the smile on Shane's face deepened. Everything before him made him feel immensely satisfied. Although doing this was a bit unfair to his good friend Rick, well, Rick was probably long dead. It wasn't that he didn't save Rick, but that the situation at the time simply didn't allow it. Conditions absolutely did not permit him to flee through a horde of corpses with an unconscious person. Furthermore, Rick's condition was very bad at the time, forcing him to leave the hospital would have only made him die faster. So, although Rick might have long since passed away, he didn't consider himself to have wronged him. At least, he had ensured that his wife Lori and son Carl were still alive and well. Though he had taken possession of Lori, he also regarded Carl as his own biological son. Shane didn't harbor any resentment just because Carl was Rick's flesh and blood. He believed he had handled this matter properly and was doing right by Rick. He imagined that if Rick's spirit were in heaven seeing all this, not only would he not blame him, but he would be moved to tears of gratitude. At this thought, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled into a smug arc, as if he could already see his old friend's approving gaze. But this smile stayed on his face for a shorter time than ice in summer. In the next second, his smile froze, and his brow instantly knitted into a knot. Because out of the corner of his eye, he saw that on the not-so-spacious open ground of the camp, Daryl was arguing with someone until he was red in the face, the veins on his neck bulging. As a former sheriff, Shane was now the head of this temporary shelter. His words carried much more weight than that of a reckless guy like Moore. After all, before the cataclysm descended, he had worn a shining police badge on his chest. This identity, compared to Moore's unsavory history as a street thug, undoubtedly made this group of jittery survivors feel more trust and reliance. Daryl. Kazir. What are you two doing? What's the argument? Shane strode over, interposing himself between the two like a wall, using his body to separate the tense atmosphere. Boss, it's not an argument. Kazir was the first to shake his head with a hint of helplessness on his face. He pointed to the dust-covered Harley motorcycle nearby and explained. It's Daryl. He insists on riding his precious baby and plunging headlong into Carlsbad City. I'm just desperately stopping him for fear he won't come back. Daryl said nothing, but his weather-beaten face was so gloomy it could drip water, and his tightly pursed lips betrayed his inner anxiety. After Shane finished listening, his gaze quickly swept around the camp. The scattered tents and the tired faces made him instantly understand where the problem lay. Moore and the others, still no word. Shane's face also darkened, like the sky before a storm. There were quite a few people in the camp, but the tough guys who actually had the guts and ability to charge into that dead city to scavenge for supplies could be counted on one hand. They had already lost people in that city occupied by walkers. Every loss was like prying a plank off their broken ship. Now, they were so fragile that they could no longer withstand any loss of personnel. This was definitely not a good omen. That's right, boss. Moore's group hasn't been back all night, and we can't hear anything on the radio except for static. Shane's heart skipped a beat. He finally understood why Daryl was like an enraged beast. Clearly, this guy intended to charge into the city single-handedly to find his troublesome older brother. But riding a roaring Harley into the city, that was practically holding a bright lantern in a dark forest and shouting at the beasts, "I'm right here, come eat me." The walkers in the city were terrifyingly sensitive to sound. Even if the Harley's engine wasn't that loud, it would be enough to trigger a carnival on the deathly silent streets. If Daryl went in alone, his chances of survival were slim to none. This was exactly why Kazir was trying his hardest to stop him, purely out of concern for his companion's safety. Daryl naturally understood that Kazir meant well, and he appreciated the sentiment. But the problem was, Moore's life was currently hanging in the balance. He was the only family Daryl had left in this world, a brother he had fought with since childhood, yet remained inseparable from. He would never allow anything to happen to Moore as long as he still had breath in his lungs. Even if Moore's personality was as rotten as a pile of moldy garbage, and 9 out of 10 people in the camp found him annoying. But the bond between the two brothers was as solid as welded steel plates. As long as Daryl was around, it was hard for Moore to cause any catastrophic trouble. Because these two brothers cared about each other more than anyone else and were willing to listen to each other's advice. "Listen to me, Daryl." Shane placed a hand on his shoulder, his tone steady and powerful. "If it's still dead silence on the radio by noon, I'll personally accompany you into the city. Maybe Moore and the others just got held up by something. They aren't poorly armed. The possibility of something going wrong isn't high." Shane stared into Daryl's restless eyes, trying to soothe his frenzy with words. As for why noon? It was a shrewd calculation. If Moore and the others strolled back in the morning, wouldn't they have made the trip for nothing? Although they didn't lack junk cars that could still run, gasoline was more precious than gold. In the months since the disaster broke out, the fuel tanks of most gas stations had long been drained dry by people fleeing for their lives. Finding some gasoline now wasn't as easy as it was when the disaster first started. Every drop of fuel had to be used where it mattered most. Moreover, going into the city was a gamble in itself, betting with one's life. Unless necessary, one should not take risks. Daryl was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, his heart in a state of turmoil. But Shane's words were perfectly logical, he couldn't refute them. Maybe Moore and the others really were just delayed. After all, they had quite a few people and plenty of guns. Even if they couldn't scavenge any supplies, making a clean retreat shouldn't be a problem, right? Staying in the city all night might have been because they ran into some unexpected situation and got trapped. Besides, Moore was as slippery as an eel and tough as nails. The possibility of an accident shouldn't be high. Daryl could only hypnotize himself like this over and over in his mind. Fine. It's a deal. If Moore isn't back by noon, not even the King of Heaven himself will stop me from going into the city. Daryl finally relented and agreed to Shane's proposal, but the determination in his eyes didn't fade in the slightest. Shane secretly breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. He was satisfied that Daryl was willing to give him this much face. As for Daryl's harsh words, he could completely understand and even empathize with them. Thinking from another perspective, if it were his own brother who was missing, he would also rush in recklessly. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I must see the body. The sound of their conversation had just dissipated in the air. Suddenly, from the dirt road not far away, came the dense roar of car engines. And judging by the noise, there were definitely more than just 1 or 2 cars coming. The expressions of the 3 men changed dramatically, and their nerves instantly tightened. Daryl reacted the fastest, pouncing out like a leopard and sprinting toward the direction of the sound. Shane and Kazir exchanged a look, showing perfect chemistry. The two didn't follow immediately. Instead, they each grabbed a dark automatic rifle from a nearby car before taking off after Daryl. The other survivors in the camp were also startled by this sudden commotion, poking their heads out of their tents and craning their necks to look. Of course, many people were still sleeping soundly in their tents, either too lazy to move or catching up on sleep. Because of those fooled walkers, most people didn't dare close their eyes at night, their nerves constantly on edge, so they chose to sleep during the relatively safe daylight hours. After all, visibility was better during the day, and they could react in time to any slight disturbance around them. Thus, turning day into night had become the norm for the survivors. Before Daryl could even rush out of the camp's perimeter, a convoy drove in with great fanfare. Daryl recognized the three dilapidated sedans at the front at a single glance. Those were the cars Moore and the others had driven when they left yesterday. They were back. But what made Daryl's pupils contract was that, besides Moore's 3 cars, 4 brand new pickup trucks were actually following behind. Leading them was an all-black, domineering Ford pickup. Daryl's mind was full of question marks. Shane and Kazir, who arrived right after, as well as the other spectating survivors, were also dumbfounded, looking at each other in bewilderment. What was the situation? Moore and the others went out to scavenge some supplies, so how did they bring back a whole convoy? Clack! The door of the lead car swung open, and Moore's flamboyant figure was the first to jump down. Seeing Moore alive and kicking, completely unharmed, the heart that Daryl had held in his throat finally fell back into his chest with a thud. Moore also saw the obvious look of relief on his younger brother's face. The two brothers' gazes met in the air, and they shared a knowing grin. Everything was understood without a word. Then, Moore's gaze moved past his brother and landed on Shane, whose expression was a bit strange. As for why Shane's expression was so distorted, it was naturally because he saw the person getting out of Moore's passenger seat, Rick. For a moment, he even thought his eyes were playing tricks on him and that he was hallucinating. But that crisp sheriff's uniform on Rick was something he was too familiar with. It was etched into his very bones. After all, he and Rick had fought side by side for so many years. Most of the time they spent together was spent wearing these police uniforms, patrolling the streets and alleys. So, with just one look, Shane was 100% certain that the person was Rick. His good brother wasn't dead. This should have been a cause for immense celebration. But now he and Rick's wife, Lori, had almost become a reconstituted family. With Rick returning at this exact moment, he really didn't know whether to be happy or unhappy for a while. That was why that strange, bittersweet expression appeared on his face. On the other side, Rick was also stunned. Because he also saw his best friend in the crowd, Shane. Although Shane wasn't wearing a police uniform now, and his civilian clothes made him look a bit different from the image in Rick's memory. But he still recognized his best brother at a single glance. Rick's emotions instantly broke through the dam, and he was so excited he could hardly contain himself. He charged straight toward Shane. Heaven knew how he had endured the days since waking up from his coma, only to find the world turned upside down with not a single acquaintance around him. If he hadn't gone home and judged from the clues there that his wife and son might still be alive, Rick probably would have found a secluded spot and shot himself long ago. He never dreamed he would reunite with Shane here, in this manner. Shane. Rick. The two tough guys hugged each other tightly like children on the wasteland of the apocalypse. At this moment, Shane was purely happy. His relationship with Rick was as solid as it could be. In fact, he had liked Rick's wife, Lori, for a long time. One could even say Lori was his first love. This was why, even though he clearly had the ability to find a younger, more beautiful woman without any baggage, he chose Lori, a mother who already had a 6 or 7-year-old child. For a man, a first love is different from any other woman. Even if you meet a woman 1,000 times more beautiful than her in the future. But a first love is an existence you can never erase from your memory in your entire life. Even decades later, when you're so old you can no longer clearly remember her face, you will definitely still remember her name. First love is the most unforgettable. He liked Rick's wife, Lori, but that didn't hinder the brotherhood between them. At least, before Rick's accident, even if he harbored admiration for Lori in his heart, he had never entertained any improper or dirty thoughts. A friend's wife is off limits. He had always done very well in that regard. The reason he was with Lori now was solely because he was 100% certain that Rick was dead. In his view, even if Rick learned the news of him being with Lori in heaven, he would only give them his tearful blessing. It was just that he never expected Rick to be alive. To him, the fact that his good brother was still alive was great news. At least at the moment of the hug, he was genuinely ecstatic that Rick was alive. But after the ecstasy, a deep worry followed closely behind. After all, he and Lori had already crossed that line and could never turn back. He didn't feel he had wronged Rick. Because all his previous actions were based on the premise that Rick is dead. In Rick's situation at the time, in his view, left absolutely no possibility of survival. But, if Rick learned about his relationship with Lori, could they, brothers who had gone through life and death together, still be like before? Shane knew exactly what kind of person Rick was. He loved his wife Lori and son Carl to his very core. To Lori, Rick was a perfect husband. To Carl, Rick was also an impeccable father. If Lori learned that Rick was alive, he was certain Lori would choose Rick without any hesitation. This put him in an extremely awkward and difficult position. Brother, I really can't believe my eyes. You're actually still alive. The two separated, and Shane patted Rick's shoulder, his face full of emotion and joy. Yes, I'm also very glad you're alive. Rick also responded with a smile, his eyes slightly reddening. After witnessing the hellish scenes in Carlsbad City, Rick fully understood why Shane and the others hadn't taken his comatose self with them back then. Facing those endless walkers, it was truly too difficult to carry an unconscious burden. It was an almost impossible task. He could understand Shane. By the way, Shane, Lori and Carl. After a brief moment of emotion, Rick immediately asked the question he cared about most, his voice trembling slightly. They're fine, Rick, very fine. Shane wasn't surprised by Rick's words at all. This was the Rick in his memory, the good brother who always put his wife and child first. Hearing this, an unbelievable look of surprise blossomed on Rick's face. You mean? Yes, they are all in this camp too. Shane affirmed with a smile. The two were just about to say something more. Beep. 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 A piercing blare, as if it could tear through eardrums, suddenly rang out. An unfamiliar young Asian man, holding a large megaphone, walked casually out from the crowd. That agonizing sound was just what the megaphone made when he turned it on. Everyone in the camp looked at Shooting Fei and the group of strangers behind him with complete bewilderment. Except for Shooting Fei at the lead, everyone behind him was wearing a set of cool black tactical suits. In reality, this was just the simulation function of the nano-protective suits. Everyone had grenades and a cold weapon gleaming with a chilling light hanging from their waists, either a short-handled battle axe or a machete, and golden bullet belts were wrapped around their shoulders. Besides that, everyone had an automatic rifle in hand, while Brian and Chris were even more insane, each carrying a light machine gun. This group's equipment looked as if they had stepped right out of a movie as a U.S. Special Forces elite squad. Compared to them, Shane's people were like a ragtag bunch of amateurs playing around with fire pokers. Because in total, they only had 2 automatic rifles. They did have 2 sniper rifles, but they were light snipers with quite average range and power. The rest were just some short-barreled shotguns and pistols. And most critically, their ammunition was almost depleted. Once the bullets were gone, these guns would be no different from fire pokers in their hands. All the survivors who came out of their tents stared dead at Shooting Fei with gazes mixed with curiosity, vigilance, and a hint of fear. They were curious about what this mysterious guy who had suddenly appeared was going to do next. Everyone, first time meeting you, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shooting Fei, you can call me Shu. Of course, you can also call me God. When Shooting Fei calmly said the words, you can call me God, a single thought appeared in everyone's mind simultaneously, is this guy a lunatic? But that thought stayed in their minds for less than a second. Because what happened next completely overturned their understanding and shattered their worldview, including the group of subordinates Shooting Fei had just recently recruited. Because I am omnipotent, Shooting Fei said nonchalantly, then gave a casual wave of his hand. The next second, a massive shipping container, gleaming with a metallic luster, appeared out of thin air above everyone's heads. Then, with an unmatched momentum, it crashed heavily onto the ground. Bang! The container hit the ground, letting out a deafening roar. The entire ground shook violently as a result, as if a small earthquake had occurred. Shooting Fei had no interest in playing some game of boiling a frog in warm water or slowly winning people's hearts. Since anything could be bought in the system mall as long as he had money, why wouldn't he choose the simplest, crudest, and most direct method? by directly using a miracle to elevate his status to a dimension unreachable by mortals. In this world, no kind of loyalty could compare to the fanaticism stemming from faith, which was purer and more unbreakable. This tactic worked every time, regardless of the era. Of course, the premise was that you truly could display a miracle and drape yourself in the glory of a deity, making everyone firmly believe that you are God. Then they would revere you, believe in you, and fall into madness for you. Amidst everyone's dumbstruck and slack-jawed gazes, Shooting Fei leisurely walked to the front of the container. With a click, he opened the heavy door. Instantly, a container full of food was revealed before everyone's eyes like a treasure trove. There was bread emitting the aroma of wheat, boxed pure milk, and mountain-like piles of various canned meats, canned vegetables, and canned fruits. Of course, there was no lack of fresh, succulent fruit and various mouth-watering snacks. There were too many things. So many that it was dazzling. An entire giant container of food. Even if there were 1,000 mouths here, it would be enough for them to eat their fill for several days. This is my meeting gift to you. I presume many of you haven't tasted what it's like to be stuffed for a long time. And today, you will be able to fill your stomachs to your heart's content. As soon as Shooting Fei finished speaking, thunderous cheers instantly erupted from the crowd. Because just as Shooting Fei said, every single one of them had gone far too long without a full meal, let alone being stuffed. They could indeed find food. But every time they found food, once it was shared among everyone, only a pitifully small amount remained for each person. At most, they would eat until they were half full, or not even that, barely managing to maintain their weak physical strength. Because everyone was clear about one cruel reality. Food would only become scarcer and harder to find as time went on. In the near future, they might even face the desperate situation of not being able to find a single scrap of food. Just thinking about it revealed how terrifying that doomsday scene would be. Even Shooting Fei's own subordinates, like Chris and Brian. After following Shooting Fei, although he never let them go short on rations. They had never truly been stuffed either. Being able to eat their fill occasionally was already considered a luxury. Wanting to be stuffed. Keep dreaming, there wasn't that much food to waste on you. Shooting Fei gave everyone a fixed ration of food. Some of the larger men with bigger appetites had never even been full. So, at this moment, they were also mixed in the crowd, cheering excitedly. Of course, besides pure joy, the look in everyone's eyes as they gazed at Shooting Fei was filled with heat and fanaticism, as if they were looking up at a deity walking among mortals. Because this container of food had been conjured out of thin air by Shooting Fei. Although some might secretly mutter about why God had an Asian face. At this moment, who the hell cared about that? They only cared that Shooting Fei had produced food, and that he had brought them hope for survival. In such a desperate world, everyone felt their future was bleak and hopeless. But Shooting Fei's appearance was like a bolt of lightning tearing through the night, bringing them the dawn. Whether Shooting Fei was Asian or African, they didn't care at all. If God really was Asian, so what? They would worship him all the same. They only cared that God truly existed. Especially Chris and his group, the earliest followers. They were already Shooting Fei's subordinates and were already loyal to him. Now, after witnessing the miracle Shooting Fei displayed with their own eyes, even if Shooting Fei told them to die right now, they would execute it without hesitation. At the same time, Shooting Fei's earth-shattering performance just now also indirectly answered the doubts they had always harbored, where their previous food and weapons had come from. Clearly, those things were all conjured out of thin air by Shooting Fei. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why Shooting Fei could pull out a huge amount of weapons, ammunition, and food like a magic trick without going anywhere. Previously, due to Shooting Fei's authority, no matter how many questions they had in their hearts, no one dared to ask. But now, Shooting Fei had presented the answer before them in the most shocking way. That was, everything was conjured by him, this, God. Many survivors who were originally in their tents, not knowing what was happening, walked out with confused expressions upon hearing the huge commotion and cheers outside. Among them were Lori and her son Carl. When she saw Rick standing in the crowd, Lori froze completely, as if a freezing spell had been cast on her. Carl, on the other hand, was stunned for a moment before a look of immense joy erupted on his face. No matter how good Uncle Shane was, he was only an uncle. Rick was his father. So the moment he saw Rick, Carl shouted, "Daddy," excitedly and rushed over like a little cannonball, tightly hugging Rick's leg. Lori's expression was somewhat unnatural, her eyes dodging. But she quickly adjusted her emotions and walked toward Rick. The family had a brief reunion, immersed in the warmth of meeting again. A moment later, Lori learned what kind of earth-shattering event had just occurred here. Shane was also dazed right now. Because the turn of events was simply too fast, one wave after another, leaving his brain somewhat confused, like a tangled mess. To the point where he didn't even have time to think carefully about Lori and Rick's reunion, something he had been extremely worried about before. Afterward, Shooting Fei began to have his subordinates distribute food to everyone. Because Shooting Fei, this god, stood coldly to the side with his arms crossed, no one dared to act up or cut in line. Everyone waited in line honestly to receive their share of food. After receiving the food, they wolfed it down and feasted greedily, with no manners to speak of. But this was normal, food produced by the system was definitely top tier in taste. Plus, everyone had gone a long time without a proper, full meal. Many hadn't even tasted meat in a long time. Now that they could eat their fill, they naturally didn't restrain themselves, eating until their mouths were covered in grease. Shooting Fei did not let them distribute alcohol. Because this place wasn't considered safe. Once everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they had to leave immediately and transfer back to his town. That place was the truly safe zone. 3 hours later, everyone packed their few belongings and got into the vehicles. Because of the nearly inexhaustible fuel provided by Shooting Fei, some cars that had been abandoned due to lack of fuel were started up again. But even if there weren't enough cars, it didn't matter. On the highway outside, abandoned cars were the one thing not in short supply. They only needed to take a few cans of fuel for a stroll outside to bring back a large batch. After all, in this world, the thing least lacking was drivable cars, what was most lacking was fuel. This temporary camp was not very close to Kaliart town. For the 50-kilometer journey, the convoy drove for nearly 2 hours. Because many abandoned vehicles and debris blocked the road along the way, they had to get out and clear them. Moreover, the walkers blocking the way were as numerous as cow hairs. But with heavy machine guns leading the way and a luxurious amount of firepower, they could calmly handle any sudden situation. With Shooting Fei, this god, around, out of bullets. No problem, a wave of his hand and he'd conjure them for you. As for why Shooting Fei didn't just teleport them back to the town instantly like he conjured the container. In Shooting Fei's words, it was because of an earth-shattering battle with the devils of hell, where he was heavily injured and his divine power was greatly diminished, which led to the world becoming the ghostly mess it was now. And the reason the world became like this was because the devils of hell had spread a virus among humans. But Shooting Fei wasn't doing nothing, at least those devils were also heavily injured by him and couldn't personally descend into the human world. As long as he recovered his strength, the human world could return to its former prosperity. But this recovery process wouldn't be short. Furthermore, if they wanted him to recover fast enough, he needed to absorb a large amount of gold to replenish his divine power. These were all reasons Shooting Fei had made up on the fly. It sounded like nonsense, very far-fetched and full of holes. Yet, not a single person doubted Shooting Fei's words, everyone believed them implicitly. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month passed. After having enough manpower under him, Shooting Fei had cleared all the walkers in Carlsbad City completely. Although Carlsbad City was occupied by hundreds of thousands of walkers. These slow-moving, unintelligent monsters didn't pose any threat at all. As long as one wore an invulnerable nano-protective suit, even an ordinary person without the strength to truss a chicken could easily deal with over 100 walkers. 100 warriors wearing nano-protective suits and wielding cold weapons could easily slaughter tens of thousands of walkers in a single morning. You didn't even need to struggle to find those things. You just had to make a little noise in an open area, and those walkers would surge toward you one after another like sharks smelling blood. If too many were attracted at once, they would use the pre-positioned heavy machine guns to sweep and clear the area. Once the numbers were reduced to a controllable range, they would use cold weapons to harvest them. Tired? No problem, with the stamina recovery potion provided by Shooting Fei, one bottle down and all the fatigue on the body instantly vanished, and strength became abundant again. It took only 3 days to completely wipe out the walkers in Carlsbad City. Actually, clearing the walkers only took 2 days. The third day was used to handle the mountain of corpses left by the walkers. Collectively cremating and cleaning up those foul-smelling things was the real trouble. After all, Shooting Fei didn't have many people under him at the time. And after clearing Carlsbad City, it was time for reorganization and construction. First, solid defensive measures were set up at key intersections around Carlsbad City. This place officially became Shooting Fei's territory. Shooting Fei also waved his hand and gave Carlsbad City a new name, changing it to the City of God. God naturally referred to himself. So, renaming it the City of God was perfectly reasonable. Shooting Fei was never stingy with his subordinates. Anyone who participated in the work of clearing Carlsbad City was either bestowed a nanoprotective suit or bestowed a bottle of magic potion that could strengthen the body. In addition, there were some God points. God points was a currency system initially set up by Shooting Fei. Shooting Fei purchased a basic artificial intelligence and a large data processor from the system mall. He named this AI, Angel 1. All survivors joining the City of God would register with Angel 1 to obtain the qualification to reside in the City of God. This could also be understood as registering a household and obtaining a resident ID card. Within the City of God, Shooting Fei opened 10 God malls. Although called malls, their scale was actually no different from roadside convenience stores. Because the malls were very small and the products displayed were very few, besides nanoprotective suits and some basic food and daily necessities, there was nothing else. As for those rare items that could grant extraordinary abilities, they would never be placed in the malls. Instead, you were given a product list with pictures and descriptions. If you wanted to buy something, you had to place an order on the terminal first, pay the points, and then wait for the clerk's notification before coming to pick up your purchase. But so far, very few people could afford those extraordinary items. After all, a bottle of the most basic strength potion cost over 1,000 God points. A nanoprotective suit also cost several hundred points. And in the City of God, there weren't many channels to obtain God points. 1. Work for Shooting Fei. After all, even God has no obligation to support you for nothing. So, if you want to get God points, you have to work for Shooting Fei, the God, and participate in the construction and maintenance of the city. 2. Go out and find gold, jade, agate, pearls, and other valuables, which can be exchanged at the God Mall for God points. Moreover, this exchange has no upper limit, meaning no matter how much gold you find, you can bring it here to exchange for God points. The exchange of God points and all transactions were uniformly executed by the AI, Angel 1. This way, true fairness and justice could be achieved, eliminating any possibility of human manipulation. With Shooting Fei, 1 ounce of gold could be exchanged for 3 God points. As for the goods in the God Mall, except for some special items, ordinary food and daily necessities were actually very cheap. For example, a 500-gram can of beef could be bought for 1 point for 10 cans. A 60-pound bag of high-quality flour could be bought for 1 point. A brand new automatic rifle only cost 20 points. Anyway, as long as you had enough points, you could buy anything you wanted from Shooting Fei. This even included the serum for the Walker virus. With this thing, it was like having an extra life. Even if you were accidentally bitten by a walker while out, as long as you injected the virus serum in time, you wouldn't be infected. And a life-saving virus serum only cost 30 points. For those pioneers who dared to go out, this was nothing. In just half a month, the City of God already showed a scene of prosperity. Many bold and careful people spontaneously formed pioneer teams and drove out to pioneer. In reality, they went to search for gold and jewelry in bank vaults and jewelry stores in nearby cities. This allowed them to earn a massive amount of God points. After all, they belonged to the first group of people to take the risk and reap the rewards. With the first group of people, there was naturally a second, a third. Soon, Shooting Fei sold many magic potions like strength potions and stamina potions. Among them, stamina recovery potions, nanoprotective suits, and virus serums were the 3 best-selling items. These things were the most practical life-saving tools, so they naturally sold the best. Meanwhile, Shooting Fei sat leisurely at home, watching the balance in his system account soar. To him, the efficiency of personally going out to painstakingly search for gold might not necessarily match having others continuously deliver money to his door. Because what he was doing now was a unique monopoly business in this doomsday world. He was practically holding the business of the entire world in his own hands. Would doing this break the world? Shooting Fei curled his lip, showing he didn't care at all. To put it bluntly, he was still in the early stages of his venture, the time when he was most short of money and in need of nourishment. If he wanted to take off like a rocket in the shortest time, he couldn't afford to be hesitant or timid. Anyway, with the trump card of planar teleportation in his hand, he wasn't worried at all about making a mess of this world. A deep blue light screen unfolded silently before his eyes, visible only to himself. Myriad Heavens Mall System. Host: Shooting Fei. Age: 22. Race: Human. Lifespan: 350. Money: $15.6 billion. Items: none. Abilities: planar teleportation, cooldown period of 15 days, can be shortened by spending money, super self-healing and regeneration, cold weapon mastery, firearms mastery. Ever since he set foot in this apocalyptic wasteland overrun by walkers, the balance in Shooting Fei's system account had rocketed from a glaring 0 to a heart-stopping $15.6 billion. The speed of that number's climb was wilder than a roller coaster, downright terrifying. Still, the sum was light years away from the ultimate prize he coveted, the Superman Serum Hunt Electric Edition. Of course, the fortune was more than enough for a spending spree that would catapult his strength to the next level. The super self-healing and regeneration power kept him alive, no doubt, an indestructible cockroach of a skill. Yet it couldn't give him the planet-shattering, heaven-cleaving might he craved. So Shooting Fei had set himself a clear mini-goal long ago. He narrowed his eyes and issued a silent mental command. System: exchange for the Perfect Hulk Serum, Shadow Edition. And throw in a spider sense while you're at it. Purchase successful. Perfect Hulk Serum, $15.2 billion. Spider Sense, $150 million. The instant the order was placed, the digits in his account cascaded down like a waterfall, finally settling at 250 million. Watching that balance shrink so drastically, he'd be lying if he said it didn't sting. After all, it was a figure that would make 99.9% of humanity dizzy. The pang lasted barely half a second before a confident curve lifted the corner of his mouth. He knew better than anyone. What he'd bought was worth every cent. The perfect serum would let him become a new version of the Hulk the moment it was injected. Unlike poor Bruce Banner, he wouldn't split off a savage alter ego called Hulk. Transformation would be entirely at his own will. Plus, it kept the classic trait: the angrier he got, the more explosively powerful he became. How high could that power climb? That depended entirely on how furious he could make himself. He might not rival the comic book Hulk who could punch universes apart, but the cinematic Green Giant was still no pushover. Picture it. A Hulk who stayed calm, rational, and even stronger and tougher, probably enough to make even the purple-chinned Thanos who snapped half the universe break out in a cold sweat. Besides that mighty serum, Shooting Fei had added an insurance policy, Spider Sense. Even with Wolverine-level regeneration, he wasn't invincible, he could still be killed. An early warning Spider Sense would let him sense danger and transform in advance. After all, without a second personality, there was no passive trigger. Transformation required him to stir his own emotions. The instant the purchase completed, Shooting Fei's brain buzzed as an indescribable cool euphoria swept through every cell. The world looked as if it had been wiped clean, sharper than ever. Every faint sound, every shift of air, struck him with crystal clarity, slightly disorienting at first. Still, he adapted to the new sensory overload within moments. His gaze finally settled on the syringe that had materialized in his hand. Inside it swirled a mysterious purple fluid. No label, no text, not a single word to identify it. Shooting Fei knew perfectly well, this was the perfect Hulk serum he'd paid a fortune for in the system mall. Not even green, he muttered, mildly surprised. Without hesitation he peeled off his shirt, baring a solid chest. He gripped the syringe, sucked in a breath, and plunged the needle straight toward his heart. Along with the serum, the system had helpfully crammed every injection protocol into his head. He knew this was the only way to unleash the serum's full potential. The instant the needle entered, a searing, bone-deep agony detonated inside him. The pain drained the color from his face, beads of cold sweat burst forth, soaking the hair across his forehead. For a second he even wondered why he'd paid to suffer like this. Sure, he had Wolverine's regeneration, but unlike the old knucklehead he didn't habitually slice himself up, his pain tolerance was actually pretty low. Clenching his teeth, he slowly pushed the purple liquid into his pounding heart. With a soft pop, he withdrew the syringe and exhaled like a deflated balloon. Next came the transformation. Instead of the expected tearing, ongoing torment, the process was gentle, warm as soaking in a hot spring. His formerly pale face flushed healthy red, even more robust than before. He marveled. Worthy of the label, perfect, even the remodeling felt flawless. 3 minutes later, the upgrade was complete. Standing before a mirror, he inspected the new him. His skin looked fairer, his features more chiseled and handsome, and his height had jumped. Previously just over 180 centimeters, he now stood close to 189 centimeters and was brushing 190. His pants had turned uncomfortably tight. He sneaked a check downstairs and grinned even wider. Next came the moment he'd waited for, transformation. He summoned just a spark of anger in his mind. No towering rage, only a flicker. Instantly his muscles ballooned like an inflating tire, swelling outward. His frame shot upward, expanding at visible speed. Moments later, the 189-centimeter hunk had become a 3.2 meters colossus. Compared with Bruce Banner's Hulk, Shooting Faye's form was taller, the muscle lines more explosive yet balanced. Crucially, his skin color hadn't changed, he wasn't a green monster. Whatever shade he'd had before, he kept afterward. The only casualty, his poor pants, which shredded with a rip, leaving his body cooling in the breeze. With a sigh, he spent a bit more at the System Mall for a nano-fiber pair that stretched at will. He struck a few classic bodybuilder poses, thrilled with his musculature. He looked like a real-world recreation of the strongest creature on Earth, Yujiro Hanma, face far more handsome and muscles even more outrageous. Yujiro might be superhuman, but against a cheat-level powerhouse like him, there was no contest. With a thought, he cancelled the transformation. Perhaps because of the serum's deep-level remolding, even in his normal state he was sheathed in sharply defined muscle. Though far less exaggerated than when he transforms, he now looks about as buff as Henry Cavill's Superman. At the very least, to ordinary people this physique is already impressively sculpted, and radiates a sense of absolute security. Half a month slipped quietly past. Shooting Faye's system balance had soared wildly again, even surpassing the sum he'd held before buying the Hulk serum. The figure settled at an eye-popping $22.5 billion. This time, however, Shooting Faye bought nothing to strengthen himself. He chose to park the fortune for now. At his current power level, goods in the same price range can't give him a qualitative leap, while the artifacts that could rocket his strength are still astronomical sums he can't yet afford. So he planned to stockpile money first. Right now, even if he were thrown into the peril-ridden Marvel universe, he would still rank in the very top tier of the combat pyramid. A perfect dose of Hulk serum is more than enough to secure that status, no question about it. Therefore, it's time to return to the Marvel universe. In this The Walking Dead world, the gold that can be scavenged in a short time is already dwindling. Unless he personally scours the entire planet picking it up. Shooting Faye can't be bothered. As long as he's willing to spend the time, sooner or later all the gold in this world will flow into his pocket, it's only a matter of speed. Compared with staying here as a scavenger, he can open new business lines and earn money faster. Besides, the cash sits safely in his system account. Whenever he needs something he can order it instantly, convenient and efficient. After leaving behind plenty of supplies, Shooting Faye activated planar teleportation and vanished from the Walking Dead world. June 2008. United States, New York. Night fell, the lights came on. When Shooting Faye reappeared, it was still the same bustling street from which he had left. The only difference, last time it had been day, this time it was the neon-lit night. He didn't linger, he found a decent-looking inn nearby and checked straight in. Without an ID card he should have been unable to enter any legitimate hotel. But he had money. And in the United States no superpower works better than having money. He turned on the room's TV. The non-stop news made it clear that more than a month had passed since his departure. That matched exactly the time he'd spent in the Walking Dead world. Clearly, the two universes run on the same clock. The Marvel universe hadn't paused while he adventured elsewhere. That fact carried both pros and cons for him. Next, Shooting Faye planned to secure a clean, legal identity in this country. After all, he intended to make a big move, starting his own company. Now he had enough strength. Even if he produced era-defining technology that could change the world, no one could forcibly steal the fruits from his hands. Early next morning sunlight filtered through the blinds as Shooting Faye dialed a man named Charles Peter Joe. Charles Peter Joe, a powerful section chief in the CIA's intelligence division. On normal days, the people begging favors could line up from his office to the Washington Monument, so an unfamiliar call hardly fazed him. Hello, Charles Peter speaking, a steady male voice answered. Good morning, Mr. Charles. I have a deal to discuss. Shooting Fei sounded calm and confident. What kind of deal? I need a clean, fully functional legal identity. Charles hesitated, then quoted a price, $2 million. The money will hit your account immediately. Photo, name and basic info are already in your inbox. Charles's pupils contracted sharply. The offhand remark revealed a terrifying fact: his personal data had been completely exposed. Annoyance flashed, but stronger was a deep wariness. Fine. A moment later he gave a terse reply. The line clicked dead. At the same instant his phone chimed with a bank text. $2 million had just arrived. He opened his email and found the new message. A photo of a young Asian man and a few brief personal details. Charles frowned, then relaxed and shook his head. Whoever or whatever was on the other end of the call, this was just business. He took the money, he'd deliver, nothing more. Extra trouble was the last thing he wanted. With a legitimate ID in hand, Shooting Fei immediately set about founding his own company. He didn't rush to approach Tony Stark. With the system as his ultimate cheat, nothing in this world was beyond the reach of money. Even Tony Stark's beloved arc reactor technology could be purchased outright for a not-so-outrageous $100 billion. Alternatively, he could exchange ideas with that unlucky fellow Ivan Vanko. But honestly, he had little interest in that clunky reactor. Instead, Shooting Fei preferred to open a pharmaceutical company and sell truly life-changing miracle drugs. Because every person on this planet is inseparable from the need for medicine. Even an ordinary cold remedy, if it becomes a hit, can generate insane profits. But Shooting Fei's target went far beyond cold pills. He planned to launch weight loss drugs, anti-fatigue drugs, and, well, male vitality drugs. The weight loss product would target the globe's ever-expanding obese population. In terms of obesity, the United States is unquestionably number one in the world. And in other countries, countless people struggle with excess weight as well. Hence the market for slimming drugs is almost unimaginable. Anti-fatigue medication would home in on office workers crushed by 996 and 007 schedules. As for the male vitality drug, no explanation needed. There probably isn't a man alive who would refuse a miracle that restores his vigor. Of course, the premise is that the drug must be superb and side effect free. And in judging a drug's quality, efficacy is secondary, the core issue is, no side effects. For the omnipotent system that requirement is child's play. Soon a company named Miracle Pharma detonated across the United States like a blockbuster. Because it released 3 drugs whose effects could only be described as magic. The first, Miracle Rapid Slimming Pill. A single dose lets you experience lightspeed weight loss, visible results in a day, dropping 100 pounds in 10 days with zero strain. Even better, the most mind-blowing thing about this weight loss drug is that it has virtually no side effects. While it burns fat, it also tightens your skin so you don't end up sagging like yesterday's newspaper draped over a hanger, so ugly it's unbearable to look at. During the weight loss period you don't even have to diet, eat exactly what you normally eat. The moment it hit the market it exploded across the US, hailed by weight loss circles as the god of diet pills. The second product, Miracle Mental Recovery Pills. They let someone who's utterly exhausted spring back to full power instantly. Pull the 24-hour all-nighter and feel like death. No problem, one pill and you'll be bright-eyed and ready to party another 24, whether you want to sleep or not. This pill is wildly popular among white-collar elites and hardcore net-addicted teens. The third product, Miracle 6 Hours. It's a powerful aphrodisiac. One pill keeps your little buddy at peak excitement for 6 straight hours, hence the name. It acts fast, and precisely because it's so potent, the package carries a disclaimer: maximum 2 pills in a row. If you overdose and something happens, Miracle Pharmaceutical Company accepts no liability. Miracle 6 Hours is also the priciest of the 3. Shooting Fei didn't build his own factory to manufacture any of these wonder drugs. He only produced the boxes, the pills themselves were bought in bulk from the system mall. This approach was not only convenient but also nipped the risk of formula theft in the bud. Inside the system mall, a bottle of Miracle 6 Hours cost him just $12. After repackaging, that one bottle became 10 vials sold on the market at $52 each. Think it's too expensive? Don't buy it. But the truth is, any man who tries it once can't help coming back for more. They curse the profiteer while whipping out their wallets faster every time. Because it really works. The other two drugs rake in equally staggering profits. In their very first month on the market, the three products pulled in a terrifying total of $24 billion. Although diet pill sales are expected to slow later. Miracle Mental Recovery and Miracle 6 Hours will keep selling like hotcakes, maybe even more as word of mouth spreads. After a series of perfectly legal tax avoidance maneuvers, covering all costs and sky-high employee salaries, Shooting Fae's personal net profit for the month was $22.1 billion. To rake in that much wealth in a single month makes the word crazy sound weak. Right now, in the United States, Shooting Fae shines brighter than even Tony Stark. His face is plastered across the cover of Time magazine. Almost every front page carries his photo. Especially after Miracle Pharmaceutical released its first month financials, the entire nation was thrown into an uproar. $20+ billion. And that's only the first month. Everyone knows that once his drugs spread worldwide, that figure could easily double. The old pharma titans are green with envy. No one understands the profit margins better than they do. Out of $24 billion in revenue, more than half is pure profit flowing straight into Shooting Fae's pocket. Give him a few years and the title of richest person in the world will be his without question. New York, top floor of Stark Tower. The newly minted superhero Iron Man, Tony Stark, returned to his suite after another day of saving the world. He flicked on the TV and, sure enough, there was that young guy Shooting Fae again. Truth be told, Tony felt a little miffed. In the past every headline had been about him, lately this fellow had stolen all his thunder. Every front page now featured Shu's face. Yet at the same time Tony genuinely admired him. To him, those drugs were nothing short of genius inventions. Except for the diet pill, which he didn't need. He was using the other two himself. They worked brilliantly, and his own instruments couldn't detect a single harmful side effect. That made him respect Shu's mastery of chemistry and biology. Tony was a top expert in electrical engineering and physics. Building reactors and armor was child's play for him, but pharmaceuticals. He was completely in the dark. Even a certified genius can't master every field. Admiration aside, the irritation was real. Midtown West, better known as Hell's Kitchen. It's a playground for gangs, a cradle of crime, and a living hell for the poor. In broad daylight you can watch dealers trade openly on the corner. While a patrol cop might be standing just a few yards away. The dealers don't flinch. After the deal they'll smile, greet the officer, and offer him a smoke. Because in Hell's Kitchen police words mean nothing, gang rules are the only law. And among all gangs, the most infamous and feared is the mysterious Kingpin. Mention that name here and faces show either dread, respect, or bone-deep terror. Few have ever seen what Kingpin actually looks like. Everyone knows the iron rule. Don't provoke him, don't cross him, he's lethally dangerous. Lately every punk in Hell's Kitchen knows Kingpin's in a foul mood. Someone's been ambushing his men, costing him a huge shipment, and a lot of money. The money's no big deal, losing face is. For an underground emperor, taking a hit without payback means you can't walk the streets with respect. No one knows when Kingpin will strike back. But one thing's certain, he's already moving. Hey, pretty little sister, where are you headed? Two scruffy white punks blocked a petite figure. Their target, a girl of 12 or 13 with twin blonde ponytails. She had big sapphire eyes that sparkled, lovely as a doll. Cornered by the leering pair, the girl looked flustered. She shrank back, hugged her backpack tight, and quickened her pace to slip past them. But the two weren't about to let her go. They exchanged a knowing smirk. Toby, I've got a real good idea, one said, licking his lips. Funny, maybe we're thinking the exact same thing, said the man named Toby, flashing a sleazy grin. The instant the words left his mouth, the two shot their hands out, seizing the little girl's thin arms, one on each side. Then they hauled her forcibly toward a gloomy alley off to the side. Plenty of passers-by saw it happen. Yet the walkers kept walking, the blind stayed blind. Even if they could guess what those two beasts planned to do to the sweet child, not a soul followed, not even to try to save her. Are you kidding? This is Hell's Kitchen. Here, a good person is rarer than a giant panda. Selfishness is branded into every last bone. Make them grow a conscience. You'd need a gun to their heads, otherwise you'll wait until your next life. What are you going to do to me? The girl stammered, finally realizing their intent. Her voice was clear and bright, like an oriole in the mountains, music that only fed the thugs, foul fire. They quickened their pace, dragging her faster. Soon they reached the alley's reeking depths, a stench of urine and trash thick in the air. Don't be scared, cutie, we won't hurt you, one soothed. We just want to teach you a really fun game. Yeah, a game you'll love, the other chimed in. Oh, what game is that? She asked. This time every trace of fear had vanished. In its place hung a playful smirk, the way a cat eyes a trembling mouse. Toby froze. This wasn't the script. Thud. The dull sound of something being kicked hard rang out. The next instant Toby felt a world-shredding agony explode between his legs, pain-obliterated thought, and he toppled, squealing like a stuck pig. His partner froze, a chill flooding his groin. He looked down. The terrified girl was calmly retracting one slim, white-stockinged leg, then lifted her gaze, mocking. That unfiltered ridicule and ice in her eyes triggered a half-remembered rumor. Horror flooded his face, his legs buckled on a stone and he crashed onto his backside. Why you're that violent lowly. Shit, why you? Word on the street said a beautiful little girl was hunting fools like them in Hell's Kitchen. Everyone had laughed it off, until now. Looks like I'm famous, she beamed, her grin widening. To him that sweetness was pure terror, he'd guessed right. White-faced, he scrabbled upright and bolted for the mouth of the alley, abandoning Toby without a glance. The girl didn't chase. She simply slipped her school bag around, unzipped it, and reached inside. Her hand came out gripping a glinting short knife. With a snap of her wrist she hurled it. The man was a corner away from escaping when. Shunk. The unmistakable sound of steel in flesh. He had no time to wonder, consciousness drained like a tide. Thud. He pitched forward, face down and still, the knife hilt trembling from the back of his skull. Job done, she turned to Toby, who lay writhing. Toby stared in terror as she approached. Tears and snot streaked his face. No, don't kill me. I'll pay, I'll do anything, please. He bawled. He was just bottom-rung rabble, utterly unprepared for death. He'd chosen thuggery for the easy money, never expecting the reaper this close. People like him littered Hell's Kitchen. She answered his pleas with a cold, cruel smile. Scum like him were a dime a dozen, mercy only bred more victims. The only permanent solution was to send them straight to hell. Beg me for what? Her sweet voice asked, edged with frost. I beg you. Crack. A gunshot cut him off, a smoking hole decorated his forehead. A black Glock had appeared in her dainty hand. Smoke still curled from the muzzle as the acrid scent hung in the air. Outside the alley, traffic roared on. Shooting Fei happened to be strolling past the edge of the block. The sudden gunshot pierced the daytime racket like a needle. TCH, Hell's Kitchen, lives up to its name, he muttered, smirking at the idea of someone firing in broad daylight. His first instinct was to turn and leave, he hadn't come here to sample the local color. He'd entered this cesspool of sin with one very clear, very personal objective. At the moment he was dressed all in white, casual clothes that looked pristine and out of place amid New York's neon chaos. A pair of black-framed glasses sat on the bridge of his nose, the lenses glinting with a faint, almost invisible shimmer in the sunlight. This thing was no ordinary pair of myopic spectacles or fashion accessory. It was a genuine, rule-class prop, the ace tucked up his sleeve. The glasses were absurdly tough, and, more impressive, once you put them on they bent perception itself. Even your closest lover could stand right in front of you and subconsciously overlook you, unable to recognize you at all. The effect was reminiscent of a certain newspaper reporter's classic disguise, but Shooting Fei's version was the deluxe plus edition. He'd given the treasure a flashy name, the invisibility glasses. Relying on their miraculous effect, Shooting Fei dared to stride alone and in plain sight through the streets of the United States. After all, his popularity across the nation had long since eclipsed that playboy Tony Stark. Turn on the TV, open a paper, swipe your phone, everywhere you looked were high-resolution photos and headlines about him. Even if Westerners were notoriously bad at telling Asian faces apart, this carpet bombing of his image was impossible to escape. No exaggeration. Grab any random person off the street and they could identify Shooting Fei without a second thought. If he dared step outside without a disguise, the consequences would be unthinkable. The instant 1 foot left his house, ravenous reporters, sharks that had smelled blood, would block the exit. To say nothing of the desperados lurking in the shadows, coveting his wealth and secrets. Thorough preparation was therefore essential. It wasn't that he feared anyone, he simply loathed trouble. Being gawked at like some rare animal could drive a man insane. And Shu Tingfei detested trouble above all else. This time he had come to the dragon's lair of Hell's Kitchen with only one target in mind, Kingpin. Of course he wasn't here to catch up over tea with the underground emperor, there wasn't the slightest friendship between them. Strictly speaking, they were outright mortal enemies. Ever since his miracle pharmaceutical company had exploded onto the scene like a supernova. He'd survived no fewer than 20 or 30 assassination attempts, both overt and covert. Of those, more than 10 could be traced directly to Kingpin. Previously, Shu Tingfei had been buried in company work, too busy to act, he could only file the dead away in his mind and ignore the bald fool for now. But now the company was running smoothly, every matter arranged to his satisfaction. Add to that the intermediate level AI, Michael, he'd just exchanged from the system, watching operations around the clock, his corporate fortress was rock solid. At last Shu Tingfei could free his hands to settle some personal grievances. He'd never been one to pick fights, but neither did his genes include the phrase, turn the other cheek. If Kingpin dared stretch his claws toward him, he'd best be ready to have them chopped off. Shu Tingfei had never considered himself a magnanimous saint. So here he was. In Kingpin's own lair, Hell's Kitchen. As for how to ferret out the bloated spider hiding behind the scenes. For Shu Tingfei it was easier than breathing. With that cheat-level system in hand he had 10,000 ways to drag Kingpin out of his rat hole. Even if the man burrowed 10 kilometers underground, Shu Tingfei could still yank him out like a radish. Just as Shu Tingfei was about to turn and leave the blood-tinged alley. A rapid, rhythmic patter of footsteps approached from afar and struck his ears. Next, a petite figure shot into view round the corner, as swift as a gust of wind. It was a jogging girl, a backpack disproportionate to her small frame slung over her shoulders, she looked at most high school age. Seeming to sense Shu Tingfei's gaze, the girl instinctively lifted her eyes and glanced his way. In an instant their lines of sight crossed in midair. Shu Tingfei's brows lifted slightly, a flicker of surprise flashing through his eyes. Because he recognized this girl. Hit girl, Mindy McReady. A street vigilante from the kick-ass world, an outright violent little Lolita. He wasn't surprised in the least to see her in Hell's Kitchen. This seemingly harmless sprite was no fuel-efficient lamp, though she looked angelic, cute and pretty. Those slender hands had spilled more blood than many seasoned top-tier assassins. Of course, every victim had been a scumbag who deserved what he got. She was like a junior version of the Punisher, loathing evil, swift and merciless. Her upper combat limit was hard to gauge, but for killing efficiency and decisiveness she was a certified pro. Shu Tingfei watched her jog away, purple figure vanishing round the corner, before slowly retracting his gaze. Then he continued walking in his intended direction. Yet the instant he turned, the petite figure that should have disappeared ghosted back into the far end of his line of sight. Only now the roles were reversed. The one being watched by sharp eyes from behind was Shu Tingfei. That guy, the way he looked at me just now. Hit girl, Mindy McReady, hid behind the corner, eyes narrowing as she watched Shu Tingfei's conspicuous white outfit recede. She replayed that fleeting exchange of glances over and over in her mind. She was certain she'd caught a flash of surprise in his eyes. Not the, wow, a pretty girl, kind, but the, ah, it's you, recognition. What did that mean? It meant the man likely knew who she was. But how? She had no friends, her only family was her unreliable dad. And dad wasn't around now. Logically, apart from him, no one in the world should recognize her in plain clothes. Yet there'd been no mistaking that look. As a top-tier killer trained under brutal discipline, she trusted her instincts and judgment almost obsessively. Doubt climbed like ivy, and she abandoned her plan to leave. She lifted her foot without a sound and, cat-like, began tailing Shu Tingfei from a distance. Meanwhile the man ahead remained completely unaware. Partly because he had zero counter-surveillance awareness or skill. And partly because, he simply didn't care. Internal monologue. If someone insists on following him with ill intent, they'd better weigh whether they can handle the consequences. Before long Shu Tingfei's steps halted outside a heavily guarded estate, a villa. This is Hell's Kitchen, the palatial residence of the Scorpion Gang's leader, Ivan Duke. In this lawless stretch of Hell's Kitchen, the Scorpion Gang is a force to be reckoned with, numbering several hundred core members. They traffic in every kind of contraband narcotic and dabble heavily in arms. They sit near the very top of the neighborhood's criminal food chain. What few realize is that the swaggering Ivan Duke is, in truth, merely one of Kingpin's leashed dogs. Kingpin himself seldom stays in Hell's Kitchen, yet he has suffered crippling losses, 3 major shipments vanishing in succession. He intends to root out whoever is sabotaging him from the shadows. So today he has come in person to Ivan Duke's estate, ready to hand that thankless investigation to his lieutenant. Of course, this visit carries a second, deeper purpose, a warning. Kingpin has sensed that his cur is beginning to bare its teeth. There have been whispers of backroom schemes that should never have been conceived. Were it not for Ivan Duke's past usefulness, the man would already be wearing cement boots at the bottom of the Hudson. This personal call is meant, above all, to remind the upstart exactly how precarious his life has become. Ivan Duke, confronted by Kingpin's sudden arrival, is terrified out of his wits. He knows better than anyone how merciless, how cold-blooded, how terrifyingly clever Kingpin can be. Trying to scheme under that gleaming bald dome is suicide. In the villa's living room the air is so thick with tension it feels ready to drip. Kingpin's vast bulk swallows an entire leather sofa. He is a silent mountain of flesh exuding suffocating pressure. Duke stands before him like a chastened schoolboy, sweat trickling from his forehead to stain the carpet a darker hue. Duke, you know why I'm here, Kingpin rumbles, voice low, even, absolute. Duke doesn't dare lift his head, much less meet those pitiless eyes. I swear, boss, this will never happen again. His voice quavers, he knows exactly what Kingpin means. Half an hour earlier he hadn't the faintest idea Kingpin had breached his sanctuary. After all, this was his turf, his safe house. He had opened the door with a blonde beauty in one arm, reeking of booze, ready for a night of pleasure. Then he flicked on the light and saw the hulking bald titan on his sofa, flanked by grim giants in black. Sobered instantly. It wasn't cowardice, cowards don't rise to lead the Scorpion gang. He feared because he understood, bone deep, how monstrous Kingpin could be. Remember those words, Duke, Kingpin says coldly. You won't get another chance to regret them. Duke jerks as though struck, nodding frantically. I understand. I do. He exhales in shaky relief. He has been granted a final reprieve. I have a task, Kingpin continues. Michael's bungled 3 shipments. Find whoever's behind it and drag him, breathing, before me. Can you? Yes. Absolutely. Duke blurts, attitude first, feasibility second. He knows Kingpin's creed. The useless are discarded without ceremony. He has no intention of being that discard. 3 days, Kingpin says, raising 3 thick fingers. In 3 days I want the culprit kneeling here. Understood. No bargaining, bargaining with Kingpin is suicide. To Kingpin, negotiation is merely an excuse for incompetence. Watch out. A tall figure rockets from the side, hurling himself in front of Kingpin. No one has time to react. A rocket trailing fire streaks through the French window. Boom. The detonation swallows every other sound. Flame and blistering wind scour the room. Duke is flung against the wall without a scream. He lies still, life uncertain. Black-suited bodyguards tumble like ninepins. Before Kingpin, his top killer bullseye braces behind a heavy rosewood table now blasted to splinters. Blood masks Bullseye's face. He looks a wreck. In truth, he's bruised, not broken. The table absorbed the worst. And Kingpin, shielded behind him, is unscathed. Boss, they're here for you, Bullseye rasps, wiping blood from his eyes. The rocket's aim had been unmistakable. Kingpin's expression darkens like thunder. Someone has leaked his whereabouts. Who? He cannot yet tell. He has made too many enemies. And to the world he remains a beloved philanthropist. Who, then, knows his true face, his precise location, and dares strike so boldly? The question flashes and is gone. Now is not the time. Intercept them, he orders Bullseye. With that, Kingpin rises from the ruined sofa. Without hesitation he turns toward the villa's rear exit. A commander does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. Rage does not cloud him. His sole thought is to vacate the kill zone, marshal every resource, identify the traitor, and retaliate with such savage bloodshed that no one will ever dare lift a hand against him again. Hard on the thought, a metallic chatter erupts. Heavy machine gun fire. Already sliding into his armored car, Kingpin's lip twitches at the sound. Did it have to be this dramatic? This is New York. However chaotic Hell's Kitchen gets, it's still part of New York City. They even dragged out heavy weapons. How badly did they want him dead? And those fools from S.H.I.E.L.D. Kingpin's gut churned. Hadn't they kept him under tight surveillance? Now someone's deploying military-grade firepower and they don't even react. A wave of nausea hit him. This is clearly targeted, Nick Fury, just you wait. A few minutes later, Shooting Faye strolled leisurely across the bullet-riddled living room of the villa, stepping on spent shells and corpses. The air reeked of blood and gunpowder, hell on earth. He swept his gaze across the tangled bodies. That iconic, massive frame wasn't among them. He knew the old fox Kingpin had slipped away. Suddenly a stabbing pain lanced through his temple, a crushing sense of crisis engulfing him. No conscious thought required. His passive skill spider sense seized control, wrenching Shooting Faye's head sharply to the side. A split second later a high-velocity sniper round screamed past, kissing his scalp. A hair slower, 0.01 seconds, and Shooting Faye's head would have burst like a melon. Someone had him in their crosshairs. That was Shooting Faye's first thought. 200 meters away, on a rooftop. Bullseye expressionlessly dropped the rifle and walked off without hesitation. He never considered a second shot. Through the scope he had seen it clearly. The man had already begun to dodge before he pulled the trigger, evading the fatal bullet with pinpoint timing. What did that mean? It meant the target was no ordinary man. As Kingpin's ace killer he had slain countless people and dealt with every type of freak. Some were easy prey, others were lethally dangerous. Shooting Faye was unmistakably one of those freaks. One who could sense danger before it struck. With conventional methods, killing Shooting Faye was virtually impossible. Worse, if he kept at it, he'd likely be the one who ended up dead. Leaving now was the smartest, most professional choice. As long as he lived, he'd get another chance. Against a freak like this he needed meticulous planning and full preparation, not mindless brute force. Shooting Faye brushed his forehead. The graze healed the instant his fingers touched it. It knitted so fast not a drop of blood had time to fall. Yet he knew he had been wounded. He didn't chase the sniper. He already had a good idea who the shooter was. Failing to kill Kingpin here didn't bother him. Today's spectacle had only been meant to startle the snake. Actually killing Kingpin would be simple. Shift into that form and even 10 Kingpins wouldn't escape. But he hadn't. First, he didn't want to reveal his ultimate trump card yet. It was vital to his next big plan. Second, simply offing the fat man felt too merciful. He would torment Kingpin slowly, piece by piece. Today was just the appetizer. He would trap Kingpin in endless nightmares, let the shadow of assassination haunt him even in his sleep. With a thought Shooting Faye produced a jerry can of gasoline from his system space. He carried it toward the exit. At the doorway he snapped his fingers. A spark flared and landed squarely on the can. Boom. Another roar, and the room was swallowed by a sea of fire. Soon the whole villa blazed, incinerating every trace of sin. Shooting Faye strode away without a backward glance. Sirens wailed in the distance. Lingering would only bring petty trouble. He had no patience to explain to the police why he was at a massacre site. He hadn't gone far when a petite figure blocked his path. Surprise flickered across Shooting Faye's face again. He had met this person only moments earlier. You just attacked the villa of Ivan Duke, boss of the Scorpion Gang, Mindy said bluntly, voice crisp and calm. Feud with the Scorpion Gang? No, Shooting Faye answered frankly. My quarrel is with Kingpin. He knew revealing it carried no risk. He was aware of Hit Girl's identity and her code, telling her was safe. An amusing idea flashed through his mind. He had wondered where to find someone reliable to send warm regards to Kingpin now and then, creative assassination attempts. Now the perfect candidate had appeared of her own accord. He wouldn't waste the opportunity. Kingpin. Surprise flooded Hit Girl's face. Not at the name, but that this mysterious man was at odds with the crime lord. Of course she knew who Kingpin was. The uncrowned emperor of New York's underworld, the ruler of Hell's Kitchen. Anyone operating there knew his name. As someone who hunted gang leaders, she knew the ultimate boss all too well. Precisely because she understood his terror, she was startled by Shooting Faye's vendetta. Then why strike here? She pressed. Shooting Faye regarded Mindy with interest. You really want to know? Obviously. Mindy nodded without hesitation. What makes you think I'll tell you? He countered. Because you know who I am. Her gaze was sharp and certain. The way you looked at me earlier said you recognize me. So you'll tell me why. Shooting Faye laughed. For all her youth, this girl was ruthless and sharp. Especially those eyes, nothing escaped them. You're right, I do know you, he admitted openly. Mindy hid her surprise, mind racing. Did he know her father and therefore her? She quickly dismissed the idea, too unlikely. You want to know why I hit this place? Shu Tingfei went on. Then I'll tell you, because Kingpin himself was in that villa just now. How do you know? Mindy didn't doubt his word. Her gut told her he had no reason to lie about something like this. She was simply curious how he could track Kingpin so precisely. That's a secret. Shu Tingfei smiled mysteriously. I'll tell you when the time is right. Now, let's talk about you. He pointed at Mindy. Me. She was taken aback. Yes, you. I know what you've been doing, cleaning the scum off the streets. But frankly, working solo, the rate you kill trash can't keep up with the rate they multiply. Your efficiency is too low. So how do I raise the efficiency? Mindy's interest was piqued. I'll teach you step by step later. He left her hanging. First, introductions. My name is Shu Tingfei, call me Shu. As for who I really am, you'll find out soon enough. A magician, right? Mindy cut in. I saw everything, she added. You conjured a rocket launcher out of thin air, then a heavy machine gun, and finally that can of gasoline. I saw it all. She laid out every detail she'd observed. In her view, that would spare them pointless suspicion and probing. More importantly, she and Shu Tingfei weren't enemies. From the moment he struck the gang, she'd already labeled him one of her people. If he was willing, they might even become friends. After all, this was the first time, aside from her dad, she'd met anyone ruthless enough to hit the gangs this hard. And the way this guy did it was even crazier and more brutal than her own style. There had to be at least 20 or 30 men in that villa, and he'd pretty much wiped them out single-handedly. You could say that. Shu Tingfei didn't deny it. Magician it is, the explanation worked and saved him the trouble of inventing another story. All right. Magician, you probably already know who I am, but I should still introduce myself properly. My name is Mindy McReady, you can call me Mindy. Good, Mindy. Shu smiled. So, interested in coming to my place? Absolutely. Without the slightest hesitation, she accepted. Soon the two left the smoke-shrouded Hell's Kitchen. They hailed a cab and rode straight to Shu Tingfei's residence in New York. It was a lavish detached villa in the heart of the city's prime district. It wasn't his only property, just one of many mansions he owned. Of course, the villa he brought her to now was a completely hidden safe house. Officially it had no connection to Shu Tingfei, founder of Miracle Pharmaceutical Company. So there were no pesky reporters or paparazzi outside. Shu led Mindy straight through the gates without a care. Trailing behind him, her face was full of surprise. She'd never dreamed this mysterious magician was so rich he lived on land worth its weight in gold. Welcome to my home. You're the first guest ever, Mindy. Walking ahead, he pressed his thumb to the scanner and the heavy villa door swung open. Inside, she discovered the place was even larger than she'd imagined. A vast private garden stretched out front, perfectly trimmed. The main house sat at its center, flanked by two sizable private swimming pools. On the garden's left was a semi-open parking area. There, a dozen top-tier sports cars she'd only seen in magazines stood silently. The central residence was grand, its interior decor the height of luxury. The polished marble floor gleamed like a mirror, reflecting clear images of anyone who walked on it. As soon as they entered, Shu casually clapped his hands. Clap, clap. Every light in the house came on at once, gentle illumination flooding every corner. Welcome home, sir, a warm, rich synthetic voice echoed through the spacious living room. Mindy looked at Shu in puzzlement. My smart butler, he explained. I call him Michael. Michael, this is Mindy. Grant her level 3 access. Certainly, sir. Michael replied to Shu, then greeted Mindy in a remarkably human tone. Hello, Miss Mindy, pleased to meet you. Michael. As in the archangel beside God. She marveled. Hello, Michael, nice to meet you too. What amazed her wasn't the name but the high level of intelligence on display. This was nothing like the so-called ice on the market, this might be a true strong artificial intelligence. In that instant, her curiosity about Shu Tingfei's real identity deepened. Rich, living in a top-tier mansion, owning a super AI butler, all of it said his background couldn't be summed up by the word, magician. Mr. Magician, she couldn't help asking, are all magicians as rich as you? And Michael, he's not ordinary AI, is he? Of course not, Shu replied with a smile. As for who I really am. As he spoke, he slowly removed the invisibility lenses from his eyes. Without their perception bending effect, his face, blasted across every media outlet in the United States for the past half month, appeared clearly before her. Mindy recognized him instantly. She couldn't help it, the face was too familiar. These days, finding someone in the United States who didn't know Tony Stark might still be possible, but finding someone who didn't know Shooting Faye was next to impossible. You're that newly minted mega billionaire. She stammered, mouth agape. In the US right now, Shooting Faye was undeniably the top headline. Although Tony Stark's outing himself as Iron Man had sent his popularity sky high, Shooting Faye had still eclipsed him in recent buzz. After all, Miracle Pharmaceutical Company's first-month revenue figures were terrifying, shattering everyone's perceptions. And that was only the first month, with sales mostly inside the United States. Once products rolled out worldwide, the second month's numbers would be even more staggering. It was a company with limitless prospects. Shooting Faye becoming the world's richest person seemed a foregone conclusion. Mindy never imagined that the mysterious Mr. Magician standing before her was actually the legendary newly minted super billionaire. That's right, it's me. Shooting Faye nodded calmly. Is it because of those glasses? Mindy caught on quickly. Shooting Faye nodded again. Exactly. Just like a certain superhero's glasses. Put them on and even the people who know you best will subconsciously overlook you, no one will recognize you. My God, that's so cool. Mindy exclaimed in awe. Such a miraculous pair of glasses, see could I have one too? She asked hopefully. A pair like this was the stuff of dreams for someone in her line of work, with them, infiltration and disguise would become effortless. Of course. Without hesitation Shooting Faye handed her the glasses he'd just removed. These are yours now. In the System Mall a single pair cost $20 million. When he'd first arrived that had been an astronomical figure, now it was merely a drop in the bucket. Giving a pair to a future lieutenant didn't cost him a twinge of regret. Thanks. Mindy eagerly accepted the glasses and put them on at once. From Shooting Faye's perspective Mindy looked almost the same, yet a subtle shift in perception set in, his mind began instinctively downplaying her presence. He would tell himself to stare right at her, only to snap out of it and realize his gaze had already drifted away. Don't mention it, consider it a little gift for our first meeting. Come with me. I've plenty of other good things I think you'll find interesting. In the blink of an eye 3 days slipped by. Inside a heavily guarded U.S. military base. Emil Blonsky stood bare-chested, eyes blazing as he studied the frail figure in the mirror. His arms were thin, his torso so wasted it looked as if his muscles had atrophied, bones clearly outlined beneath the skin. Nothing about him resembled a battle-hardened super soldier. He simply looked too weak. Yet Blonsky knew he had never felt this powerful. He could sense a volcano about to erupt inside him, explosive strength surged wildly through every limb. Slowly a wild, savage grin spread across his face. At last, he had gained the power he'd always craved. And it was far greater than he'd ever imagined. Bruce Banner, hey, what an intoxicating force. Blonsky laughed, the sound echoing through the empty room. Now that power no longer belongs to you alone. Ha ha ha. The laughter cut off abruptly, his expression turning cold. Perfection like this should belong to one man only. And that weakling Bruce Banner was unworthy of it. Bruce, I'll find you, he told his reflection, enunciating every word. This time I'll kill you myself. Bruce Banner kept trying to rid himself of the Hulk, while Blonsky had always coveted that strength. Banner's disdain for power felt like an insult, stoking Blonsky's rage. So he would kill Bruce Banner. For now, though, the man had vanished into some hole. Blonsky couldn't reach him and therefore couldn't kill him. He wasn't worried. General Ross had been hunting Bruce Banner relentlessly. He trusted that General Ross would soon bring him good news. Sure enough, the expected call came. The military headset on the table crackled with static. This is Joss calling Major Emil Blonsky, do you copy? Copy that. Blonsky snatched the headset, voice steady and strong. Target located. Report to the airfield at once, operation is a go. Understood. I'm on my way. His reply was crisp and without waste. A feverish excitement flashed across his rough features, like a wolf that had caught the scent of blood. Bruce Banner, let's see where you run this time. Meanwhile, atop Stark Tower in bustling New York. Tony Stark, the billionaire who had just told the world he was Iron Man, had yet to realize the arc reactor in his chest was quietly poisoning him. He was reveling in the thrill of being Iron Man, saving the world, and showing off. The only thing that dented his ego was that Shooting Fei had stolen every headline meant for him. Though he'd fought back with high-profile stunts and reclaimed some media space, he was still outshone by the mysterious Easterner. What infuriated him most was that the man almost never appeared in public yet effortlessly stole the spotlight. Outrageous. Sir, perhaps you should look at this, Jarvis's polished English voice echoed through the room. The lights dimmed and a hidden projector threw a live feed onto the wall. Two enormous green behemoths were battling through crowded city streets, every move devastating. Cars weighing a ton or more looked like toy models in their giant hands, tossed aside effortlessly. A casual stomp spider webbed solid concrete. Surrounding towers were either pocked with holes or blazing, black smoke billowing sky high. The scene rang with thunderous destruction and the terrified screams of civilians. Jarvis, what the hell am I looking at? Tony Stark demanded, brow furrowed. Real-time footage, sir, Columbia University area, Manhattan. I mean those two jade green giants, what are they? Targets identified. One is Dr. Bruce Banner, MIT PhD with 7 doctorates, brilliant, though perhaps a notch below you, sir. The other is Major Emil Blonsky of the Army, under General Thaddeus Ross, who has been running a covert super soldier program. As Jarvis spoke, ID photos of the 3 men appeared on the wall. Banner and Blonsky, he didn't know either of them, but General Ross was a name Tony knew all too well. After all, before Stark Industries pivoted, arms dealing had been the company's core business. He'd crossed paths with that iron-fisted army powerbroker more than once. Truth be told, he loathed the stubborn old mule. Sir, preliminary assessment. Their clash has already killed or injured dozens on site, with projected economic losses climbing past $1 billion. Tony gave a silent nod, his face so dark it looked ready to drip water. Jarvis, initiate armor assembly. I'm going in personally. Moments later, a blazing red and gold streak shot from the pinnacle of Stark Tower like a meteor, arrowing toward Columbia University in Manhattan. Those 2 green behemoths, are they my targets? On the roof of another skyscraper, Mindy in her trademark hit girl outfit stood beside Shooting Fei, curiosity lacing her crisp voice. The black eye patch that once defined Hit Girl had been replaced by a pair of high-tech contact lenses Shooting Fei provided. Shooting Fei himself wore an identical set of black lenses, making his gaze look bottomless and inscrutable. Exactly. Lately, way too many people have been getting ideas about me. I need to give them a crystal clear message. I'm someone they can never afford to provoke. Mindy blinked, swept her gaze over the 2 prehistoric-looking monsters wrecking the city, then turned back, worried, to study the unruffled Shooting Fei beside her. You're really sure you can handle those 2? Watching the terrifying destruction the green giants unleashed, Mindy broke into a cold sweat for Shooting Fei. That simply wasn't human-level power. The heavy machine guns mounted on the attack helicopters could shred a man into mincemeat in seconds, yet the bullets poured onto the monsters couldn't even scuff their skin, only kicking up futile sparks. She couldn't imagine how Shooting Fei planned to fight creatures of that caliber. Of course. Have a little faith in me. Shooting Fei flashed her a grin full of certainty. As he spoke, his consciousness sank into his mind. System, purchase item, Super Speed, X-Men Quicksilver version. Purchase successful. $9.5 billion deducted. Myriad Heavens Mall System. Host, Shooting Fei. Age, 22. Race, human. Lifespan, 350. Money, $38.0 billion. Items, none. Abilities, planar teleportation, on cooldown, super self-healing and regeneration, cold weapon mastery, firearms mastery, super speed, X-Men Quicksilver version, Hulk transformation, perfect. The perfect Hulk serum had indeed given Shooting Fei greater strength and durability than even the Hulk or Abomination. But a crushing advantage? Not quite. Finishing those 2 quickly would still be a tad tricky. If he fought without caring about time, the last one standing would unquestionably be Shooting Fei. What he wanted, though, was to end the fight in the shortest time possible, preferably in a jaw-dropping, overwhelming fashion. Only that would deter every wannabe troublemaker. So he unhesitatingly slapped on a super speed buff. The Quicksilver of the X-Men film universe was leagues faster than the one in the main Marvel movies. After all, X-Men's Quicksilver could leisurely evacuate every mutant from Xavier's school in the split second an explosion went off, whereas Marvel's Quicksilver was taken out by a stray bullet. A total disgrace to the name Quicksilver. Naturally, Shooting Fei bought the strongest version. Of course, he drooled even more over the speed force of DC's Flash, but its price was astronomical, almost on par with the Superman serum. With his current funds he couldn't even scrape together the down payment. Settling for X-Men Quicksilver speed for now was more than enough. And X-Men Quicksilver speed was anything but settling. Compared to the Speed Force it was slower, yes, but against ordinary humans, and most superhumans, it was still a game-breaking level. Judging by X-Men, Days of Future Past alone, he easily exceeded 30 times the speed of sound, and that wasn't even his limit. Extreme speed paired with unrivaled strength, Shooting Fei had now unquestionably surpassed the top-tier superheroes of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Crushing Hulk and Abomination effortlessly was no longer an issue. So when are you making your move? If they keep this up, I figure all of Manhattan will be leveled. Mindy urged anxiously. No rush. It's not yet my perfect grand entrance. As he spoke, Shooting Fei slowly removed the non-prescription glasses from the bridge of his nose. Don't the heroes always show up in dazzling style at the very last moment? Shooting Fei turned, winked at Mindy, and smiled. He had already spotted a familiar red and gold figure streaking toward the battlefield at high speed. It was none other than Tony Stark in his Mark III armor, arriving in haste. High above, inside General Ross's command helicopter, the atmosphere was so tense it felt ready to drip. Ross was at his wits' end over Bronski's complete loss of control. Even as a lieutenant general, causing this scale of havoc in downtown Manhattan, a world-class metropolis, meant incoming headaches fierce enough to make his skull explode. Forced early retirement was entirely possible. This was Manhattan, not some barren back of beyond. Destruction on this scale here was pressure he absolutely could not withstand from all sides. He'd naively thought injecting Bronski with the serum to match Hulk's power would let him crush Bruce Banner in no time. Who could have predicted the operation to capture Banner would go off without a hitch? Only for Bronski himself to lose it. Consumed by hatred for Hulk, the man had morphed into an even more grotesque monster and begun a crazed rampage through the city. Openly demanding Hulk come out and fight to the death. Left unchecked, who knew how much of Manhattan Bronski would level? With no choice, Ross had released Bruce Banner, let him turn into Hulk to battle Bronski. Yet the clash of the two titans had only expanded the devastation without limit. And from the look of things, the fight wouldn't end anytime soon. Right now they seemed evenly matched, neither able to finish the other, the battle had deadlocked completely. This realization made General Ross's head ache even more. A battle that couldn't end quickly meant more and more property would be destroyed. And these astronomical losses would definitely be chalked up to him in the end. Just thinking about the terrible consequences made his scalp tingle. In a daze, he even saw the tragic scene of himself being dismissed from his post. General Ross was worried about his future, while his daughter Betty, beside him, was full of concern for Banner's safety, because from the looks of the battle, it seemed that the monster Bronski had a slight upper hand. General, an unknown target is approaching rapidly. What? The pilot's urgent report made General Ross suddenly stunned. Repeat, an unknown target is rapidly approaching us. No need to repeat, I already saw it. General Ross's mouth twitched violently, because the person he least wanted to see, Tony Stark, was currently hovering directly in front of their helicopter, wearing his flashy red and gold armor. General Ross, I never expected to see you here. By the way, those two big green darlings down there, they didn't escape from your lab, did they? I heard you've always had a soft spot for researching super soldiers. The mask clicked open, revealing Tony Stark's iconic, somewhat cynical face. His mouth, which could infuriate people to death, then uttered the most annoying words. General Ross. Mr. Stark, did you fly all the way here just to mock me? General Ross was both angry and helpless. Yet, every word Tony Stark said was true. And facing this guy, even he, a general with significant military power, couldn't do anything about him. Tony Stark was no ordinary super-rich individual. Even if he were a lieutenant general with real power in the army, he couldn't touch a single hair on Tony Stark's head. Of course not. In fact, I'm here to clean up the mess. After speaking, Tony's gaze lingered on Betty Ross with interest. I never thought I'd meet such a beautiful lady in a place like this. I wonder if I'll have the honor of inviting you to dinner after this is all over. Tony put on a smile he thought was devastatingly handsome. Unfortunately, Betty was completely unamused by his Playboy-style pickup line. Of course, before Betty could refuse, General Ross had already spoken first. Mr. Stark, Betty will not have any contact with a wild playboy like you, you'd best stay away from her. Sir, this Miss Betty is General Ross's daughter. Jarvis's voice also chimed in at Tony's ear, offering a friendly reminder. All right, it seems I'm out of luck. Well, time to get down to business. Tony paid no attention to General Ross's warning, and showed no sign of embarrassment, as his skin was as thick as a city wall. Mr. Stark, please, please don't hurt Banner. Betty couldn't help but plead. Don't worry, Miss Betty, your little boyfriend isn't that easily hurt. With that, Tony stopped talking nonsense. The mask clicked shut, and he transformed into a stream of red and gold light, diving straight towards the two green giants entangled in battle below. His speed was like lightning. Bang! A classic superhero three-point landing. Tony landed precisely between the Hulk and Abomination, kicking up a cloud of dust. His sudden intrusion immediately attracted the attention of the two behemoths. Hey, you two big guys, I think you might want to calm down and have a cup of tea or something, Tony's voice, processed by his armor, rang out. But what greeted him were two giant green palms, almost blocking out the sky, coming at him from both sides with whistling gusts of wind. Well, it seems you're not very keen on my peace proposal. Tony was quite confident in the Mark III armor's power system. This confidence meant he believed the armor's strength was considerable. So instead of dodging, he crossed his arms and met the attack head-on. But he severely underestimated the strength of the Hulk and Abomination. Their strengths were simply not on the same level. The moment metal and flesh collided, Tony was sent flying backward with a whoosh, like a baseball hit by a home run bat. He crashed through several walls, flew hundreds of meters, and finally slammed into the outer wall of a building with a rumble, buried under countless shattered stones and debris. A moment later, he pushed away the stones covering him with a clatter, and climbed out of the rubble, looking somewhat disheveled. Sir, armor damage is at 23%. Tony was momentarily unable to accept this cruel reality. Before, he had always been bullying. But the Hulk and Abomination directly gave him a vivid physics lesson, making him deeply realize what it means to be. Of course, the main thing was that he felt that scene was too embarrassing. He, the famous Iron Man, was actually slapped away by them. It probably didn't take more effort than swatting a fly. Especially when he noticed that after swatting him away, the two green guys actually resumed their fight as if he didn't matter at all, which greatly hurt Tony's pride. He was angry. So, he decided to teach those two rude big guys a profound lesson. Of course, this time Tony was smarter. He didn't foolishly rush up to engage them in close quarters combat. Instead, he planned to use his most proficient method, long-range suppressive fire. On the back of his armor, he was equipped with miniaturized. Although the warheads were smaller and the power was correspondingly reduced, they were more convenient to carry, and their power was still not to be underestimated. Click, the weapon bay on the back of the armor slid open, and 4 gleaming Jericho missiles were pushed out. Then, the thrusters ignited instantly, propelling the 4 missiles in a deadly arc, directly targeting the feet of the Hulk and Abomination. The missiles were incredibly fast, reaching their target almost in the blink of an eye. Boom, 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 boom. A series of deafening explosions instantly created a terrifying impact wave and a mushroom cloud of smoke and dust. The violent airflow even caused General Ross's helicopter, high in the air, to sway violently, emitting a grating metallic groan, looking like it could crash at any moment. Even though Tony's modified Jericho missiles had reduced power, their destructive force was still quite considerable. Although this was a city area. But there were no civilians in sight, so Tony naturally didn't need to have any scruples and could directly unleash such a powerful weapon. If there were innocent passers-by around, he would never do such a thing. After all, even the modified version of the Jericho missile was still incredibly powerful. In terms of pure destructive power and impact, it even surpassed ordinary tactical weapons. Even the thick-skinned Hulk and Abomination were both sent flying by the sudden, violent explosion, rolling several times on the ground. This result made Tony very satisfied. Finally, he got a bit of his dignity back. But before he could be happy for more than 3 seconds. The next second, a massive green figure, like a cannonball, charged towards Tony in midair, filled with endless rage. Fortunately, Tony reacted quickly, making an emergency dodge to the side, narrowly avoiding it. Jarvis, what just flew by? On the other side, Abomination's violent and angry roar came from the ground. You fool tin bug, I'm going to tear you to shreds. It turned out that the charging figure was none other than the thoroughly enraged abomination. Tony's actions had completely infuriated him. Although the modified Jericho missile didn't kill him, it did cause him real damage. He had been breached. However, his abnormal recovery ability was also quite powerful. Almost instantly, the wounds on his body began to steam and heal. But the fact that Tony had wounded him still made him feel an unprecedented anger. So he decided to let go of his old enemy, Banner, for now and prioritize dealing with Tony, this annoying. Looks like I've made you very angry, big guy. Tony hadn't finished speaking. A car, already smashed beyond recognition, suddenly flew past him from behind with a whoosh. This car was thrown by the Hulk. Clearly, he had not only angered Abomination, but even the Hulk, who was usually more prone to indiscriminate attacks, had been thoroughly provoked by him. Because he was facing away from the Hulk, Tony had no idea that Furthermore, he was currently suspended dozens of meters in the air, and he never imagined that a car could fly so high just to smash him. So, he was squarely hit by this. Boom. Falling straight down from dozens of meters in the air. Even with the armor's advanced shock absorption system protecting him, Tony was still shaken, seeing stars, and felt extremely unwell. When he finally came to his senses, he was horrified to find himself tightly clutched in Abomination's huge, veiny hand. You, little bug. As Abomination roared, enunciating each word, Tony also keenly sensed that the other party was gradually increasing the strength in his hand, and the armor emitted a groaning. Sir, structural damage to the armor is escalating. If no immediate action is taken, you may be crushed into a puddle of flesh in approximately 8 seconds, Jarvis's calm yet fatal voice echoed within the armor. Jarvis, are the shoulder-mounted micro-cannons still functional? Yes, sir. Then what the hell are you waiting for? Aim at this guy's eyes and blast him hard. Understood, sir. As Jarvis's words fell, the Mark III's shoulder. The next second, 2 high-energy laser beams accurately shot towards Abomination's eyes. Abomination had completely unexpected this sudden turn of events. So much so that he had no time to react. The shoulder cannon mercilessly blasted his face. The immense impact directly flung his head backward, causing him to stagger back several steps, and also making him instinctively release his grip on Tony Stark. As soon as he was free, Tony immediately thought of retreating. The two monsters' defenses were simply too exaggerated. The conventional weapons equipped on the Mark III couldn't inflict fatal damage on them. He needed to return to Stark Tower immediately to get some. So, after breaking free, Tony Stark immediately activated the flight system, intending to make a strategic retreat. But the result was, he couldn't fly. Sir, the flight system is severely damaged. If you insist on returning to Stark Tower, I personally recommend you take a taxi. Hearing Jarvis's somewhat playful suggestion, even Tony felt incredibly speechless and aggrieved at this moment. He didn't need to think to know that either the flight system was broken when he fell, or that fool Abomination crushed it. Mr. Stark, your situation doesn't look too good. Just then, a slightly teasing voice suddenly sounded beside him. Tony was startled. What's going on? Are there other people in this godforsaken place? He stiffly turned his head and immediately saw who was speaking. When he clearly saw the handsome face of the other person, Tony's expression was full of surprise, or rather, astonishment. Because he never dreamed he would see this guy here, in such a disheveled state. Is that you? The person was none other than Shooting Fei. It was this guy who, for some time, had stolen all the limelight that should have belonged to him, making Tony constantly resentful and quite displeased. But the two had never actually met. And this time, it was their first meeting as too popular. It seems, Mr. Stark, you recognize me. Is it because I stole your thunder, so you? What nonsense are you spouting, kid? You can steal my thunder. That's only temporary. Soon, the public will forget all about you. Tony immediately retorted, his words incredibly stubborn. It seems you admit it. Tony. When a person is anxious, their mouth tends to get out of control. I advise you to leave here immediately, it's very dangerous. Tony didn't want to waste any more words with Shooting Fei on this matter. You're the one who needs to leave now, Mr. Stark. I'm here to clean up this mess for you. Tony. Look over there. Shooting Fei pointed his chin towards Abomination. That big guy had shakily gotten back to his feet. Tony's attack on his eyes had indeed caused him significant damage. But his abnormal recovery ability had quickly restored his vision. And this pain had made him even more furious, more insane, and more dangerous. He's completely berserk. You can't stop him. So, you can, then. Tony Stark retorted with great displeasure. He hated it when others, especially someone who annoyed him, told him he. And this guy actually had the audacity to say he was here to clean up his mess. Since when did Tony Stark need someone else to clean up his mess? Of course. But I'll give you a piece of advice. You'd better stay far away from here, otherwise, if a fight breaks out, I won't have time to worry about you. What did you say? Tony Stark's expression instantly changed. This guy was even more arrogant than himself. But Shooting Fei had stopped paying attention to him. He grabbed the collar of his shirt with both hands and tore it apart with a. Immediately after, his body began to rapidly swell at a visible speed, muscles bulging, bones cracking. In a moment, he transformed into a dark green giant over 3.4 meters tall. Compared to the Hulk and Abomination, who were about 2.9 meters tall, Shooting Fei's transformed size was even more massive, his muscle lines were more exaggerated, and the sense of oppression radiating from him was even more suffocating. Shooting Fei's sudden transformation completely stunned Tony Stark, who was nearby, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. When Shooting Fei's eyes, flashing with a dangerous light, looked over, he even subconsciously took a step back. He would absolutely never admit that he had just been frightened by that look. Sir, perhaps you really should leave this place as soon as possible. Jarvis's voice rang out at the right time. I know, Jarvis, shut up. Tony growled in a mix of shame and anger. But his feet, very honestly, began to move, dragging the heavy armor as he retreated step by step. Because he knew very well in his heart that if he didn't leave now, once those three monsters started fighting, his precious armor would definitely be torn into a pile of scrap metal by the aftershocks. This was the first time since becoming Iron Man that he had suffered such a heavy blow. High in the sky, General Ross, who was also closely monitoring the situation below, was completely stunned. What's the situation now? Why did another monster pop up? Who can tell me who that guy is? Because they were on a helicopter and the distance was too far, General Ross and the others had no idea that this newly appeared, larger green monster was none other than the recently prominent new super billionaire, Shooting Fei. General Ross, I have some very bad news to report to you. Just then, the pilot's nervous voice rang out. What is it? General Ross roared irritably. News helicopters from ABC and CBS are heading our way, and they're about to arrive. Upon hearing this, General Ross's face instantly turned darker than the bottom of a pot. Bronski's sudden loss of control was something he hadn't expected, and what he expected even less was that things would evolve into such a mess. The battle was taking too long to conclude, and looking at the situation, the range of the battlefield's impact would only get wider and wider. This also meant that the responsibility he would have to bear would become heavier and heavier. Once the situation here was broadcast live by the news media and the people of the United States learned that this catastrophe was caused by him, he wouldn't necessarily be forced into retirement, but his power would definitely be drastically cut, and the super soldier program he had been secretly pushing would inevitably be forced to terminate completely. For the ambitious him, this was definitely not good news. But he had no right to stop the TV station reporters from entering. Those fool guys were coming in helicopters, he couldn't exactly order his armed helicopters to turn their guns and blast them out of the sky, could he? On the ground, Shooting Fei also noticed the two helicopters with TV station logos flying rapidly toward them from the distant horizon. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly in an imperceptible arc. Very good, everything was going according to his plan. The audience had arrived. Next, he would end the battle quickly in the most shocking way possible, demonstrating his unparalleled power to the whole world. Thinking of this, he cast his cold gaze upon the Hulk and Abomination. The former was standing about 30 meters away from him, his eyes, which possessed the intelligence of a child, filled with a hint of curiosity and caution as he sized up this peer. Meanwhile, Abomination was staring fixedly at Tony Stark, who was limping out of the battlefield, his eyes filled with undisguised murderous intent and cruelty. Unlike the Hulk, whose current dominant consciousness was closer to animal instinct. After Bronski turned into Abomination, his subjective consciousness was still controlled by Bronski himself, but due to the expansion of power and the side effects of the serum, his personality had become more crazed and violent. He knew very well that the tin can had just attacked him. For anyone who dared to attack him, he naturally wouldn't let them off easily. But Shooting Fei didn't give him the chance at all. Shooting Fei's massive frame suddenly crouched low, and in the next second, he vanished from the spot like a ghost, appearing directly in front of Abomination. Because of the huge difference in size, Shooting Fei's palm was even a circle larger than Abomination's entire head. He grabbed the latter's skull with extraordinary ease. Because it all happened so fast that Abomination's head, clouded by anger, didn't react at all. By the time he came to his senses, his head was being held firmly by Shooting Fei and then slammed ruthlessly into the ground in an extremely humiliating posture. Crash! Shooting Fei was using Abomination's head like a plow, dragging him in a frantic sprint across the hard concrete ground. A long, thick, and terrifying trench was plowed into the ground, with gravel flying and dust rising everywhere. If one looked closely, they could even see specks of green blood in that hideous trench. By the time Shooting Fei stopped and casually tossed Abomination away, that arrogant monster had a corner of its head literally ground away, a bloody and mangled mess, too gruesome to look at. This brutal and bloody scene directly stunned everyone around. But this was far from over. Shooting Fei grabbed Abomination, who hadn't yet recovered from the excruciating pain, and threw him forcefully toward the sky. In the next second, he himself kicked off the ground with both legs, soaring into the sky like a rocket. Because the force was so immense, the ground beneath his feet was directly shattered into a bottomless crater by the reaction force. A moment later, Abomination's massive body fell from the sky like a meteorite, smashing a huge crater into the ground. And Shooting Fei's figure followed closely behind, falling at an even faster speed. Boom! A loud explosion that felt like it could tear one's eardrums. Centered on the impact point, the surrounding area for hundreds of meters shook violently, as if an earthquake had arrived. The crater, which originally had a radius of only 3 or 4 meters, instantly expanded outward into a terrifying giant pit over 10 meters in diameter and 7 or 8 meters deep. And in the very center of the giant pit was Shooting Fei's tall figure, like a demon god. His massive foot was currently stepping firmly on Abomination's chest. If one looked closely, they could see that Abomination's chest had completely collapsed, forming a shocking hollow. His head hung limply, his pupils dilated, he looked as if he were completely dead. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. It also left the millions of viewers watching the TV station's emergency broadcast speechless with shock. Aside from anything else, just that terrifying pit over 10 meters in diameter would be impossible to create without using strategic heavy weapons. Was that really a power that a human could possess? What kind of monster could have such world-destroying power? Not far away, the Hulk also saw this heart-stopping scene in its entirety. As Shooting Fei expressionlessly dragged Abomination's limp corpse out of the deep pit step by step. His cold gaze casually swept over the Hulk. The latter's wild body shuddered violently, and without hesitation, he chose to turn around and run away frantically. His figure flickered a few times before completely merging into the night, nowhere to be found. Bruce Banner. On the helicopter, Betty Brant watched this scene with her heart tightening suddenly, worry coiling around her like vines. But her father, General Ross, let out a long sigh of relief, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. The biggest stone in his heart had finally landed. As for that kid Bruce Banner, he glanced at his daughter, a faint cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He was certain that as long as Betty was around, Bruce Banner would eventually deliver himself to his doorstep. Land the helicopter, General Ross turned and gave the pilot an instruction in an unquestionable tone. But, General, the pilot's voice trembled slightly, down there, there's still a monster. General Ross snorted coldly, his eyes sharp as knives. If he really wanted to make a move on us, do you think hiding in this tin can would be of any use? That one sentence left the pilot speechless. He immediately shut his mouth, no longer arguing in vain, and skillfully controlled the helicopter to slowly descend toward the mess of a battlefield below. Not far away, the helicopters from ABC and CBS made the same move, with reporters excitedly urging their pilots to descend. Of course, their onboard camera lenses were locked onto the man named Shooting Fei from beginning to end, as if drawn by a magnet. In the shadows far away, Tony Stark, encased in his battle-damaged Mark III armor, looked at this dramatic scene, a sense of helpless amusement rising in his heart. He just wanted to grease his feet and slip away now. But, the flight system had been wrecked by those two monsters. Although the power system was still humming, his flashy red and gold armor was too eye-catching. Trying to slip away quietly under the gaze of thousands was simply a fantasy. Slipping away under this kind of spotlight would be equivalent to admitting to the whole world that he was a loser who had been beaten down. He, Tony Stark, didn't have the word failure in his dictionary. Of course, besides the frustration, the shock Shooting Fei brought him was like a tidal wave. From the moment that man made his move to the abrupt end of the battle, the whole process took less than half a minute. Though the time was short, the world-destroying combat power Shooting Fei displayed cast a shadow on his heart that was too thick to disperse. Based on that destructive power just now, he had no doubt that the man could easily crush his proud armor into a pile of scrap metal like crushing a soda can. This made him instantly decide, unless absolutely necessary, he must keep a safe distance from that guy named Shooting Fei. God knows if that guy was a controllable nuclear warhead. Once he lost control and went on a rampage, with that terrifying destructive power, it would definitely be a global disaster. Seeing the TV station's helicopter land steadily, Shooting Fei took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging, boundless power within his body. His massive body, which was originally over 3 meters tall and radiated a suffocating sense of oppression, rapidly shrank like a deflated balloon. The muscle fibers made a faint crackling sound. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his normal human form. However, even in his normal state, his smooth and robust muscle lines, like an ancient Greek sculpture, were enough to make any man envious. It wasn't until then that the TV station people's eyes widened, as if they had discovered a new continent. The other monster, who had just crushed the Green Giant with a single punch and kick, was actually the recently famous founder of Miracle Pharmaceutical Company, Shooting Fei. My God. This was definitely the headline of the year. It was explosive news that would make the entire journalism world erupt. In an instant, the faces of countless United States citizens watching the live broadcast simultaneously showed expressions of shock as if they had seen a ghost. Those few reporters, after seeing Shooting Fei's excessively handsome face clearly, were like sharks smelling blood. They rushed toward Shooting Fei's direction almost immediately. Originally, a trace of fear of the monster remained in their hearts. But when they recognized that this monster was actually the newly risen super billionaire, all their worries vanished instantly. What a joke. Shooting Fei was, after all, a well-known public figure, a super tycoon as wealthy as a nation. In their subconscious, someone with such status and position would never lose control easily, let alone hurt them in front of the camera. Moreover, this was first-hand exclusive news. If they didn't rush up now to seize the opportunity, were they going to hand over this enormous credit to someone else? Hello, Mr. Shu. I'm Lucy, a reporter from ABC. May I conduct a brief interview with you? Mr. Shu. Hello. I'm Kyle from CBS. Regarding everything that just happened, could you please talk about it? Two female reporters with exquisite makeup and hot figures took the lead, rushing in front of Shooting Fei and competing to hand him microphones printed with their station logos. Behind them, the cameramen followed, panting under their heavy equipment, their lenses locked onto Shooting Fei's face, not wanting to miss a single pore. Of course, no problem. Shooting Fei spread his hands easily, a smile as warm as a spring breeze blossoming on his face. Coupled with his already handsome and striking face, this smile instantly maxed out his approachability. At least for the people present, because of this smile, their heartstrings, which had been tight with fear, quietly relaxed a lot. Excuse me, as a super billionaire with a high net worth, why do you happen to be here at this time? ABC reporter Lucy grabbed the first questioning right, speaking rapidly. Also, just now, you turned into a giant over 3 meters tall. How did you do that? Are you a descendant of the legendary giant race? My appearance here is purely coincidental. I just happened to be taking a walk on the streets of Manhattan. Shooting Fei lied without blushing or his heart skipping a beat. Of course, he wouldn't say he had specifically come at this exact time. As for why I can become so massive. He paused, keeping them in suspense. It's not because I'm from some giant race. Actually, it's the result of a superhuman program that our Miracle Pharmaceutical Company is secretly conducting. As for more details, I have no comment for the time being. Then why did you choose to step forward? Although your performance just now could be described as invincible, weren't you afraid of any accidents when facing such a monster? CBS reporter Kyle followed up immediately. As someone living in the United States, I sincerely hope this land can become better and better. Shooting Fei looked directly into the camera, his gaze sincere and his voice powerful and resounding. Encountering such a situation, as long as I have the ability, I will never choose to stand by and watch. With great power comes great responsibility. Honestly, if he hadn't exchanged for an Oscar-level acting skill from the system beforehand, Shooting Fei felt he would have definitely burst out laughing when saying these words. Fortunately, an Oscar-level actor is an Oscar-level actor. Even though these words made him feel a bit nauseous, he still wore that compassionate and righteous expression on his face, without revealing the slightest flaw. With great power comes great responsibility. Inside the iron armor not far away, Tony Stark's mouth twitched violently. He could be 100% sure that this guy Shooting Fei was doing it on purpose. He even seriously suspected that this guy's appearance here was a meticulously planned performance from start to finish. However, it was undeniable that Shooting Fei had indeed saved his life. If this mysterious man hadn't appeared out of nowhere, he, with his flight system scrapped, might not have made it out alive facing the siege of those two monsters. Tony. In the distance, the roar of an engine approached, and a black car came to a steady stop in front of Tony Stark. The car door opened, and a familiar figure quickly stepped out. The person was none other than his personal bodyguard and driver, Happy. He had come specifically to pick up his boss and take him home. After all, with the flight function of the Mark armor broken, the owner of Stark Industries couldn't exactly walk back in a suit of scrap metal. You look quite pathetic. Happy looked at Tony's scarred Mark armor, which was sparking in several places, and spoke heartlessly. Tony's face instantly darkened. This guy really knew how to pick at a sore spot. However, he and Happy were not only superior and subordinate but also friends of many years, so he didn't take this little bit of teasing to heart. He irritably pulled open the car door and plopped inside. Drive, now. I don't want to stay here for another second. Right now, those fly-like reporters were swarming around Shooting Fei. But it wouldn't be long before they squeezed all the news out of Shooting Fei and pounced on him like mad dogs. He had to take advantage of this gap and make his escape. However, his wishful thinking ultimately fell through. Because a reporter's sense of smell was even more sensitive than a hound's. Mr. Stark. I'm a reporter from ABC TV station. May I interview you? Regarding what you just. Shooting Fei watched this chaotic scene with interest, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth, saying nothing. After the bodyguards he sent to meet him forcibly separated the swarming reporters. He calmly got into his private car. With the low growl of the engine, the luxury car sped away. As for the mess left behind. Anyway, this riot wasn't his doing, so naturally, there were people responsible for cleaning up the aftermath. Whoever caused the trouble should deal with the headache. SHIELD. Headquarters. Director Nick Fury was sitting with his legs crossed, his one eye fixed on the screen showing Shooting Fei's interview. With one hand supporting his chin, a calculating light flickered in his deep gaze, as if he were weighing something. The Avengers Initiative, this idea had been circling in his mind for a long time. But he had been struggling to find suitable candidates. With Tony Stark's high-profile announcement that he was Iron Man and his creation of the indestructible Mark armor, Nick Fury's dormant thoughts were activated once again. After all, to form a superhero organization, the members had to be top-tier combatants who could hold their own. Although Hawkeye and Black Widow under him were top agents with extraordinary skills, they were ultimately just ordinary humans of flesh and blood, with a clear upper limit to their combat power. But Tony Stark was completely different. With his Mark armor, he was a mobile aerial fortress, with extremely formidable combat power. Therefore, Tony Stark naturally became his #1 recruitment target for the Avengers. But so far, he hadn't formally contacted Tony Stark. Because that guy's flamboyant and self-centered personality made him feel that Tony wasn't mature or stable enough, and was far from suitable to join the Avengers right now. Let alone becoming the leader of this alliance. It could only be said that Tony was his temporary primary target, a candidate under observation. Moreover, recruiting Tony Stark himself was by no means an easy task. Tony's status was too special. He was not only a top genius scientist but also a super tycoon with wealth rivaling nations. Facing such a person, the bargaining chips Nick Fury had were pitifully few. Unless Tony joined of his own free will. As it turned out, before he could even launch an offensive on Tony Stark. Now, an even more troublesome Shooting Fei had appeared out of thin air. Shooting Fei and Tony Stark were strikingly similar in some ways. Both were once-in-a-generation geniuses, at least Shooting Fei's achievements in the biomedical field were definitely those of a genius among geniuses. Both were filthy rich. The first month's revenue report for Miracle Pharmaceutical Company had already come out, and the numbers on it were simply appalling. Its future profitability would only become more terrifying. Therefore, Shooting Faye's personal wealth would soon accumulate to a point that an ordinary person wouldn't even dare to imagine in their dreams. And such people were extremely difficult to recruit. Finally, and most importantly, was Shooting Faye's unfathomable strength. Just through the live video, one could preliminarily judge how terrifying Shooting Faye's destructive power was. Whether it was pure strength, insane defense, or ghost-like speed, Shooting Faye was completely beyond the human realm. Even if his trump card, Captain Marvel Carol Danvers, were to arrive in person, Nick Fury wouldn't dare guarantee she would definitely win against Shooting Faye. And there was one more troublesome point: Shooting Faye's identity. He was not only of Asian descent but also not a citizen of the United States. The difficulty of recruiting such a tiger was simply at a hellish level. Dealing with Tony Stark, he at least held one or two chips, though they weren't heavy. But facing Shooting Faye, he was truly empty-handed, unable to find anything that could attract the other party. Don't be fooled by Shooting Faye's righteous shouting of, "With great power comes great responsibility," on the live TV broadcast and naively think he's a saint. Nick Fury preferred to believe that it was just a perfect persona Shooting Faye had carefully crafted for himself. Even Shooting Faye's appearance in Manhattan at this sensitive time seemed to him very likely a part of Shooting Faye's entire plan. As for the purpose, it was naturally to beat the mountain to shake the tiger, warning those jackals who harbored ill intentions toward him and his company. After the first month's revenue report of Miracle Pharmaceutical Company came out, the astronomical profits were enough to make capital all over the world go crazy. There were definitely many people eyeing Miracle Pharmaceutical Company. Even Nick Fury himself had previously considered whether to skim some grease off this fat piece of meat that was Miracle Pharmaceutical Company. Money moves the heart. It has been so since ancient times. Miracle Pharmaceutical Company was less a money tree and more a money printing machine that openly snatched money. It was hard for anyone to remain calm in the face of such overwhelming wealth. And Shooting Faye precisely chose this moment to reveal his powerful strength, which was enough to rival an army, in the most shocking and direct way. The warning intent was simply too obvious. This guy is truly a genius at seizing opportunities. Nick Fury turned off the TV, the screen went dark, he sat up straight, and a sharp light flashed in his one eye. General Ross had been secretly working on his illegal, super soldier, project, and he was well aware of it. Including the accident Bruce Banner had during the experiment, he knew everything. He had been watching silently in the shadows because he was waiting for the day Ross succeeded, and then he would find a way to get a piece of this big cake. Unfortunately, Ross didn't fully succeed. Or rather, he only succeeded halfway. That monster, Abomination, was a complete failure, only a semi-finished product. No matter how powerful a weapon is, if it cannot be effectively controlled, releasing it is equivalent to suicide. As a weapon, Abomination was a failure, so Ross only succeeded halfway. But who would have thought that the one who ultimately reaped the greatest benefit would be Shooting Faye, an outsider? It had to be said that this young man's ability to seize opportunities was truly terrifying. At the same time, he also instantly understood why the agents sent to penetrate Miracle Pharmaceutical Company had disappeared one by one like stones sinking into the ocean, without a trace. They were probably dealt with by Shooting Faye long ago in some unknown way. Tony's intelligent butler, Jarvis, was only a rudimentary super AI. Before Tony gave it a major upgrade, its firewall was actually full of holes. If Nick Fury wanted to, hacking into Jarvis's database wouldn't be difficult. But he had never successfully intruded into the database of Shooting Faye's company. Every attempt was blocked by an invisible wall. What did this mean? This meant that Shooting Faye held a super AI in his hands that was more advanced and powerful than Jarvis. After repeatedly calculating in his mind for a long time, Nick Fury decided not to take the initiative to contact Shooting Faye for the time being. That guy was an out-and-out smart person. And smart people often represent being extremely difficult to control, not to mention that Shooting Faye's background was so special. Better not to ask for trouble and create problems for himself. On Tony's side, however, it was time to speed up the progress and win him over to his side. However, the value of the chips he currently held had not yet reached its peak, which was not good news for Nick Fury. On the other side, Shooting Faye had returned to his luxurious beachfront villa in Long Island. Returning with him was the little girl in purple, Mindy. I really didn't expect you to be so amazing. That big monster was just killed by you. Mindy looked up, her large eyes filled with admiration and curiosity. Shooting Fei shook his head, a faint smile on his lips. I didn't kill him. Shooting Fei didn't deliver a fatal blow to Abomination. Although that guy stopped moving on the ground in the end, in reality, with the insane recovery power of the gamma rays in that monster's body, he wasn't dead at all. Even for the current Shooting Fei, completely wiping out Abomination's existence wasn't that simple. At least, it would take a considerable amount of effort. So, Shooting Fei just knocked him unconscious. With Abomination's cockroach-like recovery power, give him half a day, and he'd be able to stand up again, alive and well. Why not eliminate the future trouble? The reason was simple: it was too much of a waste of time. Moreover, it didn't align with his original intention for this high-profile debut. What he wanted was to defeat Abomination in an absolutely crushing manner, with unstoppable force, in front of the whole world, rather than wasting time with a thick-skinned sandbag. He wanted to establish authority, not to commit slaughter. In the original movie, even the enraged Hulk couldn't completely kill Abomination, only beating him into a coma. Shooting Fei naturally wouldn't do something so unnecessary and thankless. As for whether that guy would come back for revenge after recovering. Hey, after being taken back by the military this time, let's see if he can escape from the laboratory first. The only end for this big guy upon his return would be to become a high-level experimental subject, a lab rat, to be sliced and studied. Even if General Ross were forced to step down due to this major blunder, those who took over his work would never easily give up on Abomination, such a powerful weapon of war. After all, even if it was a failure, the immense strength it displayed was something no one could ignore. Those high and mighty big shots wouldn't just throw away this semi-finished product like trash. However, these subsequent messes had nothing to do with Shooting Fei. Because his goal had been successfully achieved. Next, he could finally be a wealthy man in peace and make money properly. As long as those who coveted his wealth weren't brain dead, they should know that it's best not to provoke him again. But my goal has been achieved. Shooting Fei changed the subject. By the way, I've found news about your father. However, his current situation is not very good. The plotline of Kick-Ass hadn't officially started yet. But not long ago, Mindy's father, Damon McReady, went on a long trip at the invitation of an old friend. As a result, he hadn't returned yet, and no one answered the phone. The young girl was worried that something had happened to her dad, so she came to ask Shooting Fei for help in investigating her father's whereabouts. Where is he now? Mindy's breathing instantly quickened. He was captured by a group of drug dealers, and his current situation is very dire. If no one goes to save him, I'm afraid you might never see him again. Hearing this, Mindy's small face instantly turned pale, and her fists clenched involuntarily. Where is he? I'm going to save him right now. Shooting Fei unhurriedly handed her an exquisitely designed wireless earpiece. Put it on. My AI, Michael, will assist you throughout. Also, I've prepared a gift for you in the garage. I think you'll like it. Mindy didn't hesitate for a moment. Upon hearing that her father was in danger, she wished she could grow wings and fly there immediately. She had no time to waste. As for asking Shooting Fei to go and save her father, she felt it was completely unnecessary. Because now, she was also very strong. She hurried to the garage. Soon, Mindy saw the gift Shooting Fei mentioned. It was a heavy motorcycle, completely black and incredibly cool, with smooth yet powerful lines. It looked a bit like Batman's Batpod, full of futuristic sci-fi flavor. A brilliant smile instantly blossomed on Mindy's face. She absolutely loved this gift. And right now, she indeed urgently needed such a powerful vehicle. The key to the motorcycle was already in the ignition. Mindy flipped onto it without hesitation and twisted the throttle. With a low and wild roar of the engine, the motorcycle dashed out of Shooting Fei's villa like a bolt of black lightning. Shooting Fei wasn't worried about Mindy's safety in the slightest. He also firmly believed that with her current strength, saving her father was more than enough. Because Shooting Fei had already equipped her with top-tier luxury gear. What she was wearing was a form-fitting bulletproof suit made of advanced nanomaterials, capable of taking a direct hit from a rocket and remaining unharmed. Even her head was under the full protection of nano armor. What she held in her hands were powerful firearms that had been specially modified and had infinite ammunition. Tucked into her waist were a butterfly knife made of secondary adamantium alloy and a katana made of the same material, which could cut through iron like butter. Additionally, she had already been injected with a perfect version of the super soldier serum. It was no exaggeration to say that even if Mindy were thrown into the future Avengers, her overall combat power would at least rank in the upper middle range. Letting her deal with a group of ordinary drug dealers was simply like slicing through them like melons and vegetables, easy and pleasant. Compared to those superpowers that could destroy the world at every turn, this equipment was actually very cheap in the system mall. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Marvel. Start by buying Professor X's telepathic abilities. Part 2. It hardly cost Shooting Faye anything. Of course, the reason Shooting Faye was so generous to Hit Girl was that he saw the father-daughter team of Big Daddy and Hit Girl as rare, useful talent. He had already decided to recruit this violence-loving, crime-hating pair under his banner. For instance, they could be sent after New York's underground emperor, Kingpin. His main task right now was still making money. He had neither the free time nor the inclination to personally trade fire with gangsters. Leaving such dirty, tiresome work to the father-daughter duo was perfect. Facts proved Shooting Faye's judgment was spot on. In less than 90 minutes he received a victory report from AI Michael. Mindy had already wiped out the Russian mob stronghold that had kidnapped Big Daddy. More than 60 gangsters, nearly half of them armed thugs, had all died under Mindy's blades and bullets. Not a single survivor. Right now the two of them were on their way back. Half an hour later, in the living room of the villa, Shooting Faye met the unharmed Mindy and her father, Damon. Damon was inwardly shocked. He never imagined that after being away only a few days his daughter had hooked up with a newly risen super tycoon. The earth-shaking change in Mindy herself was even more incomprehensible. Even though Mindy had trained under him since childhood, she was still objectively a 13 or 14-year-old girl. In raw strength she had an innate, huge disadvantage. Yet now Mindy could easily lift a compact car, and she didn't even look strained. Outrageous. The source of it all pointed to the young man before him, Shooting Faye. He had suspected Shooting Faye might have ulterior motives, but on the drive back he used the car's network to dig deep into Shooting Faye's background. In the end he concluded that there was nothing on the father-daughter pair worth scheming over for someone of Shooting Faye's stature. He had simply overthought. Mr. Shu, pleased to meet you, Damon said, polite and respectful. Not only because of Shooting Faye's status, but because of the enormous help he had given Mindy. Although Mindy had personally rescued him, the real force behind it was Shooting Faye. It was Shooting Faye who had pinpointed the exact location where he was being held. Otherwise, Mindy alone would have been searching for a needle in a haystack. Thank you for looking after Mindy, and for saving my life. Damon had suffered no real injuries. The drug dealers hadn't had time to torture him before Mindy arrived. So apart from looking disheveled, he was in good spirits. No need for thanks. Mr. Damon, would you be interested in working for me? Damon was taken aback. You saved my life, I shouldn't refuse. But, you're in the pharmaceutical industry. I don't see how I could help. Relax. I'm inviting you to keep doing your day job. Shooting Faye smiled. Keep playing your superhero and hitting drug dealers and criminals. You're familiar with Captain America, right? Damon nodded instinctively. Who in the United States wouldn't know that name? Then you've heard of the super soldier serum. Damon nodded again. As he did, he seemed to remember something and turned to stare at his daughter. You mean? Exactly. Shooting Faye confirmed it. Mindy has already been injected with the super soldier serum, an even more perfect version than the one Captain America used. In this world, only I can produce it. Seeing Damon's expression, Shooting Faye knew he had figured out why Mindy had become so powerful. If it was the legendary super soldier serum, everything made sense. Even today the US government is still trying to replicate that serum. But since its inventor, Howard Stark, died, no one has succeeded. I know you have a blood feud with the crime boss Frank D'Amico, so before you officially work for me, you can go deal with him. Since you put it that way, Mr. Shu, how could I refuse? Damon smiled wryly. Besides, Mindy really likes you. On the drive back his daughter hadn't stopped praising Shooting Faye. Clearly, despite knowing each other only a short time, she trusted and admired him greatly. Shooting Faye looked barely older, only 6 or 7 years older than Mindy. They were almost peers. Having such a powerful peer as a friend made Damon genuinely happy for his daughter. With revenge no longer a distant dream, his obsessive heart had softened. Then let me advance you part of your salary. As he spoke, Shooting Fei took a syringe glowing faint blue from a cabinet behind him and handed it to Damon. Inside was the perfect super soldier serum. The system mall priced it at $60 million US. Not cheap, but not expensive for the current Shooting Fei. Seeing the blue serum, Damon hesitated, then reached out with trembling hands and took it. Thank you. His voice was excited. This was the super soldier serum, the legendary miracle drug that could transform a person. No need, you've earned it. I've also prepared an arsenal full of good toys. Mindy knows the location, she'll take you. I think you'll like what's inside. Next, I'll be away for a while, about a month or two. After you finish your personal business, I should be back. Then see you in a month. Very well, Mr. Shu. Damon nodded solemnly, took Mindy's hand, and turned to leave. As they left, Mindy looked back and playfully winked at Shooting Fei, looking adorable. Shooting Fei smiled and waved, watching them go. It had been more than a month since he returned from the world of the Walking Dead. It was time to check on the situation there. The cooldown of planar teleportation could be shortened by spending money. This trip, Shooting Fei planned to throw in a huge sum to compress the cooldown of planar teleportation to almost nothing. Waiting half a month every time is simply too long and kills efficiency. Ideally, the cooldown should drop to once a day, the Walking Dead world. A month and a half had slipped by since Shooting Fei last departed. Thanks to the meticulous arrangements Shooting Fei made before leaving, the City of God stayed orderly even in his absence. Compared with the day he left, the City of God now has more survivors, an explosive increase, in fact. When Shooting Fei departed, only a little over 300 survivors called the City of God home. Now that number had rocketed past 2,000. All of them were newcomers who had trickled in during his absence, passed the vetting, and joined the city. More survivors meant more scavenger teams heading out to hunt for supplies. Naturally, the gold they hauled back soared as well. In barely a month away, Angel 1, the AI, had recycled an eye-watering 42 million ounces of gold. The scavengers had pretty much stripped every mid to large-sized city in the surrounding states, along with any private gold reserves. All of it was converted into the City of God's internal currency, God points. Those points were then spent on the mall's wares. After all, Shooting Fei's mall stocked not just magic potions that could boost strength but also drugs that could extend human life, items no one could afford without enough God points. Once people were sure of food and clothing, pursuing greater power and longer life became their next obsession. Everyone knew the world's gold was finite, the more you found now, the less remained for others later. So the scavengers rarely lingered after returning for rest, they resupplied and immediately set off again, heading farther each time. At first they could loot bank vaults in nearby cities for massive hauls, now they had to brave greater dangers and travel ever farther to bring anything back. It was this frantic, internal competition, among scavengers that had swollen Shooting Fei's gold reserves by 42 million ounces in just over a month. That was stupendous news for Shooting Fei. 42 million ounces of gold is no trifling sum. With gold trading at $1,820 an ounce. Those 42 million ounces were worth $76.4 billion. An enormous figure. Added to the balance already in his system account, his total assets instantly vaulted past the 100 billion mark. System, spend $20 billion and upgrade planar teleportation. Shooting Fei ordered without hesitation. Alert. $20 billion deducted from system fund pool. Congratulations, host, planar teleportation successfully upgraded. A string of icy system alerts exploded in Shooting Fei's mind like an electronic fanfare. Before his eyes, a ghost blue interface only he could see unfurled, data cascading like a waterfall. Myriad Heavens Mall System. Host, Shooting Fei. Age, 22. Race, human. Lifespan, 350. Balance, $97 billion. Items held, none. Abilities mastered, planar teleportation, 3-day cooldown, cash acceleration, super self-healing and regeneration, master of cold weapons, expert in firearms, faster than light, X-Men Quicksilver version, hulkification, perfect version. Planar teleportation's cooldown had plummeted from a maddening half-month to a mere 3 days. It wasn't the daily use dream, but Shooting Fei was more than satisfied. The corner of his mouth lifted in a faint smile. Those 20 billion were well spent. So, just 3 days to wait. 3 days, and a brand new world would unveil itself. Time slipped through his fingers like sand. He'd left enough supplies in that zombie-ravaged world to keep those survivors comfortable for a long while. With that done, Shooting Fei drew a deep breath and silently intoned. Activate planar teleportation. Gotham City. Night wrapped the city's sins and filth in a gentle, ink-black cloak. The air in a roadside shadow twisted, Shooting Fei's figure coalesced as if sprouting from the darkness. His toes touched the ground without a sound. Luckily, it was night. Under the dim street lamps, sparse pedestrians hurried along, collars pulled tight, too busy to notice an Asian youth stepping from an alley. Anyone whose peripheral vision caught him would only rub their eyes and blame long overtime for the hallucination. System, immediately exchange for telepathy Professor X movie version. Shooting Fei issued the command without hesitation. Purchase successful, $28 billion deducted from your account. Even in the cinematic universe, Professor Charles's telepathy cost more than the perfect serum that turned him into a green monster. Still, Shooting Fei felt the price made sense. Professor X's power is downright broken. The Hulk can trash a city, but in efficiency and stealth of killing, Professor X leaves him in the dust. A single thought can induce brain death in thousands, far more terrifying than any physical strike. Drop the movie version Professor X into the Avengers and he'd still stand at the apex. So the price felt fair. Shooting Fei splurged on it for one reason only, to harvest information in this unfamiliar world quickly and cleanly. The instant the purchase went through, a torrent of data flooded his mind, like the whispers of the entire world converging on him. Just then a slightly paunchy white man strolled past humming a tune. Shooting Fei casually reached out and tapped the man's shoulder. Hey buddy, watch it. Before the fellow could turn to see who it was, telepathy lashed out like an invisible tendril. The man's whole life, from first words to last night's pizza flavor, was read by Shooting Fei in 0.01 seconds. Gotham City, Batman. The memorial for Mayor Harvey Dent, Bruce Wayne's self-exile. With the Dent Act, Gotham's crime rate has fallen to historic lows. Shooting Fei digested the flood of information, eyes glinting. Looks like I've landed not in the main DC universe crowded with Superman and Wonder Woman, but in Christopher Nolan's Dark Knight Rises timeline. He quickly sorted everything out. In this world, there is the night-stalking vigilante, yet no steel-skinned visitor from Krypton. More importantly, the tone of this universe leans toward realism. True super-powered beings simply don't exist. Whether hero or villain, all are merely flesh and blood mortals at heart. Of course, this world's Batman, though human, holds an arsenal of tech that borders on black-level science. Brilliant beyond measure and richer than entire nations. According to the memory fragments he just read, the timeline now sits at the final act of the trilogy, The Dark Knight Rises. The former mayor of Gotham, Harvey Dent, half angel, half demon, was dead. Killed by Batman, at least in the public's eyes. Only a handful know the truth of Harvey Dent's fall. To most citizens he remains the heroic mayor who changed Gotham, while Batman is the murderer who slew that hero. After that night, Batman vanished without a trace. The world of The Dark Knight Rises. Not bad, a perfect place to make a fortune. A merchant's smile curved across Shooting Fei's lips. He preferred this modern metropolis, dark yet still governed by basic order, its currency system intact, to the Walker-ravaged world where civilization had collapsed. Here he could openly register a company, conduct business, let money breed money. Just as he had in the Marvel Universe, build a commercial empire and rake in cash hand over fist. No more scouring the globe like a scavenger for gold, jade, or other hard currency. That method paid well enough, but it wasn't sustainable. Running a company, on the other hand, could generate endless cash flow once it scaled, far more efficient than mining gold. This time Shooting Fei would again start with what he knew best, pharmaceuticals. Besides the 3 miracle drugs he'd launched in the Marvel Universe, he planned to add something even more potent. But first he needed a legal identity and a registered company. With telepathy now at his disposal, such trivia were child's play. He could effortlessly make clerks recall his complete file and stamp the seals without question. Minutes later, Miracle Pharmaceuticals was founded, with Shooting Fei listed as legal representative. For the moment it was only an empty shell. The urgent task was to sell product and build fame. Yet this wasn't the Marvel era where smartphones ruled. In this world's Gotham, Nokia bricks were still street standard, the internet wave had only just lapped the shore. Going viral through online marketing would be far harder than before. He needed a powerful distribution channel. The best choice was obvious: partner with Wayne Group. Wayne Group, Gotham City's undisputed commercial titan, a top-tier multinational even across the entire nation, with tentacles in every industry. Approaching them was the surest move. But business isn't charity. If he walked in cold, Wayne Group would demand a lion's share of the profits. And merchandise peddled on your knees never fetches a good price. Partnership. Yes, but not yet. The timing was wrong. Old Gotham. The air reeked of damp and rust. Aging buildings stood like silent elders. Shooting Fei entered an unremarkable boarding house, climbed creaking wooden stairs to the third floor, and stopped at a door. He straightened his collar and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. The dull thuds echoed jarringly through the silent corridor. Inside, Pamela Lillian Isley and Selina Kyle fell silent at once, bodies tensing. They exchanged a glance. Wariness and surprise flashed in their eyes. No one ever visited their hideout. Ghosts didn't even bother. Knock, knock, knock. When no answer came, the raps sounded again, unhurried, almost rhythmic. The women locked eyes once more. Selina gave Lillian a "stay calm" look and rose. She padded forward, feline graceful, hips swaying, every muscle coiled like a drawn bow. At the door she hesitated, peering through the spy hole. Outside stood a tall Asian man. He stood straight, hands folded, posture impeccable, a faint smile on his lips. Selina blinked, rifling through memory. A face that handsome she would never forget, her memory never failed. Conclusion. They had never met. Click. The lock turned. Selina cracked the door, letting her most heart-stopping smile bloom. Sir, whom are you looking for? She knew her deadliest weapon was not her agility but her beauty. I'm looking for Selina Kyle, Shooting Fei said, meeting her gaze through the gap. Meaning you. Surprise flickered across her eyes. Her smile deepened. But we haven't been introduced. No time like the present. Shooting Fei, from Greater Shaw. I'm here to discuss business. I know you control several unique channels. I want to use them to move some products. Trust me, the compensation will more than satisfy you. His words had barely landed when Selina scanned the corridor behind him. Confirming he was alone, she stepped aside. Come in. Inside, Shu's gaze settled on the other woman, Pamela Lillian Isley. The infamous poison ivy. Alas, in a world without powers she was merely a plant and botany expert. That's Lillian, my sister. Since you researched me, you already know her, Selina said. Shu nodded politely. Hey there, handsome. Rare to see such a fine Asian face, Lillian greeted, eyes roaming boldly. You're beautiful. Call me Shu. Unique surname, she remarked, gaze dropping to his clothes. A brand she didn't recognize. Surprising, given their line of work, few luxury labels escaped them. Yet she could tell at a glance the tailored suit cost a fortune. This man was loaded. Let's hear the deal, Selina cut in. What kind of hot goods do you want moved? Up front, my fee isn't cheap. It's nothing illicit, Shu replied, drawing a sleek white spray vial from his coat. This is what I want you to sell. Selina froze for a moment. She stepped forward, eyed the tiny vial suspiciously, then gracefully drew a pair of white silk gloves from the drawer and slipped them on before gingerly lifting the spray bottle. A line of small print was stamped on the side. Rapid recovery spray. She looked up at Shooting Fei, half amused and half exasperated. Don't tell me you're actually a drug dealer. What did this guy take her for, some salesgirl? She wasn't here to push products. Hello. She was a clever, elegant thief who specialized in robbing the rich. Exactly, you guessed right. Shooting Fei didn't deny it, he simply nodded. I'm definitely in the pharmaceutical trade. In the movies, no matter what priceless treasure Catwoman stole, she could unload it in record time, so fast the police never had a chance to react. That alone proved she had access to a mysterious, hugely powerful channel. After all, who else would dare to handle those astronomical hot goods? It meant her partners were formidable. Formidable meant the perfect collaborator. As for whether she was willing, Shooting Fei was absolutely confident. No one could refuse the miracle drug in his hand. Unless they weren't interested in money. But who in this world isn't interested in money? Even his system was money crazy, let alone people. If she didn't care about cash, why take the huge risk of fencing stolen goods? Sorry, I don't help people sell medicine. In an instant, Selena lost all interest in the so-called deal. How much profit could there possibly be in selling a little medicine? Even if she asked for a high commission, whether this shooting Faye would pay was another question. And whether the people behind her would even want the stuff was an even bigger question. Unless it was wartime or a special period, who couldn't get the drugs they wanted? Don't refuse so quickly, you haven't heard my finder's fee yet. Oh. Then how much can you pay to have me make the introduction? Selena wasn't annoyed, she smiled sweetly at Shooting Faye, curious to see what number he would pull out of thin air. You had to admit, Catwoman with Anne Hathaway's face, mature, romantic, beautiful, made those adjectives feel inadequate. Add that proud figure and she was a woman who radiated charm. Especially when she smiled, her eyes sparkled as if they could steal a man's soul. No wonder a single chance encounter left Bruce Wayne unable to forget her. Even Shooting Faye, used to beauties, felt a flutter in his heart. After all, he was a normal man. Facts proved that, for a gorgeous woman, beauty truly is an invincible weapon. Shooting Faye smiled and raised his right hand, spreading 5 fingers. 500,000. Selena ventured. Shooting Faye shook his head. 50,000. She guessed again, a teasing note in her voice. Think bigger. Could it be 5 million? For the first time her expression showed surprise. She'd stolen countless priceless items, but because they were hot, even moving them through channels only netted her 10 to 20% of the original price. That was already considered a high cut. And that was only because, given her looks, people were willing to pay a bit more. Anyone else would laugh for getting even 10%. Besides gold, jewelry and antiques were incredibly hard to launder and sell. No, Shooting Faye said, stressing each syllable, it's 50 million. US dollars. The smile on Selena's face froze, replaced by stunned disbelief. You couldn't blame her for losing composure. She might move in high circles and handle large sums, but 50 million US dollars was an astronomical figure she'd never dared imagine. Over the years she'd stolen goods worth hundreds of millions in total. But what actually landed in her own pocket wasn't much. The cash she'd handled, at most, was $20 or $30 million, already sky high. And most of that she'd donated away in various ways. She herself had spent very little. Of those tens of millions, she'd probably used only a few $100,000. After all, she had to buy gorgeous gowns to slip into high-end venues and pick her next target. The fact she still rented a crumbling flat in the old district proved her finances were pretty tight. 50 million US dollars wasn't just a large sum, it was a mountain of gold. For a moment she even suspected Shooting Faye was joking. He was only introducing a channel, how dare he ask for 50 million US dollars? Or was this guy just a blowhard who had no concept of how huge 50 million US dollars was or what it could accomplish in this city? Are you kidding me? Her voice was hoarse. Of course not. Maybe you still don't understand what kind of drug you're holding. Shooting Faye's absolute confidence made Selena start to believe him. Maybe we can run a small experiment. The words had barely left his mouth when. Bang! The door was violently shoved open and a burly white man, over 6 feet tall and in his 30s, stumbled in. Joseph. What are you doing here? Selena frowned and snapped. Clearly she knew the man, he lived upstairs. Because she and Lillian were pretty, he'd once tried something and she'd taught him such a lesson he'd never dared bother them again. Today, apparently, he'd grown bold enough to barge straight into her room. To her surprise, Joseph ignored her question. He walked straight to Shooting Faye and stood beside him, vacant-eyed, clearly not himself. Looks like our handsome friend here has done something to Joseph, Lillian's voice drifted over. Selena noticed Joseph's pupils were dilated and unfocused. Don't be alarmed, just a little hypnosis. As he spoke, Shooting Faye pulled a sharp dagger from his pocket. I can't possibly ask you two lovely ladies to take part in the experiment yourselves. Before the words faded, his wrist flicked and the blade slashed hard across Joseph's arm. SHHHK. The razor edge sliced easily through skin and muscle. A deep, bone-exposing gash opened on Joseph's forearm. Blood gushed like a fountain. Yet, eerily, apart from turning a shade paler, Joseph stood motionless like a puppet. The sight set every alarm bell ringing in Selena and Lillian. They silently labeled Shooting Faye extremely dangerous. The gash on Joseph's wrist was ghastly, bone glimmered through the torn flesh. Blood gushed as if it cost nothing. Shooting Faye's blade had severed the major artery with surgical precision. Without immediate surgery, the wound was fatal. While Selena and Lillian stared in bewilderment, Shooting Faye plucked the can of rapid recovery spray from Selena's hand. He gave the mangled flesh one light misting. What happened next left both women slack-jawed. The gaping, bone-deep laceration knit itself shut before their eyes. Lean in and you could see rosy granulation tissue racing to weave together. Selena and Lillian were frozen, minds blank. Had this been the superhero-saturated main DC universe, the spectacle might have passed without such shock. After all, if Superman could exist, a miracle elixir wasn't unthinkable. But here there were no aliens, no metas, almost no black tech, and what little existed sat locked away with Bruce Wayne. The sight shattered their understanding of reality. Within a few heartbeats, Joseph's once lethal injury had vanished. Both women wondered if they'd hallucinated. They stepped closer and, gloved fingers trembling, prodded the spot where the wound had been. The skin was flawless, not even a scar, nothing to hint at trauma. Even a bullet through the heart could be reversed, extract the slug, spray, and yank the patient back from death's door, provided they hadn't flatlined. Shooting Faye smiled at the stunned pair. So, do you think anyone would buy it? More than buy it, Selena breathed, awe thick in her voice. Every household will swear by it. Now I understand why you came to me. Brilliant, simply brilliant. Her praise covered both the drug itself and the ruthless, efficient route he'd chosen to market it. Then you'll introduce me to your partners. Of course, why wouldn't I? Selena beamed. I no longer doubt you can spare $50 million. She smiled lavishly at the prospect of such profit. Excellent. And if you ever tire of freelancing, I have an opening for a secretary, $20 million a year. I don't like leashes. Selena refused without hesitation. Fair enough, Shooting Faye said, refusing to press. If she won't, how about me? Lillian, poison ivy, cut in, eyes glinting shrewdly. I'd love playing secretary to a handsome boss. She was every inch as stunning as Selena, only a shade less magnetic. A touch of styling and she'd be devastating. More to the point, her mind was razor sharp, her cunning a match for Catwoman's. Never trust the harmless smile. You're hired if you want it. Shooting Faye's demands were simple. Relay orders, stand in at press briefings, nothing more. Operations he'd hand to a super AI. Marvel Universe experience had taught him, an algorithm ran a company better than any CEO. Give the command and it executed flawlessly. Odd jobs suited a secretary. Finance, too, could rest with the AI, eliminating embezzlement before it began. Then it's settled. Should I call you boss now? Lillian fluttered her lashes. Suit yourself, Shooting Faye shrugged. Selena moved aside to place a call. Once she stepped away, Shooting Faye waved Joseph off. The big man pivoted like an automaton and left, considerately shutting the door behind him. Upstairs, Joseph dropped onto his sofa, only then did his vacant eyes slowly refocus. Weird, a little dizzy, must have slept badly. Early night for me. Downstairs. Selena finished her call quickly. They're very interested, she said, stressing the word. Meeting today, need prep time. And they're no choir boys, she warned. Do I look like one? Shooting Faye countered. Selena studied him, chin in hand, then gave a slight nod. At least you look the part. Where? He asked. Did you drive? Downstairs. Let's go, you navigate. I should earn that 50 million somehow. After you, he said, heading out. Selena and Lillian exchanged glances and followed. Outside, a sleek silver supercar waited, brilliant against the blighted street. Nice, your ride's still here, Selena teased. Someone tried. They failed, Shooting Faye replied mildly. Neither woman probed the implication. Doors slammed, the engine snarled, and the silver streak vanished into Gotham's maze. Iceberg Lounge sat in Gotham City's busiest quarter. A singular venue. Owned by the notorious Penguin. To the public, a celebrated restaurant. In truth, a laundry for underworld cash. Bold and clever, Penguin had perfected hiding in plain sight. 3 floors below the dining room lay an opulent speakeasy. Cigar smoke curled with the bouquet of vintage wine. Tailored tycoons and scantily clad hostesses drank and laughed. At the center perched a man barely 4'6". Everyone orbited him. Immaculate black tailcoat, tall silk hat, and, indoors, an ebony umbrella, grotesque, commanding. He had a sharp, hooked nose and a deathly pale face, and with his bloated body he looked like a penguin blown up several sizes. His name was Oswald Chesterfield Cobblepot, but everyone who knew him was aware of his far more notorious identity, one of Gotham's underworld emperors, the Penguin. In Gotham, there are a handful of people no one dares to cross. Batman is one, the Joker is another, and the Penguin is right there with them. He controls nearly a third of Gotham's criminal underworld. He's not only wealthy but also extremely cunning, with a small army of hardened killers at his beck and call. Those who offend him rarely live to see the next day. Penguin, you actually believe that woman Selina? She's just a prettier than average thief, growled a thick-necked man, Burn Gorman, boss of the Burn Gang. In Gotham's underworld, he's a somebody. He partners with the Penguin, funneling all his dirty money through the Penguin's cleaners. It's safe, fast, and the cut is fair. He badmouths Selina for no other reason than he can't stand her. These crime lords know Selina all too well. After all, this is her favorite, gold grinder, the place she comes to have the Penguin launder her ill-gotten treasures. In this city of sin, if you want to turn piping hot loot into neat stacks of cold cash overnight, no one but the Penguin has the connections to make it happen. So Selina's silhouette, graceful as a night cat, flickers through these shadows again and again. Every man here knows that face that could topple empires better than his own reflection. She is the kind of beautiful that makes your skin itch. Even for these gangsters, who never lack for curvy, seductive arm candy. But the old saying holds, the unattainable is always what haunts you. Selina's wild, smoky allure is like a shot of hard liquor, burning their throats, setting their blood on fire. Yet this woman is no tame house cat. She's a wild rose full of thorns, radiating a, keep away, menace. Anyone reaching without caution will pull back a bloody hand. Because when a woman decides to be vicious, she can outdo any man with steel. None of them wants to wake up from a bender and find his manhood gone, left for the sewer rat's dinner. Burn Gorman learned that the hard way when he tried to curry favor with Selina and was shot down in front of everyone. Worse, he had no way to retaliate. Pressing the issue would only make the underworld laugh at him for being petty enough to lose face over a woman. Reputation, even for outlaws, can be dearer than life itself. That long-held resentment makes his opinion of Selina sink to rock bottom. Burn, cool it. We know exactly what Selina is. I trust her, she wouldn't joke about something this big. On the contrary, I'm very interested in the man she mentioned and the toy he's holding, the Penguin said, mouth twisting into a smile. But on his misshapen face the grin looked grotesque, like a slash across a clown mask. Who knows, we might even make a new friend. At those words the bosses around the table shifted. The air was thick with cigar smoke and expensive liquor, but no one dared challenge the Penguin's decision. Of course, whether friendship was possible depended on whether Selina's phone call boasts were true. They were gangsters, businessmen, blood-smelling sharks. The only word that made their eyes shine was profit. Bring them money and you're a sworn brother, cross them and, sorry, who are you? Get lost. In truth, this lavish party should have ended long ago. Yet not a single man had budged from his seat. All because of the mysterious call Selina had just made. If the woman was telling the truth, a golden road to riches lay wide open before them. Only an idiot would walk away now. Burn Gorman might cuss and claim he didn't believe a word. But his backside was glued to the chair as if rooted there. If the bet failed, all he lost was a bit of time and spit. But if it paid off, heaven dropped fortune, the kind you meet once in a lifetime. Only a madman would let that slip. We're here. With a soft squeal of tires, a sports car stopped, the keys were tossed to an eager valet. The doors opened and 3 people stepped out. Iceberg Lounge, Shooting Fay murmured, gazing at the building glowing coldly in Gotham's night. Surprise flickered through him, quickly replaced by understanding. Surprise that Selina had the nerve to bring him straight into the Penguin's lair. Understanding because, in all Gotham, where else could launder dirty money as efficiently as the underground emperor's own Iceberg Lounge? He should have realized sooner. In this city, who better to handle fencing and laundering than the top crime lord Penguin? Looks like you've heard of the place, Selina said, catching the knowing look on Shooting Fay's face, her red lips curving. Famous as thunder, first time inside, though. Then stick close, Selina replied, swaying ahead with feline grace. Her flawless face and willowy figure were pure walking pheromones. Every male gaze clung to her like glue. Beside her, Lillian was equally stunning. One wild, one cool, while the handsome, mysterious Shooting Fay completed a trio impossible to ignore. They crossed the dazzling restaurant floor and headed straight for the staff-only kitchen area. Sure enough, two muscle-bound giants barred their way like iron towers. I'm here for Cobblepot. We have an appointment, Selena said, voice flat, not even bothering to look up. The guard didn't move. Expressionless, he lifted a radio and muttered a confirmation. A moment later he lowered it, respect creeping into his tone. My apologies, ma'am. This way, please. The trio followed the guard to an unmarked door that concealed a private elevator of cold metal. The doors slid open soundlessly and the guard stepped inside first. Shooting Fei and the other two followed right behind. The burly man stretched out a thick finger and pressed the button for -3. The elevator began a swift, steady descent. Ding. After a brief moment of weightlessness, the doors slid open again, floor B3. The moment Shooting Fei's group stepped out, the hulking guard slammed the doors shut, cutting them off from the world above. As the elevator sealed, a line of black-clad men blocked their path, every kind of weapon in their hands. Their hawk-sharp eyes pinned the trio in place. The air reeked of gun oil and sweat, so thick it was hard to breathe. These were Penguin's elite enforcers. They studied the newcomers in silence, saying nothing, only parting to open a corridor deeper inside. The farther they went, the wider the space, yet the more crowded it became. Everywhere were white bruisers with carbines and pistols, scarred faces twisted into scowls that made the cavernous room feel cramped. An ordinary intruder would have collapsed in terror at the sight. But Shooting Fei's trio kept their composure, striding steadily toward the innermost depths. Soon they reached the entrance to a vast chamber. Two huge guards pushed open the heavy oak doors and the three walked in. So, our friends have arrived. The moment they crossed the threshold, a voice like sandpaper on glass scraped through the room. At the same instant, Shooting Fei felt a dozen spotlight stares snap onto him. Many of them naked with greed and malice. He didn't care. Even if every man here ran a syndicate with 1,000 soldiers, to him they were only slightly larger ants. Crushing them would be easier than drawing breath. If he could be bothered, the cancers of Gotham would be gone with a flick of his hand. Why worry about a few ants glaring? Calmly he looked past the crowd and locked onto the unmistakable figure at its center, Penguin. Selena, and the two new friends you've brought, welcome. Penguin heaved himself up, beaming. So warm it felt like greeting long-lost comrades. Those who knew him understood it was only his usual mask. The man was courteous and enthusiastic to everyone. And when he slipped the knife in your back, he did it with the same smile. Frankly, I hate coming to this dump, Selena said, eyeing the room. Too many stinking men. Just looking at them ruins my appetite. Her barb darkened every crime boss face except Penguin's, their eyes glittered with murder. Selena ignored their scowls. She despised every soul in the room. Each carried blood and guilt that no soap could scrub clean. She was only a thief, but she robbed only the heartless rich, men whose lives stayed lavish if a few diamonds went missing. The proceeds fed the orphans cowering in Gotham's shadows. Dressed in black, she merged with the night, yet her heart was cleaner, whiter than any in the hall. For a moment, Penguin had no retort. So he simply changed the subject. My friend, did you bring what Selena mentioned on the phone? Every gaze snapped toward the speaker. No one cared about Selena's insult now. All eyes fixed on Shooting Fei. They knew the real show was about to start. The treasure had to be in this Eastern man's hands. Shooting Fei's face was blank as he tossed a small canister through the air. It arced neatly into Penguin's waiting palm. This is our new product, Rapid Recovery Spray. Experience its effect for yourselves. Penguin rolled the metal cylinder between his fingers, studying it. Then he looked to the hulking black crime lord beside him. Without a word, the man drew a gleaming pistol and shot himself through the thigh. Blood spattered. Pain beaded sweat on his forehead, but he clamped his jaw and stayed silent. No one weak sat at this table. The bullet drilled clean through, leaving a ragged exit wound, a serious through and through. Penguin lifted the injured leg onto the table, soaking the expensive cloth in crimson. He aimed the spray at the mangled flesh and pressed the nozzle. Shish. The instant the cool mist touched the wound, the man's twisted face relaxed. Disbelief flooded his eyes. The searing agony was gone, only a tingle like top-grade anesthetic remained. And what made jaws drop was the speed of healing. Under stunned stares, the gash knitted itself together, new flesh wove like vines, and within seconds the gunshot had vanished without a scar. The man stood, flexed the leg, even jumped hard. Both entry and exit wounds had disappeared. Only the torn trouser leg, the blood pool, and a single bullet proved a shot had ever been fired. Bibber, how is it? Someone barked, hungry for confirmation. He wasn't asking out of concern, he wanted the drug's verdict. Never felt better. Bibber's face blazed with fervor. If I hadn't pulled the trigger myself, I'd swear it never happened. This is insane. He roared, already smelling the sweet stink of money. Now he looked at Shooting Fei like a starved hound eyeing the juiciest bone on earth. In that instant, a wild thought flashed through his mind. Keep Shooting Fei here, torture him, and pry the formula for this miracle drug out of him. Of course, he wasn't the only one thinking it. The other crime bosses seated around the table were thinking along the same lines. Except for Penguin, who was barely clinging to rationality, every pair of eyes was fixed on Shooting Fei, bloodshot and hungry, as if they might pounce and tear him apart the next second. Right now, in their eyes, Shooting Fei was 10,000 times more tempting romantic woman on earth. After all, with enough money, they could have as many beautiful women as they wanted. But a golden goose cash cow like Shooting Fei, this might be the only one they ever met in their entire lives. Still, because this was Penguin's turf, none of them dared make a move, no matter how fiercely greed burned inside them. Gentlemen, I think you all need to cool down. Penguin's icy voice cut in at the perfect moment. To be honest, the miraculous effect of the rapid recovery spray had stirred him up as well. He even felt a flicker of desire to claim it for himself. But reason ultimately defeated greed. It let him keep a cool head. He knew exactly what this tiny canister represented. In the entire pharmaceutical world, this spray was a revolutionary product. Its appearance could, without exaggeration, change the world. Was such an earth-shattering drug developed by Shooting Fei alone, or was there a massive team behind him? He knew nothing about this mysterious man from the East. And Penguin rarely did anything reckless without certainty. Before he had thoroughly probed the target's background and strength, he would never make an enemy of him. That was precisely why he had thrived in chaotic Gotham City. He never went out of his way to make powerful enemies, instead, he loved making friends. As long as everyone around him became a friend and there were no enemies, he would remain invincible forever. Penguin, you know full well the last thing we need right now is to cool down. One boss growled. But the way you're acting will frighten our new friend, Penguin said meaningfully, glancing at Shooting Fei, whose expression was still calm. He was reminding these fools, blinded by greed. Shooting Fei had dared to walk alone into this wolf's den carrying a treasure that could set off a bloodbath. That meant he must have absolute confidence to crush anyone who moved against him. Not everyone present was a fool. After Penguin's reminder, a few of them finally cooled down from their frenzy. But many still burned with ever-growing greed. So, my friend, how do you plan to cooperate with us? Penguin asked, shuffling forward with his trademark waddle toward Shooting Fei. He didn't want those greed-crazed idiots to speak and ruin everything. Before we discuss that, I have another deal I'd like to discuss with you privately, Mr. Penguin, Shooting Fei said softly, bending slightly to look down at the short man. Penguin hated being looked down on like this. During his miserable school years, the bullies had loved to surround him and mock his short, deformed body. The gesture always dredged up very unpleasant memories. Yet Shooting Fei's words now sparked his intense curiosity. He had personally witnessed the miracle of the rapid recovery spray Shooting Fei had brought. He was willing to be patient and hear what other astonishing things Shooting Fei might say. The aura of mystery surrounding this man was simply too thick, so thick no one could see through it. Do you believe people can come back from the dead? Come back from the dead. Penguin's face twitched violently, his expression changing dramatically. What exactly are you trying to say? Penguin roared. It was hard to imagine why the formerly calm, calculating Penguin would lose control over a single sentence. Actually, it wasn't hard to understand. Penguin, real name Oswald Chesterfield Cobblepot, was a scion of one of Gotham's 4 founding families, the Cobblepot family. Before becoming Gotham's underworld emperor, he had a tragic childhood. Because of his short, deformed body, he was ridiculed and bullied by his peers, making him extremely self-loathing and sensitive. Later, his mother died horribly in front of him, letting him taste the heart-rending pain of losing a loved one for the first time. After that he became a small-time gangster, struggling in Gotham's filthy underworld. After a series of bloody storms, his biological father, head of the Cobblepot family, found him. His father loved him deeply, forgave everything he had done, and felt heartache over his childhood suffering. Years after his mother's death, he once again felt familial love and warmth, and for a time Penguin wanted to turn over a new leaf and be a good man. If not for the accident that followed, Gotham might have gained a benevolent philanthropist instead of a ruthless crime lord. But accidents always arrive uninvited. Penguin's stepmother and her family were hostile toward this sudden legitimate heir to the Cobblepot fortune. His presence meant that when his father died, the vast Cobblepot empire would pass to him, an outsider's idea of a monster. That was absolutely intolerable to them. They tried to poison Penguin, but through a twist of fate his father drank the poisoned wine instead. Already suffering from severe heart disease and with little time left, his father died early. His father's death devastated Penguin. When he discovered his stepmother's family had caused it, the last shred of kindness in his heart vanished. He personally wiped them out. The once kind Oswald disappeared. The evil, cold, cruel Penguin was reborn in Gotham's night. If there was still anything in this world Penguin cared about, it was his family, the one absolute sore spot in his heart. And Shooting Fei's sentence had struck that sore spot with surgical precision. If Shooting Fei could truly resurrect Penguin's parents, he could absolutely win over this king of Gotham. Whether Penguin was a good person or not was something Shooting Fei couldn't care less about. What he valued was Penguin's unparalleled capability. His brilliant mind, superb social skills, and ruthless decisiveness were exactly what Shooting Fei needed. What kind of man Penguin was, Shooting Fei couldn't be bothered to judge. He wasn't some justice-obsessed superhero. I can bring your parents back to life, Shooting Fei said again, voice quiet but like a bombshell. The words nearly knocked Penguin out on the spot. But Penguin hadn't completely lost his reason. He stared fixedly at Shooting Fei, forcing the words through clenched teeth. Why should I believe you? Take a look at the men behind you first. Penguin turned, his mind a tangle of doubts. Only after Shooting Fei's reminder did Selina and Lillian suddenly sense the strangeness in the room. It was too quiet. So quiet it was terrifying. Before, there had still been faint breathing, the rustle of clothing. After all, those gang bosses weren't dead, they couldn't sit motionless. Now, the entire room was dead silent. When everyone stopped talking and moving, the vast chamber was left without even a trace of breath. Look again at those gang leaders who moments ago had been flushed with excitement. Now, like the glamorous women beside them, their pupils were dilated, expressions vacant, as if their souls had been sucked out, puppets frozen in place. The scene was indescribably eerie. But coupled with Shooting Fei's earlier phrase, back from the dead, it wasn't hard to guess that this uncanny sight was his doing. When did you, what is going on here? Penguin asked, voice trembling with dread. He wasn't the only one bewildered. Selina and Lillian were equally shocked and confused. They instinctively took half a step back, eyes full of terror when they looked at Shooting Fei. They had actually been foolish enough to believe Shooting Fei's nonsense, that the unlucky Joseph had merely been hypnotized. And the result? Hypnosis. Hypnotize my ass. To reduce a dozen people to living corpses without a sound, what normal human could do that? Add to that the words Shooting Fei had spoken to Penguin. At this moment Selina and Lillian no longer saw Shooting Fei as a person. Just a little trick. Don't be nervous, Shooting Fei said lightly. Penguin's face turned deathly pale. This was a little trick. No wonder those idiots had stared at Shooting Fei with such blatant greed, as if ready to tear him apart, while Shooting Fei had remained calm, watching as if enjoying a monkey show. From the start he had never regarded these so-called big shots as worth his attention. Perhaps this was his real confidence. But after witnessing this miracle-like scene, he suddenly recalled what Shooting Fei had just told him. He could resurrect his parents. The claim sounded absurd, yet the unimaginable power Shooting Fei had displayed gave him a sliver of hope. Perhaps Shooting Fei really could bring his parents back. Otherwise, how to explain what was happening before his eyes? Besides, the clever Penguin didn't think Shooting Fei had come specifically to deceive him. Because of that kind of rapid recovery spray. Even without Penguin's channels, with the drug's miraculous effects Shooting Fei could eventually sell it to the whole world. The only difference would be speed. His need for Penguin wasn't absolute, therefore the chance of deception was minuscule. Can you really resurrect my parents? Penguin asked again, voice quavering with desperation. Of course, but you'll pay the corresponding price, Shooting Fei answered with certainty. Penguin wasn't surprised. He had long understood one truth. In this world, apart from your parents, no one will hand you a free lunch. Shooting Fei had no ties to him. Why help him revive his parents without cost? That was impossible. As long as you bring them back, Penguin drew a deep breath, eyes solemn, even fanatical. I, Oswald Cobblepot, will become your most loyal servant. All my assets will be yours. I only need your loyalty, Shooting Face said indifferently. Your assets don't interest me. Penguin's fortune, plus the Cobblepot family businesses he controlled, amounted to at least tens of billions of US dollars. An astronomical sum. Yet Shooting Fei truly looked down on it. Tens of billions was a lot. But if his plan succeeded, he could earn that in a month. He simply had no appetite for Penguin's wealth. Besides, Penguin's brilliance needed matching financial backing to fully shine. That was what Shooting Fei needed. As for resurrecting Penguin's parents, in the system mall there was something called a reversal potion. As long as their bones were found, a single drop would restore them intact. One drop cost a mere 200 million US dollars. For the current Shooting Fei, it was nothing. In the 600th world, Penguin's intellect ranked at the very top. In some storylines he was portrayed as even smarter than Batman. That was why Shooting Fei valued him so highly. Subduing Penguin would be immensely beneficial to his future plans. Gotham City, a private cemetery. It was the Cobblepot family's exclusive land. At the center stood the tombstone of his father, Elijah Vander Cobblepot. His mother was buried here too, only a few meters away. Now a group of gangsters in black suits wielded shovels and pickaxes, digging furiously at the two graves. The scent of earth and grass drifted on the night wind. They were exhuming his parents' bones. Shooting Fei had said resurrection required their remains. Though it was a grave disrespect to his parents. Penguin was willing to take the gamble. Because even the faintest hope was worth trying. For the parents he loved, he, the Penguin, could do anything. As he had promised Shooting Fei, if his parents returned, he would become Shooting Fei's most faithful servant, ready even to pull the trigger on himself without hesitation. Many hands make light work. Soon both graves were opened, revealing two coffins buried deep. The heavy caskets were hauled up and set side by side on the ground. Shooting Fei and Penguin stepped forward. Selena and Lillian held their breath, following close behind. They would not miss the coming scene that might shatter their worldviews. The lids were pried open. Two skeletons lay inside. There was no overpowering stench of decay, only a faint earthy mustiness. After all, the flesh had long since rotted away, leaving only white bones, hardly any strong odor. Seeing the bones, Penguin's mind filled again with his parents' gentle smiles. His ugly face showed uncontrollable sorrow, tears even glistening at the corners of his eyes. It was hard to imagine that this grief-stricken, fragile man was the underworld king who made all Gotham tremble. Shooting Fei said nothing. He simply stepped forward calmly, extending his hand above Penguin's father's remains. The next instant, a small pure white vial materialized in his palm. Inside the bottle was a single drop of crystal clear liquid shimmering with a ghostly blue light, as beautiful as a star in the night sky. Even in broad daylight it blazed too brilliantly to look at. He pulled the stopper and tilted the flask. The blue bead fell, landing squarely on the bones of Penguin's father. The next instant, a blinding blue glare erupted from the coffin. So intense was the flash that everyone present instinctively shut their eyes or threw a hand across their faces. Even Shooting Fei narrowed his gaze. Inside the coffin, where no one could see, a miracle was unfolding. Amid the stark white skeleton, a living, pulsing red heart materialized out of thin air. Veins, nerves, muscle, tissue, every kind of flesh wove, sprouted, and sheathed itself at a speed that defied belief. In moments, as the dazzling light slowly faded, a naked white man in his 40s lay in the coffin. Penguin trembled at the sight, barely able to stand. He snatched a clean coat from a henchman, lurched forward, and gently draped it over the man. "Father," he whispered, voice quaking with emotion. He spoke as softly as if afraid any louder word might startle the man who had only just woken. As if he had heard his son's call. Elijah's eyelids fluttered, then opened. Seeing the face that was both familiar and strange, Elijah murmured the name. "Oswald. Father. It's me." The sound he knew in his bones broke Penguin, tears streamed down his cheeks. "Where am I?" Elijah realized he was lying in a cold coffin and was momentarily dazed. "I remember, I think I was dead." "Yes, Father, you were. But now you live again." In breathless, jumbled words Penguin told him everything. Learning that his second wife's family had poisoned him and that Oswald had wiped them all out in revenge, Elijah showed only a flicker of regret. He did not blame his son for killing his stepmother and her children. He knew Oswald had done it for him. He had no right to judge. His gaze shifted to the quiet Eastern man standing nearby. Mr. Shu, I presume. You may call me that. Thank you for bringing me back, and for helping my son, Elijah said, struggling to sit. If you'll have me, I'll be your most loyal servant. Father. Penguin exclaimed, but Elijah raised a hand and shook his head. Seeing his resolve, Penguin said no more. Then be my butler. Shu Tingfei accepted the offer. Once patriarch of the Cobblepot family, Elijah might not match his son, but as a steward he was more than capable. Gladly, Elijah replied with a smile. Next came the resurrection of Penguin's mother, and another tearful reunion. Father and son could not put their gratitude into words. Their awe of Shu Tingfei deepened. Even Selina and Lillian, who had watched it all, now looked at him with changed eyes. After all, he had raised the dead, something far beyond human comprehension. They seriously wondered whether Shu Tingfei was some deity walking the earth. His Asian origin. Hardly surprising, an Eastern god is still a god. With the Cobblepots at his side, everything became simpler. Using the family's long-standing commercial channels and Penguin's sprawling underworld network, Shu Tingfei's medicine swept the Federation like wildfire. The storm crossed the ocean, rolled through Europe, and finally blanketed the world. Within days the name Miracle Pharmaceuticals Group rang through Gotham City like church bells, rivaling even the entrenched Wayne Group. Each new drug from Miracle Pharmaceuticals detonated like a bomb beneath the traditional industry, shaking it to its foundations. Countless greedy eyes were drawn to the dazzling light, hearts pounding. Dark currents stirred as unseen hands reached for the prize. But the would-be plunderers quickly found the task thornier than imagined. A whiff of danger chilled their spines. The Cobblepot family, one of Gotham's 4 great houses, stood as Miracle Pharmaceuticals' staunch ally. Any move against the company meant war with the Cobblepots. They had to weigh whether they could bear the wrath of the underground king. Penguin, uncrowned monarch of Gotham's shadows. His ruthless reputation hung like a blade over every would-be foe. Of course, some desperados and arrogant fools still clawed at Miracle Pharmaceuticals in secret. Every such attempt ended in bloody ruin. Soon news of the perpetrators, deaths drifted through the city like a cold wind. These grisly lessons cooled the hotheads. Money is fine, but lifeless wealth is only waste paper. Time slipped by in Gotham's endless reign. Half a month passed. Miracle Pharmaceuticals Tower. Once the Cobblepot's pride, the building now bore a new name, Global Headquarters of Miracle Pharmaceuticals Group. On the 33rd floor, in the chairman's office with its sweeping view, Shu Tingfei bent over a mountain of documents, fingertips rustling through page after page. Suddenly, a crisp, rhythmic knock echoed from the heavy office door. The next second, the door was gently pushed open. 2 slender, striking figures stepped in, moving with confident, elegant strides. The visitors were none other than Selina and Lillian. At the moment, both had changed into tailored black office lady suits, the snug fabric traced breathtaking curves. Black stockings sheathed their long, straight legs, exuding a mysterious allure. The red-soled black stilettos beneath their feet seemed to land on every heartbeat with each step. Already blessed with enviable devil figures, the professional attire amplified their voluptuous charm to the extreme. Any man's pulse would race at the sight. They were now Shu Tingfei's personal secretaries. When Shu Tingfei first extended the invitation, Selina had coyly refused. Later, however, she changed her mind. As for the reason, what better explanation than a gorgeous woman being utterly conquered by a man's foolable charisma? Shu Tingfei was not only tall, handsome, and extraordinarily poised, more importantly, he was young, obscenely wealthy, and rich enough to rival nations. Add to that the lingering air of mystery around him and those eyes that seemed able to see through everything, forever burning with fierce self-confidence, there appeared nothing in the world he could not accomplish. To women, such a man was simply fatal poison. Boss, here are the company's financials for the past half-month. Also, there's a stack of banquet invitations, shall I dispose of them as usual? Since becoming a secretary, Selina had slipped into the role at once. Every gesture radiated competence and grace, a world away from her former image as a nimble, cunning thief. I believe, in a few days it will be Gotham's Harvey Dent Day. Any invitations for that? Shu Tingfei asked without lifting his head, his voice steady and magnetic. At his words, Selina's slender fingers deftly rifled through the colorful cards. A moment later she plucked out an elegantly designed envelope. Yes, boss. An official invitation from City Hall, inviting you to the commemorative dinner in a few days. Venue: Wayne Manor. She paused, looked up at him, a flicker of anticipation in her eyes. Do you plan to attend? Of course I'll go. Shu Tingfei finally raised his head, a playful smile tugging at his lips. But for this sort of banquet I'm short one beautiful companion. Would you be willing to accompany me? My honor. Selena answered almost instantly, her smile blooming as she accepted. Boss, why didn't you ask if I'd like to go? Lillian at the side pouted in protest, her tone lightly coquettish. Am I not pretty enough? Of course you're beautiful too, Lillian. Shu Tingfei turned to her, soothing amusement in his eyes. But this time Selena is the better fit. Next time, I'll definitely take you. All right. Lillian shrugged, a little disappointed but quickly reconciled. Working as Shu Tingfei's secretary was ridiculously easy. Most days they handled only his personal errands. When it came to real business, he rarely needed their input. In other words, they had plenty of free time. Lillian was quite satisfied with her current life. It was far more interesting than petty thievery, and every day felt fresh. Not to mention the astronomical salary Shu Tingfei paid them. She really had nothing to complain about. Shu Tingfei said no more, took the report Selena offered, and began studying it intently. The company's financial core was managed by an AI called White Queen. It was the super AI program from the Resident Evil world, though Shu Tingfei's version was a deeply optimized, ultra-enhanced edition. Naturally, the price had been astronomical. But compared with White Queen's unmatched processing power, the investment was worth every cent. Still, Shu Tingfei always prepared two sets of financials. One was the precise data generated by White Queen. The other was produced manually. That task naturally fell to the two secretaries, Selena and Lillian. Their workload was so light they sometimes felt bored. So Shu Tingfei found them something to do, at least to keep them from going stir-crazy. In only half a month. With the Penguin and the Cobblepot family's vigorous help, Shu Tingfei's drug sales had exploded beyond imagination. The results even eclipsed his first-month performance in the Marvel Universe. Thus, in barely 2 weeks revenue reached a staggering $34 billion. After deducting packaging, shipping, and other costs, Shu Tingfei's net profit was about $32 billion. This wasn't a money-printing machine, it was daylight robbery. Which explained why his desk was perpetually buried under banquet invitations. Just as in the Marvel world, where he once outshone the indomitable Tony Stark. Now in Gotham Shu Tingfei's radiance had completely overshadowed the legendary Bruce Wayne. Though Bruce Wayne was similarly wealthy. In recent years he had almost vanished, seldom appearing in public. And from a profit standpoint, Wayne Group had been on a downward slide, its outlook was bleak. By contrast, Shu Tingfei's Miracle Pharmaceuticals Group was a rising star, blazing and imbued with immeasurable potential. If this financial report were made public, he would overnight become a super tycoon even more dazzling than Bruce Wayne. Of course, even without the report, anyone with a keen nose could guess the staggering figure he'd earned, a number enough to drive anyone mad. 3 days later, Wayne Manor. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom drew to a halt at the manor gates, the door opened and Shu Tingfei stepped out with elegant ease. His hand gently held Selena's. Tonight Selena wore a silver off-shoulder gown, its hem fluttering in the night breeze like a sprite beneath the moon. A radiant crystal necklace glittered at her throat, bewitching and bright. Shimmering silver earrings framed her already exquisite face, enhancing its dazzle. The instant she alighted she became the most radiant, most beautiful focal point of the evening. A confident smile played on her lips as, beneath countless odd or jealous stares, she affectionately slipped her arm through Shu Tingfei's and walked with him into the brilliantly lit Wayne Manor. It's Mr. Shu of Miracle Pharmaceuticals. My God, I can't believe Mr. Shu actually came to this banquet. Mr. Shu, hello, I'm from XX Group. Good evening, Mr. Shu, delighted to meet you here. The moment Shu Tingfei appeared he became a massive magnet for every gaze, the undisputed center of attention, eclipsing every Gotham elite in attendance. Even Director Gordon, famed as Gotham's one-on-one king, had noticed Shu Tingfei's arrival. There was no helping it, the commotion he stirred was so massive that ignoring it was impossible. Gordon, however, didn't surge forward with the rest, he simply stood at a distance, watching in silent appraisal. A staff member from the hosting committee hurried up to Shu Tingfei, face wreathed in respectful smiles. The Harvey Dent Day banquet was organized by City Hall. Though they'd sent him an invitation, they never expected the mysterious titan to actually grace them with his presence. After all, since this new magnate had risen to prominence in Gotham, no one had ever heard of him attending anyone's party. One could say Mr. Shu was even harder to invite than the reclusive Mr. Bruce Wayne. Under the committee's deferential guidance, Shooting Fei led Selina to their reserved seats. They were front row center, the best view in the house. With his status, placing him in some back corner would have been a public insult. No one was foolish enough to antagonize a giant for no gain. The moment he sat, Shooting Fei casually glanced toward the balcony of the manor's main castle. Even in the hazy night he could clearly make out a lone, aloof figure standing in the dark, gazing down at the lively crowd below. Bruce Wayne. Though he couldn't see the man's face, Shooting Fei was absolutely certain it was the master of the manor up there. On the castle balcony, Bruce Wayne keenly sensed that gaze rising from below. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. He was sure the man down there had seen him. Thanks to light and angle, the crowd below shouldn't have been able to spot him in the shadows, yet he felt that stare lock onto him with pinpoint precision. It startled him, and told him the man called Shooting Fei was no simple character. But he quickly shook the thought away. He had already decided the identity of Batman would vanish forever. Gotham no longer needed Batman, and no longer needed Bruce Wayne. If no one needed Bruce Wayne, what did it matter whether Shooting Fei was simple or not? Though he rarely left home, he'd heard a formidable new pharmaceutical company had recently risen in Gotham. It must belong to the man down there. He shook his head once more. Leaning on his cane, Bruce Wayne turned from the balcony and disappeared into the darkened room. Night deepened, the high wind grew sharper, its biting chill bringing an inexplicable discomfort. At the banquet, the deputy mayor first delivered an impassioned speech, then Gotham Police Director Jim Gordon took the stage. Besides commemorating former prosecutor Harvey Dent's contributions to Gotham, the dinner doubled as a charity fundraiser. The beneficiaries, of course, were City Hall and the cash-strapped police department. More importantly, it was a high society networking feast. Attendees mingled, expanded their circles, and quietly negotiated priceless deals. After Gordon's address, the dinner moved into its open social segment. Instantly, Shooting Fei became the center of a tightening swarm. Everyone's purpose was obvious. They all wished to connect with the new Titan. After all, a single distribution right for any drug under Shooting Fei's miracle pharmaceuticals was a perpetual gold mine. A mere crumb from his table could fill their coffers to bursting. After patiently greeting a throng of smiling tycoons and politicians, and announcing a $30 million donation to the police for new weapons and gear, he left early with Selina under a chorus of regretful eyes. Tonight's goal had simply been to show his face and declare his presence. As for meeting Bruce Wayne, he had no such intention. To cooperate with Wayne Group, he needn't bother with the self-exiled Bruce Wayne, he could go straight to Lucius Fox. In reality, Fox now ran Wayne Group in Bruce's stead. Fox was a genius scientist. Many of Bruce Wayne's cutting-edge gadgets came from his hands. He was also one of the few men Bruce trusted absolutely. Otherwise, Bruce would never have entrusted an entire commercial empire to him. For partnership, Shooting Fei had no need to circle around Bruce Wayne. Meeting Fox directly was far more efficient. After leaving Wayne Manor, Shooting Fei returned to a private villa of his in Gotham City. The villa had formerly belonged to the Cobblepot family. Penguin had given it to Shu as a gift. He didn't come back alone. Radiant Selina was with him. "Won't you invite me up for a drink?" Once the car stopped, Selina tilted her head, eyes glinting, voice husky with playful allure. Shooting Fei naturally wouldn't spoil the moment with, "Haven't you had enough at the banquet?" He merely smiled, offered his hand with gentlemanly grace, and escorted her upstairs. What followed needed no elaboration. A night of storm and fragrance filled the rooms. At dawn, Selina awoke amid soft sheets. Instinctively she reached aside, empty, only lingering warmth remained. Last night Shooting Fei had worn her out, and for the first time she realized how formidable the man could be. He was like a beast that never tired. Fortunately her physique far exceeded the norm. Any other woman would have fallen apart, perhaps unable to leave the bed. Of course, she was thoroughly satisfied with Shooting Fei, inside and out. His capability, his looks, his commanding presence in bed. She donned the clothes the maid had laid neatly beside the bed. After washing up, Selina came to the living room. She saw Shooting Fei lounging comfortably on the sofa, watching the news projected on the wall. Penguin sat on a nearby single sofa, expression grave. "You're up." Shooting Fei glanced over with gentle eyes. Selena gave a light nod. Seeing Penguin present, she wisely said no more. Breakfast is ready, the maid prepared it. I've already eaten. Selena showed no coyness. With light steps she left the living room. She wasn't the sort of woman who needed a man at her side for breakfast. Penguin's early presence meant he and Shooting Fei had business to discuss. She rarely meddled in men's affairs. Besides, she had near-blind faith in Shooting Fei. Nothing in the world seemed beyond him. She believed he could handle everything. A breaking news alert flashed on the television. A plane had crashed near Gotham City, leaving heavy casualties. From DNA recovered at the scene, police released a preliminary death list. Besides several CIA agents and one team leader, it included a Dr. Leonid Pavel. A top nuclear physicist, he had taught at Columbia University in Metropolis. One unidentified male corpse was also found, no details yet. The crash was no accident, it was outright murder. Ballistic fragments had been found in the bodies. Most victims had been shot before the plane ever hit the ground. A brutal, high-profile assassination. Gotham City Police had almost nothing to go on. On TV, Director Gordon vowed to find the killers. Everyone knew the case would be hard to crack. Since the Dent Act, Gotham had rarely seen violence this extreme. Several CIA agents dead, a team leader among them, no small matter. What do you make of it? Shu turned off the news and asked Penguin, who sat silent. Haven't heard a thing, Penguin answered. No idea who did it. I know who. Penguin wasn't surprised. Since Shu resurrected his parents, Penguin believed nothing impossible. He never doubted Shu. Get your men ready. A man named Bane plans something big in Gotham. I don't like interference, but this will hurt my business. Shu's eyes sharpened. He had already invited Wayne Group CEO Fox to talk clean energy. Fox had agreed to meet that afternoon. Bane would crash the Pacific Exchange, bankrupt Bruce Wayne and crash the dollar. If the dollar fell, system recycling rates would drop. 200 million might become 1. Shu would not allow it. Bane, Penguin murmured. A monster raised in darkness, sole survivor of a viral experiment, forced to wear a mask. Rumored to have trained with Ra's al Ghul. Penguin believed no enemy could stand before Shu. Watch him. Don't let him touch our business. I already have someone to take him down. That afternoon Shu arrived alone at Wayne Tower. Selena and Lillian had gone shopping. Fox greeted him warmly. They spoke in Fox's top floor office. Your cold fusion tech is mature. Why partner with us? Wayne has channels and infrastructure. Starting alone would take a year. Fox suggested Miranda Tate instead. She longed to clean Gotham. Fox was tired. He wanted only to help Batman. The energy sector is a vast market with limitless potential. Once you control it, the profits are astronomical. Even just a slice of that pie would be enough for Wayne Group in its current state. Working with her sounds tempting, Shooting Fei said, smiling, yet his eyes gleamed with omniscient insight. But don't forget, Mr. Fox, I'm a businessman first. Cooperate with Miranda Tate. Shooting Fei had never even entertained the idea. Because Fox didn't know, but Shooting Fei knew all too well, Miranda Tate wasn't her real name. Talia. That was her true name. Her mother had given her that name with her dying breath. In the coming storm, Miranda would be the real mastermind behind the scenes. Bane was merely the pawn she pushed onto the stage. Shooting Fei would have to be insane to partner with someone like Miranda Tate. Besides, even if Miranda caused no trouble, a partnership with her wouldn't yield returns anytime soon. By joining forces with Wayne Group, however, Shooting Fei could secure massive profits at the fastest possible speed, thanks to the group's deep foundations. Anyone with the slightest business sense knows which choice to make. As for whether to deal with Miranda Tate, Shooting Fei decided to leave that decision to Batman himself. Very well. Seeing his persuasion fail, Fox didn't press further. After all, if they really reached a deal with Shooting Fei, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime money-making opportunity for Wayne Group. Previously, because of Bruce Wayne's obsession, Wayne Group had poured huge sums into that distant dream of a controlled fusion project. The result was a cash-strapped Wayne Group that had even been forced to halt its charitable donations to orphanages these past few years. By cooperating with Shooting Fei, they could stop burning money on that research. They could obtain the complete technology directly from Shooting Fei and recoup vast sums immediately. That would greatly ease Wayne Group's current financial pressure. Fox had no reason at all to refuse such cooperation. I've brought something else this time. I need you to pass it on to someone, Mr. Fox. Fox looked at Shooting Fei in puzzlement. Shooting Fei slid a craft paper file folder and a vial of blue liquid across the table toward Fox. Gotham cannot be without Batman. With that, Shooting Fei rose, turned, and left the office. As for the technical details of cold fusion, once the formal cooperation agreement was signed, Shooting Fei would naturally have someone deliver the documents to Wayne Group. Fox didn't try to stop him, he merely watched Shooting Fei's departing back in silence, his gaze complicated. Shooting Fei's last words couldn't have been clearer. Clearly, the world now held one more person who knew Bruce Wayne was Batman. And the two items Shooting Fei had left were obviously meant for Bruce Wayne, to be delivered by Fox. At the same time, it was certain that Shooting Fei knew many secrets unknown to most. How he had learned them was anyone's guess, his depth was unfathomable. A moment later, Fox took a deep breath, opened the file folder Shooting Fei had left, and pulled out its contents. After reading the documents inside, Fox couldn't sit still any longer. He sprang to his feet, grabbed the phone, and told his secretary to ready a car at once. He had to go to Wayne Manor, he had to see Bruce Wayne immediately. If what Shooting Fei had given him checked out, he believed Bruce Wayne would choose to return to the arena and stop wallowing in despair. He had tried countless times before to persuade Bruce Wayne, all to no avail. But now, with the documents in his hand, he knew that, given Bruce's nature, he wouldn't need to say a word, Bruce Wayne would rally on his own. Because no one loved Gotham more than he did. Alfred the old butler pushed open the bedroom door at Wayne Manor. He carried a tray with Bruce Wayne's lunch. Since that incident years ago, Bruce Wayne had rarely left this room. You don't have to do this yourself, Alfred. Let one of the maids handle it, a hoarse, weary voice said in the dim room. It was none other than Bruce Wayne. His hair was greasy and disheveled, clearly he hadn't washed in ages. Stand close and you could even catch a faint sour odor. His beard had grown thick and unkempt, well past time for a trim. Seeing Bruce in such a state, Alfred felt helpless and heartbroken. He had urged Bruce countless times, to no effect. Bruce remained mired in self-neglect. Before that, Master, perhaps you ought to bathe, and wash your hair. You smell, and the whole room smells of you. I'd hate to see headlines screaming that Bruce Wayne, billionaire, hates baths, Alfred said in his trademark British humor, though concern laced his tone. Bruce said nothing, his silence was answer enough. Alfred sighed in resignation. That was his way. When he didn't know how to respond, silence said it all. Master, so many years have passed. You must let go of the past and start a new life. Find your true love instead of locking yourself in this gloomy room like a homeless vagrant. The old butler's voice cracked. Every year I vacation in Florence. On the banks of the Arno there's a cafe I frequent. Each evening I sit there and order a glass of Fernet Branca. I always imagine that when I look up at the next table, I'll see you sitting there with your wife, perhaps a few children around you. We needn't speak, but I'll watch you quietly as you begin a new chapter of your life. A life of sunshine, happiness, and peace. Instead of haunting this gloomy manor like a ghost, cut off from Gotham's bustle, sinking deeper each day. Bruce's jaw clenched, the deepening silence wrapped him like invisible armor. Just as his Adam's apple bobbed and he seemed about to force out a retort. Creak. Bang. The heavy oak door burst open without warning, shoved rudely from outside. A sudden boom, like a stone hurled into a still lake, shattered the calm in Bruce's and old Alfred's minds. Both men froze. Their gazes snapped toward the doorway as if yanked by a magnet. There stood Lucius Fox, the steadfast anchor of Wayne Group, striding in with his trademark measured gait. An exaggerated grin stretched across his face, and the air itself seemed to ring with his booming laughter. Well, Alfred, old boy. When did you slip back, you ghost? Not even a hello, shame on you. You'll have to come by for a drink, my best bottles are gathering dust. Fox's tone was light as a partygoer's, yet behind the lenses his sharp eyes had already catalogued the room's near-frozen, uneasy stillness. He pretended to notice nothing, betraying not the slightest concern. He knew, as clear as glass, that after tonight the symbol of fear and justice, Batman, would reclaim Gotham's night. And the long-vanished Bruce Wayne would return to the pinnacle of Wayne Group. Both Bruce and Alfred felt the jolt of Fox's near-intrusive arrival, as if unseen hands had plucked the strings of their hearts. After all, the old man never visited Wayne Manor without dire cause, the place was more foreign to him than the top-floor boardroom. Fox, what brings you here? Bruce broke the silence, his voice roughened by disuse. He knew Fox too well. Unless the sky was falling, this supremely pragmatic man would never trek out to find him. Alfred, too, fixed Fox with an inquiring stare, curiosity glinting behind his spectacles. Fox was one of the handful on Earth who knew Bruce's double life. Like Alfred, he was among the vanishingly few whom Bruce Wayne could trust with his life. Some big shot asked me to drop off a few trinkets, so I'm moonlighting as the mailman. With a grin Fox produced, as if from thin air, the bundle Shooting Fay had handed him and clattered it onto a dusty rosewood side table. Who would send things through you? Bruce's brow knit instantly. He could count his friends on one hand, who would go to such lengths, using Fox as courier. If they were truly friends, shouldn't they visit the living corpse in person? A name you couldn't possibly miss, Shu, the mysterious boss of Miracle Group. A teasing lilt colored Fox's voice. Surely, even hold up here you've heard the thunder of his headlines. After all, the man's new fame has trampled your old news into dust. A wry, wordless smile tugged at Wayne's lips, equal parts self-mockery and resignation. At the same moment a clear image surfaced in his mind, Shooting Fay. They had met once, exchanging a brief but penetrating look at that banquet. Even then Bruce had sensed the man was unfathomable as an abyss. He never expected that, barely a day later, Shu would reach through Fox into this hermitage. They were barely acquaintances, nowhere near friends. Why, then, would Shu send gifts via Fox? More importantly, how had the old stalwart Fox ended up entangled with a man like Shu? How do you know each other? Bruce couldn't help asking. Strictly speaking, we met only today. Fox shrugged, then dropped the bombshell. You may not know it, but Miracle Group has stormed into the energy sector, and they've lapped us. They've fully cracked controllable cold fusion technology, a mature breakthrough ready for immediate commercial use, the kind that flips the world on its head. This very afternoon I reached a verbal cooperation agreement with Miracle Group. Legal teams are hammering out the fine print. If all goes well, within 2 days Wayne Group will sign a historic contract with Miracle Group, and I want you, Bruce Wayne, to personally ink it. Every syllable struck Bruce's stagnant heart like bullets, whipping up towering waves. The eternal glacial mask on his face cracked, giving way to stunned disbelief. Controllable cold fusion, a technology that could upend human civilization, had been perfected in silence. Wayne Group, under his own orders, had poured astronomical sums into secret research for years. Progress was promising, but true deployment lay beyond the horizon. He never dreamed someone had not only succeeded but leapfrogged to the far loftier controllable cold fusion. It existed in an entirely different dimension from the conventional controlled fusion they pursued. The latter's technical barriers soared like mountains, its difficulty scaled exponentially, the holy grail of science. How could he not feel thunderstruck? Hey, kid, don't shake your head yet. Reading his thoughts, Fox pointed to the items on the table. Before you decide, take a look at the presents I brought. Gotham needs Batman. That's all I'll say. The boardroom's a mess waiting for this old man. You know how tiring it is to shoulder Wayne Group alone. Without giving Bruce a chance to reply, Fox spun on his heel and strode out, never glancing back. Bruce watched him go, silent. Yet his keen eyes caught the once straight back now bent, the stride no longer vigorous. Time had gnawed at the man in places Bruce couldn't see. A pang of complex emotion rose in Bruce. For the first time he wondered whether abandoning the company's burden on Fox for years had been right or wrong. While Bruce sank into self-questioning, Alfred stepped forward, picked up the craft envelope, and neatly tore it open. The vial glowing with faint blue light was ignored for the moment. Minutes slipped by, only the rustle of paper broke the hush. Alfred's face darkened inch by inch as he read, as though frost were forming across his features. Master Wayne, he said at last, voice laced with resignation, perhaps you should see these for yourself. His helplessness came from a single name, Miranda Tate. As a core member of Wayne Group's board, he knew the woman all too well. Deep down, he had even once entertained the idea of matching her with young Master Bruce. Miranda Tate, youthful, beautiful, and extraordinarily capable, always presented herself as a warm-hearted philanthropist, kind and approachable. To Alfred, she and Bruce seemed a match made in heaven. But that had merely been the perfect image she crafted in his mind before. After reading those thin yet crushing pages, Miranda's gleaming facade shattered in his heart, crumbling into dust. At the same time, a surge of thankful relief washed over him, grateful he hadn't yet formally introduced this dangerous woman to Bruce. Bruce, heavy with suspicion, stepped forward and took the folder from the old butler's hands. Under the light, stark black letters listed name after name, Miranda Tate, Bain, and their accomplices in exhaustive detail. What made his pupils contract was the plan laid out at the end, a cataclysmic conspiracy they intended to unleash upon Gotham City. When the final word hit his eyes, Bruce froze as though struck by an invisible bolt of lightning. He never imagined that the gentle, kind Miranda Tate's real name was Talia al Ghul. She was the biological daughter of the League of Assassins, Chieftain, his former master with whom he'd long since parted ways. The League of Assassins. He knew that place too well. Fanatics driven by extremist faith, madmen who sought to purify the world through annihilation. He had believed that after escaping, their paths would never cross again. He hadn't expected trouble to come knocking so soon, and in such an insidious way. Those lunatics had set their greedy eyes on Gotham and on the controllable fusion reactor Wayne Group was secretly developing. Their goal? Turn it into an unprecedented super nuke and wipe Gotham off the map. He had to admit, those people were as irredeemably crazy as he remembered. As for the authenticity of these documents, Bruce gave a cold mental laugh. Verifying the information would be child's play for him. If the League truly intended to strike Gotham, then the city needed him. His gaze drifted to the small vial resting on the desk, glowing with an ethereal blue light. Its name, Super Soldier Serum. The file stated plainly, upon injection, the user would gain superhuman stamina, strength, speed, and near-monstrous regenerative ability. At first glance, Bruce scoffed at the myth-like claims. Yet he knew the brand, Miracle Pharmaceuticals, well. He wasn't completely cut off from the world while locked in his room. Occasionally he watched the news or browsed online. He couldn't spend years just staring at walls. Brooding was routine, but it wasn't everything. If the rapid recovery spray worked as advertised on TV, then a revolutionary product like the Super Soldier Serum wasn't entirely impossible. His eyes lingered on the vial, then slid to his own leg, battered, nearly crippled. He glanced again at the papers spelling out the apocalyptic plot. Maybe, Fox was right. Gotham needed Batman. He couldn't, and shouldn't, stay mired in despair any longer. Alfred stood by like a silent guardian. When he saw that familiar, hawk-sharp spark rekindle in Bruce's eyes, the old man's weathered face broke into a heartfelt, relieved smile. He knew the indomitable Bruce Wayne had finally returned. Whether Batman's reappearance would bode ill or well for Gotham, he couldn't say. But the simple fact that Bruce would step out of this gloomy room and back into the world was the best news imaginable. Alfred, Bruce said, voice low and steady, are there any cars left in my garage? I need to visit the hospital. A few that still run, I believe, Alfred replied, unable to suppress a smile. Gotham, New District. Police Chief Jim Gordon eased his aging Ford into the garage, killed the engine, and opened the door. The air smelled of fresh grass after rain. Since the Dent Act, crime in Gotham had plummeted, leaving the precinct with little to do. For Gordon, once run off his feet, the luxury of coming home early had become real. There was nothing to do but stare at the ceiling. Rather than waste life at his desk, he'd head home to the family he'd neglected for years. He owed them too much. As husband and father he knew how badly he'd failed. Yet the moment he stepped out, one foot on solid ground, he froze as if petrified. In the shadows at the far end of the garage stood a figure both familiar and strange, sending his heart racing. You've been gone so long, Gordon said hoarsely, steadying his breath toward the darkness. I thought you'd never come back. Gotham needs me, so I'm back. A gravelly, metallic voice emerged from the gloom. The black figure stepped forward, armored in high-tech black, the iconic cowl leaving only a resolute jaw exposed. In Gotham, only one man appeared like this. Batman. I need your help, he said. Gordon's face clouded with questions. Batman let him wonder only a moment. He pulled the file Shooting Fay had given him and handed it over. Gordon took it and skimmed under the dim garage light. The more he read, the grimmer his expression became, brows knitting tight. Moments later he jerked his head up, gaze arrowing toward Batman. Is this reliable? Every word, Batman answered, emotionless. Bane and Miranda Tate, I'll handle them myself. As for Strife and John Daggett, those maggots are yours. With this evidence you can sweep them all into Blackgate Prison. Troubled times, Gordon sighed, face full of resignation. He'd barely savored the joy of spending time with his family when someone decided to stir up a tidal wave of trouble in Gotham, leaving him no room to breathe. But since he sat in this chair, he bore responsibility for Gotham City's peace, no point complaining. Right. You, Gordon looked up, about to ask something more, only to find Batman gone without a trace, as if he'd never been there. Gordon shook his head in resignation. Same old scent, same old recipe, nothing had changed. Meanwhile, Batman had swung onto his beast-like bat motorcycle, its engine growling low. The vial of super soldier serum Shooting Fei had gifted him, he'd finally injected it. After weighing every angle, he couldn't see a single reason Shu would want him harmed. This world's Batman differed in mindset from the one in the universe where Superman existed. There, Batman had been through so many betrayals and losses that suspicion ran bone deep, trust was almost impossible. Save for the God from Krypton, he trusted no one in the Justice League. Here, he was far more open, quicker to believe in others, even after countless deceptions and betrayals. Besides, he couldn't fathom why Shooting Fei, a tycoon worth $100 billion, would bother harming a man already considered dead. He'd even deduced the likely purpose behind Shu's gift of the super soldier serum. It was simply to make him stronger, invincible, and thus turn Gotham's public safety landscape into something rock solid. As the former head of Wayne Group, Bruce Wayne knew better than anyone that, for a businessman, a safe city is the surest guarantee a money press keeps running. Perhaps that was Shu's entire investment in him, a high-risk bet for even higher returns. Still, even having guessed the motive, he decided to meet Shooting Fei in person. They'd met once before, but this time he would visit as Batman. He wanted to see whether Shu could give him the deeper answers he sought, and, in passing, to signal, your investment has paid off, Batman has returned to Gotham. Miracle Tower, top floor. Inside Shooting Fei's private office, he lounged in a leather executive chair, browsing the System Mall's newly refreshed discounts and wondering what might be worth buying. In no time his personal balance had once again breezed past the $100 billion mark. He was caught in a sweet dilemma, keep the numbers climbing or splurge on new black tech to boost his own power. Suddenly his mirror-smooth desk chimed and lit up. A hologram flickered into view, a black-armored, bat-helmeted figure nimbly climbing a narrow vent. Moments later he reached a grate. After a cautious check for company, he dropped like a cat, pried open an elevator door, and slipped inside. Shu nearly laughed aloud. Sneaking in. Classic him. Bruce Wayne could never guess that Miracle Tower's security was run by a super AI called White Queen. To her omniscient gaze his famed infiltration looked riddled with holes. Sure, Bruce carried military-grade jammers, but Shu hadn't left White Queen such an obvious flaw. The jammers were useless against her vast processing power. Thus, to Shu, Bruce's stealth entry looked comical, almost cute. Master, unknown intruder detected in Miracle Tower. Alert security. White Queen's cool voice filled the office. No need. Shu smiled, eyes sparkling with mischief. White Queen fell silent and obeyed. The feed switched to the corridor outside Shu's office. This was the tower's summit, Shu's private domain, ordinary staff had no access. The hallway stood empty, light glinting coldly off polished floors. Bruce, of course, ignored the door. He chose the Batman way, scaling the window's dozens of floors up to slip inside. Yet when he ghosted through and landed softly on the carpet, he looked up to find a giant hologram live streaming his break-in. He froze. On the other side Shu stood, arms folded, smirking as if to say, surprise. Bruce figured Shu must be working hard not to burst out laughing. Awkward. With the mask on, he feared nothing, until he remembered Shu knew exactly who wore the cowl. Bruce Wayne. Personally, I think the front door's perfectly fine, Shu said, unable to hold back a grin. He swore there was no mockery in his laugh, just amusement. Bruce was rendered speechless. Still, Batman's skin is armor forged, in seconds he composed himself as if nothing had happened. I came to thank you for that serum. It works well. Glad you like it. Shu shrugged. To him, the super soldier serum and Batman were a perfect match. In sheer strength of will, even Captain America Steve Rogers might not equal the mortal man who takes on Gotham's darkness alone. With the serum, Bruce Wayne would become unprecedentedly powerful. This is, after all, a world without super-powered heroes. Batman was already one of Earth's top fighters, boosted by the serum and his supercomputer mind, he'd be the undisputed No. 1. Gotham under his watch would see far fewer troubles. And a stable, orderly Gotham was exactly what Shooting Fei wanted, because it meant endless wealth and an easy environment for making money. That was why he'd been so generous to Bruce Wayne. "You're mysterious and very dangerous," Batman said again, his voice regaining its usual deep, oppressive tone. "I'm just a simple businessman," Shooting Fei said, spreading his hands, his smile sincere. "There aren't many things that interest me. First, beautiful women, second, making money and then enjoying life to the fullest. As for dealing with extremist lunatics, I have zero interest. Gotham needs Batman to clean up the trash, but it doesn't need me." Bruce Wayne fell silent once more. This time he said nothing, only gave Shooting Fei a long look, then turned and leapt cleanly out of the window, vanishing into the boundless night. Because he had already gotten the answer he wanted. As for the return on investment Shooting Fei had given him in the form of the super soldier serum, he had already prepared something for Shooting Fei. He believed this return would, in the end, leave the shrewd businessman thoroughly satisfied. Bruce Wayne had barely left when White Queen's hologram reappeared, urgency edging her voice. "Master, I've just received a distress signal from the emergency sensor Madame carries. Madame has been abducted." The woman White Queen addressed as Madame was none other than Catwoman Selina. After Selina and Shooting Fei formally became lovers, Shooting Fei had significantly raised her clearance level within the White Queen system. He had also given her a miniature emergency sensor. If she ever encountered danger she couldn't handle, one press of the button would alert White Queen instantly, and she would notify Shooting Fei at once. Shooting Fei's brows snapped together, his gaze turning cold. Selina had gone out shopping happily with Lillian early that morning, how could she be in danger? Who, with the gall of a lion, dared to target his woman in Gotham? And with Selina and Lillian's skills, ordinary thugs couldn't even get close, how could they be captured so easily? "What's the situation? Pull up the footage." The instant Shooting Fei spoke, a projection appeared before him. The image was static, looking like a long-range snapshot, very blurry. Even so, one could faintly make out a hulking, masked, bald brute. Bane. Recognizing the iconic figure, Shooting Fei knew at once who had struck at Selina. A surge of sharp surprise, and rage at having his reverse scale touched, rose in him. He never sought trouble, but that didn't mean he feared it. He'd originally had no intention of dealing with Bane's clownish crew himself, the upgraded Bruce Wayne could handle it easily. Never in his wildest dreams had he expected Bane to come after him first. There was no need to guess, Miranda Tate was behind this, giving Bane his orders. Clearly, after shifting targets, Miranda was aiming straight at him. The reason was almost certainly the leak of yesterday's news that he and Fox had reached a partnership. A project of such scale couldn't be kept completely secret inside Wayne Group. Everyone with any rank in the company basically knew. And as a board member, Miranda Tate was bound to learn of it. Shooting Fei could provide a complete, commercially viable cold fusion technology. If the League of Assassins got their hands on it, they could build vastly more terrifying mega bombs. Then, not just tiny Gotham, they could blow up whatever city they wished. Changing plans to target Shooting Fei was therefore perfectly logical. And Shooting Fei's most obvious weakness was, without question, the ravishing Selina at his side. On paper Selina was his private secretary. But her attendance with him at high-level events like the Dent Day Memorial showed their relationship was anything but ordinary boss and subordinate. Bane's crew had picked an exquisite entry point in Selina. Their sole miscalculation was striking at the woman he loved before fully understanding what kind of man Shooting Fei was. They had no idea what a terrifying, unreasonable entity they had provoked. Though fury roiled inside him, Shooting Fei remained absolutely calm. White Queen still couldn't pinpoint Selina via the city's surveillance net. After all, Shooting Fei hadn't yet launched her dedicated satellite constellation. Her capabilities were still limited. Plus, U.S. urban camera coverage was far inferior to China's. Tracking where Bane had taken them in vast Gotham wasn't simple. But Shooting Fei had no need for White Queen to track them. Because he could do it himself. He possessed Professor X's near-bug level telepathy. Bolstered further by the savage energy of the Hulk serum, his telepathy was even more overpowered than the original Professor X's. If he wished, he could invade the minds of half Earth's population in an instant, no cerebro required. A single Gotham City was, to him, like his own backyard. Finding Selina was as easy as breathing. Gotham's labyrinthine underground sewers. Damp, fetid tunnels reeked of nauseating mold and stench. Selina and Lillian were being herded at rifle point by hulking men, trudging forward. Faced with those all-covering muzzles, Selina and Lillian wisely offered no resistance. They weren't fools. Could anyone outrun bullets? What's more, it wasn't just one or two guns. With only a couple, their skills might have allowed a surprise counter. Now, a dozen plus merc ringed them, and the prehistoric beast like Bane watched from the side. Resisting would equal suicide. The smartest move was to stay calm and wait for Shooting Fei to rescue them. They firmly believed he already knew they'd been taken. And they had near blind faith in his unfathomable power. No matter where they were dragged, he would find them and descend like a god to save them. So neither she nor Lillian struggled needlessly, they complied and followed obediently. Selina and Lillian's docility surprised Bane as he led the way. The past of these two women was easy to trace, so Bane knew exactly who they had been. He knew these two stunning beauties, delicate as roses drenched in morning dew, were no fragile vases. They were roses with thorns, vipers lurking in the night. They could bite, and they could draw blood. He never expected them to be so docile now. Their obedience was good news, and though puzzled, he did not dwell on it. Every one of his men carried military-grade signal jammers. Even if Selina had trackers, they would be useless. He had no fear of being followed. At least, by conventional logic. Unfortunately, Bane and his thugs had no idea what they had provoked. A wide intersection in the sewers. Miranda Tate, Talia al Ghul, had been waiting here for some time. With the target shifted from Wayne Group to Shooting Fei, she no longer needed to hide. Among these fanatics, her authority actually exceeded Bane's. She was sole heir to the League of Assassins, daughter of Ra's al Ghul. In status, she outranked Bane. He was her guardian, her loyal knight. Crudely, Bane was her watchdog, a senior bodyguard. In her heart, Bane meant far more. When she had been a nameless prisoner, they had met. He was comrade, family, everything. Changing the plan was foolish. Bane rasped through his mask. Switching targets was rash, yet Bane was no simpleton. He was brilliant and cautious. I know, Bane. The new plan serves our goal and offers greater reward, Talia said calmly. Greater risk. Greater profit. Reward demands risk, equivalent exchange. Her gaze shifted to Selina and Lillian. Even as a woman, she felt Selina's lethal charm, wild yet elegant. No wonder Shooting Fei had brought her. Would they succeed in threatening him with her? Talia believed so. No man would let such a woman be harmed. Selina was mature and clever, she had mingled with tycoons. If Shu had been a fat middle-aged magnate, she might have doubted. But Shu was young. Youth meant vigor, hormones, impulse. She did not believe he could resist Selina. If he cared for her, their threat would bite. When Talia appeared, Selina and Lillian showed surprise. They had never imagined the philanthropist behind the kidnapping. They knew her from magazines, but never expected her to be the mastermind. Talia noticed their expressions but did not care. In Gotham, she was a celebrity. Matthew, Daniel, she ordered her men, watch them. Meet their needs, but keep them alive. They nodded. Talia smiled. Lovely ladies, I hate to hurt you. Cooperate, and you'll leave unharmed. Her voice turned cold. Disobey, and I cannot promise your skin will remain intact. Selina and Lillian stared back, silent and unreadable. Talia's confidence wavered. They were too calm, as if they were the hunters. But there was no turning back. She gestured, and her men led them away. She walked to Bane. When they vanished, she pulled an old Nokia and dialed. At the top of Miracle Tower, Shooting Fei showed no emotion. He simply drummed his fingers on the desk. He saw it clearly. Until their goal was achieved, the two girls were in no immediate danger. A thought stirred, invisible psychic force rippled outward and locked onto their location in an instant. Once he confirmed they were safe, heartbeats steady and strong, his lips curved in a cold, sharp smile. He felt no urgency to mount a rescue. To speak with reckless confidence, with his uncanny abilities, he could snatch them back from his office chair without rising. A single impulse would turn his telepathy into a blade that could crush Bane's rabbles' minds in a heartbeat. He could erase their consciousness from within, leaving them living corpses that would never wake, no different from death itself. Yet Selina's abduction was an outright provocation against Shooting Fei. Once such a precedent was set, copycats would surely follow. Bane's crew had thrown a filthy stone into Gotham's calm waters, and the ripples had to be erased. If he let this pass with a shrug, those around him would never know peace again. In truth, had he given Selina an injection of super soldier serum a few days earlier, none of this would have happened. But Selina had been with him only 2 days, he'd been swamped and had never found time. He'd also assumed that in Gotham City no fool would dare target someone under his protection. After all, even Penguin, the current underground emperor of Gotham, was merely his lackey. Ring. The desk phone shrilled, shattering the room's silence. Shu Tingfei lifted the handset languidly. An unknown number flashed on the screen. He knew who was calling without a second thought. Without hesitation his long fingers swept across the screen to accept. Shu Tingfei, he said, voice flat yet commanding. Mr. Shu, I am Bane, came a low, muffled voice distorted by its mask. I have bad news. Your lovely secretaries, Miss Selina and Miss Lillian, are my guests. Bane, is it? Shu Tingfei chuckled. Put Talia on. On the other end, Bane froze. He turned to Talia beside him, eyes wide with shock. Shu Tingfei had spoken Talia's name without error, something Bane had never expected. What is it? The old Nokia had no speaker, so Talia had heard nothing. The sudden change in Bane's expression sent a chill through her. That man knows about you, Bane said, face dark as a storm. He'd felt from the start that something was off. How did Shu Tingfei even know Talia existed? Though Talia had planned everything, Bane alone had shown his face, she had never appeared in public. So where had Shu Tingfei obtained his intel? Talia's heart skipped, she snatched the phone. Mr. Shu, I don't know or care how you learned of me, she said, voice tight. But be clear, Selina and Lillian are with me. Their lives depend on you. It was an open threat. Shu Tingfei's knowledge of her identity only deepened her unease, so she cut straight to the point. They're safe, I'm not worried, Shu Tingfei replied, terrifyingly calm. But you've succeeded in angering me. I'd meant to stay out of your game with Batman and let you play. Yet since you're so eager to invite me in, I'll oblige, and play, properly. He ended the call. The dial tone hammered at Talia and Bane like a drum. He hadn't given Talia a second to retort. Talia stood stunned, so did Bane. Events had veered wildly off their script, racing toward an outcome they could not predict. But Talia quickly recovered. Every word Shu Tingfei had spoken stabbed like an icicle. With a cry she sprinted after Matthew's group. Gotham's sewers were labyrinthine, yet they knew every turn. Deep inside they had built a hidden cell for important hostages. Matthew had taken the women there moments ago. Seeing Talia's panic, Bane realized the gravity and charged after her. They arrived breathless with reinforcements, and froze. Bodies lay strewn outside the cell door. Matthew, Daniel, all motionless. The barred door stood open, Selina and Lillian were gone. Matthew. Daniel. Talia's voice shook, her face turned paper white. Bane knelt, roughly checking pulses, still there, hearts still beating. He seized Matthew's collar and shook, the man hung like wet cloth. When shaking failed, Bane's temper flared and he smashed an open palm across Matthew's cheek. Crack. The blow, though not full force, packed the power of an average man's desperate punch. Matthew's left cheek ballooned like overproofed dough, yet he didn't stir, not even a twitch. Bane's brow knitted, he reversed the slap, striking the other cheek even harder. Both sides of Matthew's face swelled symmetrically, yet he remained a lifeless doll. Bane hurled Matthew aside, hoisted Daniel and delivered the same treatment. Daniel's face reddened and bloated, but like Matthew he showed no sign of waking, as though locked in a deathless sleep no stimulus could break. Bane and Talia were no fools. They instantly realized these people hadn't simply fallen asleep. Something terrifying beyond their comprehension had clearly happened while they were unaware. Talia, recalling Shu Tingfei's words on the phone just now, felt a chill rise as a horrifying thought surfaced. They might truly have provoked an unprecedented, colossal trouble. This time, I'm afraid we're really in big trouble. Talia's words had barely settled in the damp air when the group of henchmen behind them began collapsing one after another for no apparent reason. Had their hearing been sharp enough, they would have caught the faint, almost imperceptible whistling in the air. PFF'd. 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 As bodies dropped one by one, Bane and Talia finally noticed something was terribly wrong. Bane immediately shielded Talia, muscles coiled like a beast ready to fight. Yet after every last subordinate had been taken down, the hidden assailant in the darkness ceased. Moments later, a tall figure wearing a bat helmet and black cape stepped slowly out of the gloom. It was none other than Gotham's Dark Knight, Batman. Naturally, He hadn't come alone. Behind him followed Gotham's one-man army, Director Jim Gordon, and a large contingent of heavily armed police. Your trouble has arrived. Batman's trademark rasp, like gravel on sandpaper, echoed through the sewer. Talia's heart sank. Shooting Faye's retaliation had come faster and fiercer than she'd imagined. Shooting Faye's phone call had already made it clear he knew Batman. But she'd never dreamed the Night Sovereign of Gotham would appear before them so quickly. A man's reputation is like a tree's shadow. The moment he showed up, he silently took down more than a dozen of her well-trained men. Now he'd brought a squad of cops, turning her and Bane from hunters into turtles trapped in a jar in an instant. Miss Miranda Tate, I never imagined you'd be part of the League of Assassins, said Director Gordon, disappointment and shock thick in his tone. He knew Talia. After all, she was Gotham's famous philanthropist and a director of Wayne Group. Who could guess that beneath her glamorous facade lay the true identity of the notorious League of Assassins leader's daughter? No wonder she'd secured a seat on Wayne Group's board at such a young age. I'll cover your escape, Bane said, glancing at the ashen-faced Talia behind him. Without another word he prepared to charge like a runaway tank straight at Batman. He feared nothing, having long since abandoned any concern for death. No, Talia seized his arm with such force her knuckles went white. Don't resist. She stared at Bane and slowly shook her head. Talia was smart. She knew full well that resisting now would likely get them killed on the spot. But if they were merely captured and put on trial, the worst outcome would be prison. And prison could never hold them. It was a strategic retreat, preserving strength for the future. The only, and greatest, problem was the unfathomable Shooting Faye. On the phone he'd plainly said he was joining the game in person. Moreover, his target wasn't just her and Bane but the entire League of Assassins. That was the real catastrophe. The eerie state of Matthew and the others was only the tip of the iceberg of Shooting Faye's handiwork. And they still had no idea how he'd done it. How had he spirited Selina and Lillian away without a trace? Shooting Faye's ghostly methods filled her with unprecedented dread. But now wasn't the time to dwell on Shooting Faye. The current situation was already as bad as it could get. Bane always obeyed Talia without question. So when she held him back, he abandoned any thought of resistance. A man who didn't fear death certainly wouldn't fear arrest. Seeing Talia and Bane give up resistance, Director Gordon waved. A swarm of officers rushed forward like wolves. Leading them was a resolute-eyed young cop named John Blake. A rookie who'd joined the force only recently yet brimmed with justice, courage, and vigilance. Gordon thought highly of him. He saw in the young man the shadow of his younger self. And events would prove his judgment right. Bane's mountain-like frame was overwhelming, and no one knew if the monster might suddenly lash out. So as the officers neared him they instinctively slowed, hesitating. In the end it was John Blake who strode forward fearlessly and stopped in front of Bane. He smoothly snapped silver cuffs around Bane's thick wrist with a decisive click. Bane glared at him with bestial ferocity. But John Blake didn't flinch. He straightened his back and met those violent eyes head-on. Once Bane was subdued by John Blake, his colleagues found the courage to step up and cuff Talia as well. More officers began dragging away the thugs Batman had paralyzed, cuffing them one by one. Luckily Director Gordon had brought plenty of manpower this time. Otherwise they'd have had no way to haul out more than a dozen unconscious grown men. After all, they were in the sewers with a long climb back to the surface. Seeing John Blake's outstanding performance, Gordon was very pleased. He turned to ask Batman's opinion of the young officer, only to find the dark vigilante gone without a trace. Gordon. Director, where's Batman? John Blake asked curiously as he escorted Bane over. He's already left, Gordon shrugged helplessly. He himself wanted to know where Batman had vanished to. The guy truly came and went like a shadow, never bothering to say goodbye. Still, Bane's gang had been successfully captured. Next would be the trial by law. Batman had no need to linger. Miracle Tower. Shooting Faye had already seen the entire arrest of Bane and Talia by Gordon's team. With telepathy, his cheat-level ability, anyone on site could serve as his eyes and ears. Just then the office door was gently pushed open. Selina and Lillian had returned. This kidnapping experience had once again reshaped their perception of Shooting Faye. The methods he displayed had shocked them to the core. Earlier in the sewer, shortly after they'd been locked in that cold, damp cell, their guard Matthew had suddenly walked over like a puppet and opened the door for them. All the other guards had silently collapsed at the same instant. Throughout the whole process they hadn't even seen Shooting Faye's shadow. And after opening the door, Matthew had also stiffly fallen unconscious. Right after, Shooting Faye's familiar, steady voice echoed directly in their minds, guiding them with perfect clarity, telling them the quickest, safest route out of the maze-like sewers. Now, seeing Shooting Faye sitting comfortably in his office, leisurely sipping coffee, only deepened the shock. What did that prove? It proved Shooting Faye had never even left his office, yet he'd rescued them as easily as turning a hand. Although Selena had trusted Shooting Faye from the start, convinced he would bring them out safely. She never could have imagined his method would be so miraculous. I'm sorry, because of me, you two were targeted. When the women returned unharmed, Shooting Faye's voice carried a rare gentleness. Selena merely shot him a languid, flirtatious roll of her eyes. Then, long legs striding, she walked straight up to him, placed a jade hand against his chest, and, without a word, pressed herself to him like a beautiful serpent. A little over a minute later, Selena rose gracefully, smoothing her slightly disheveled clothes. All right, you're forgiven, she murmured, licking her full lips. Shooting Faye merely smiled. No further words were needed. With a turn of his palm, 2 vials of futuristic blue liquid appeared out of thin air. This incident reminded me, the world never lacks desperate madmen. To make sure you're never caught in a situation like that again, I've prepared something special for you. Curious, Selena picked up 1 vial, studying it under the light. What is it? Super Soldier Serum. A wonder drug that enhances every aspect of your body, and comes with an extra perk, eternal youth. Shooting Faye grinned. What he'd exchanged from the system was a perfectly optimized Super Soldier Serum. Not only did it have 0 side effects, its power boost far surpassed the version Captain America had received. As a bonus, it granted the age-defying effect countless women would kill for. With the explanation finished, Shooting Faye stood. A delicate injector appeared in his other hand. Come, let me give you the shot. Selena nodded without hesitation. She stepped forward obediently, absolute trust shining in her eyes. She trusted Shooting Faye 100%. Though they'd only recently become a couple, they had known each other far longer. He was her man, what reason could she have to doubt him? As the blue serum slowly entered her body, a warm current spread from the injection site. The enhancement was gentle, no discomfort at all. This was the flawless version, unlike Captain America's, it didn't tear you apart with agony. Perfect enhancement worked silently, imperceptibly, no pain whatsoever. Next came Lillian. Once both women's transformations were complete. Half an hour had passed. The instant the process ended. The two felt earth-shaking changes within themselves. They could sense they'd become stronger, overwhelmingly so, in every way. Strength, speed, stamina, reflexes, even spirit, their skin was now silkier and more radiant than ever. If before they'd needed expensive cosmetics and elaborate routines to maintain their complexions, now they required none of it. Bare-faced, their skin outshone any retouched photo. Even their already devilish figures had become more sculpted, perfect as a Grecian statue. The discovery thrilled them. No woman dislikes becoming more beautiful, even if she's already a stunner. Human pursuit of beauty has no ceiling. Handsome men spend effort on grooming to look sharper. Beautiful women do the same. Darling, this gift is incredible. I absolutely love it. Selena planted an excited kiss on Shooting Faye's cheek and gave him a promising wink for the night. Shooting Faye only smiled, saying nothing. In the blink of an eye, another fortnight passed. After Talia and Bane were arrested, Gotham's public order reached an unprecedented level of peace. No major violent incidents occurred. The once arrogant gangs tucked their tails, docile as quails. Any friction remained minor and quickly fizzled out. With Gotham's police force stronger than ever and a newly resurgent Batman on patrol, anyone causing trouble was promptly packed off to Blackgate Prison. The joint venture between Miracle Group and Wayne Group had been finalized 2 weeks earlier, contracts signed, cooperation was now in full swing. The alliance of these two titans detonated a nuclear bomb in the global energy sector. Traditional energy conglomerates reeled, international oil prices plummeted. Yet ordinary citizens saw their monthly living costs drop sharply. A boon to the entire nation. Thus, though some government departments grumbled, they could do little against Shooting Faye, whose coffers and core tech placed him beyond reach. When Miracle Group released its first month revenue report, all Gotham, and the world, shook. In a single month, Miracle Group had raked in $160 billion US. The figure was staggering. Even after deducting the publicly claimed $100 billion R&D cost, net profit exceeded $60 billion. An astronomical sum. Remember, retail titan Walmart, long the Fortune 500 champion, posted quarterly revenues of only about $140 billion. Miracle Group surpassed that in 1 month. On the newest Fortune Global 500 list, Miracle Group debuted at number 1, toppling Walmart. Partnering with Miracle, Wayne Group also turned its fortunes around. Its monthly revenue hit an astonishing $30+ billion. Once ranked outside the top 500, Wayne Group vaulted back into the top 100. Even cracking the top 20. Of course, while raking in money. Xu Tingfei hadn't forgotten to hound the League of Assassins. The League was deeply rooted, its members entwined across the globe. So Xu Tingfei simply went all in, bankrolling a massive private prison and installing the thoroughly subjugated Penguin as its warden. Then, relaxed in his office, he used omnipresent telepathy to invite every League of Assassins operative scattered across the world to Gotham, one by one. Afterward, he crammed them all into that impregnable private prison. Xu Tingfei didn't kill them outright. To him, a quick death would be letting them off too easily. Letting them rot behind bars for life, harassed and tormented in new ways every day, stripped of freedom, never able to do as they please, that is the true sentence for criminals like them. A clean slash would be a gift. Bane and Talia were likewise transferred from Blackgate to Xu Tingfei's private facility. To guarantee absolute security, Xu even donated a dozen vials of super soldier serum to Penguin and the guards he handpicked. Super soldier serum isn't cheap, but for Xu Tingfei, now richer than many nations, it was nothing. A mere drop in the ocean. Once the situation here was completely stable, Xu Tingfei planned to leave this world. It was time to set foot in a new world and begin a new journey. Even though his system account now held more than 200, nearly $300 billion. That was still an astronomical way from his ultimate goal, the Superman serum Henry Cavill version priced at $3 trillion. Not to mention the even pricier items that came after, Super Saiyan Bloodline, Universe Limit Breaker, and so on. The price tags on those were enough to make one's head spin. Therefore, he had to keep traveling to more worlds and earning more wealth. After his departure, Miracle Group would be run entirely by Selena. Xu trusted her completely, she would manage the vast commercial empire flawlessly. Time: 2006. Location: United States, Haverwell City. Haverwell International Airport. Without warning, Xu Tingfei's figure appeared in the center of the terminal. No one noticed his sudden arrival. The hall was in apocalyptic chaos, people screaming, crying, fleeing in all directions. No one realized a man had just materialized. The next second, the entire scene seemed to hit pause, plunging into dead silence. In truth, time had not stopped. Xu had activated super speed, Quicksilver's power, entering a bullet time state of hyperperception. Everything around him hadn't frozen, his speed was simply so extreme that, relative to him, everyone else moved in slow motion, creating the illusion of suspended time. While moving at that speed, he activated telepathy. He skimmed the surface thoughts of the motionless crowd. Moments later he understood his situation and the basic background of this world. He was in Haverwell City's international airport. The terminal's chaos stemmed from a biochemical weapon being released inside. 7 years earlier, after the Raccoon City virus incident shocked the globe. Similar biochemical terror attacks had broken out from time to time. Today, it was Haverwell International Airport's turn. From those key facts Xu instantly deduced where he had arrived. The Resident Evil world. Not the live-action movie version, though. This was the CG film version, closer to the original games. System: purchase, Magneto-level magnetic mastery. Item purchased. Magnetic mastery. $60 billion deducted. Compared with Professor X's telepathy, Magneto's power cost far more. Understandable. On-screen Magneto's destructive force rivaled Xavier's mind control, sometimes even more spectacular. Besides, Magneto initially had no idea his gift was full electromagnetic force, not merely metal. In other words, his self-development was nowhere near its limit. At least in Xu's eyes, Magneto's ability had colossal room to grow. A power's strength depends largely on how far its user explores it. Metal control was simply the most intuitive path, so Magneto stuck with it instead of digging deeper. Remember, electromagnetism is one of the universe's four fundamental forces. That shows how terrifying Magneto's ceiling truly is. Master any one of the four fundamental forces and even Thanos without the Infinity Stones is a little brother before you. 600 billion is dollar. Add another zero, 6 trillion, and Shu would still call it a bargain. The moment purchase succeeded, the system injected that mighty ability into him. Shu mastered it instantly, as if born with it. In that instant his grasp and application of magnetic force surpassed even Magneto himself. His mind brimmed with ingenious ways to use magnetism. That was what Shu loved most about the system. After purchase, a power peaked immediately, no tedious training or adaptation needed. With magnetic mastery secured, Shu stepped out of super speed. The next second the world resumed. The silent tableau shattered, replaced by hysterical screams, terrified shouts, curses, and wails. Noise crashed over him like a tide. Then Shu slowly, gracefully raised his right hand. An invisible, titanic magnetic field erupted outward, centered on him. In an instant the entire Haverwell International Airport lay within that unseen force. Among the panicked crowd, the zombies biting victims defied gravity and floated up. They hung frozen in midair, limbs thrashing wildly yet unable to move an inch. The survivors in the terminal stared, stupefied. In this new world, with his leap in power, Shooting Fei had a brand new way to begin. This time his plan was to perform a miracle in public. My God, what's happening? Someone muttered, face blank. Another stood transfixed. The scene was so surreal he thought he must be dreaming. He pinched his thigh hard, and only the sharp pain convinced him the spectacle before his eyes was real. What the hell is going on? Someone stammered, voice trembling with bewilderment. A miracle. It's a miracle. The gods have descended. They've come to save us. Another cried, ecstatic to be alive, dropping to their knees to worship the divine. Claire Redfield stood amid the chaos, staring up at the impossible scene in a daze. Her beautiful face was etched with utter, overwhelming shock. Because unless you saw it with your own eyes, who would believe something like this could be real? Anyone who didn't know better would think they'd wandered onto a Hollywood set, the floating figures nothing more than stuntmen on wires. But Claire's heart pounded like a war drum. She knew better than anyone this was no fooled movie. As one of the lucky survivors of the Raccoon City outbreak, she knew the virus twisted infected down to her bones. Yet the man hovering in midair, Shooting Fei, didn't blow the monsters to pieces like some silver screen hero. Instead, he turned and drifted toward the center of the terminal, landing as lightly as a feather. At that moment every survivor in the hall was stunned senseless by the surreal sight. They stood rooted, mouths agape, pupils dilated, forgetting even to breathe. The vast airport seemed paused, only Shooting Fei moved. Like the only splash of color in a black and white film, he became the sole focus of every eye. And when the crowd realized the snarling zombies overhead were now trailing him like tame birds, their minds exploded. A single, unbelievable thought took root: this breathtaking spectacle had been orchestrated by that one man. Under countless stares blending awe, terror, and disbelief, Shooting Fei simply flicked his wrist, graceful as a conductor starting a symphony. At once the swarm of floating zombies drifted downward as if pulled by invisible strings, slow and steady. The crowd below jerked back in unison, as if shocked by electricity, parting like a well-rehearsed drill. They cleared a wide circle for the very monsters that had once petrified them. Every heart leapt into every throat, breaths held as they stared, wondering what impossible act would come next. System, is there any way to restore these poor infected to normal? Shooting Fei's thought flashed like silent lightning to the unseen presence only he could sense. The instant the question formed, a sci-fi shopping interface snapped open before his eyes. Hundreds of items shimmering with strange light filled his vision. Of course, no one else could see it. To onlookers he merely stood there, gaze deep, as if pondering some cosmic riddle. Shooting Fei didn't bother glancing at the outrageously priced goods. With a flick he scrolled straight to the cheapest section. Goth's Dark Potion. Price: 3.2 million US. Description: a mysterious magic potion forged by the Dark Emperor Goth, removes all negative status effects. Side effect: 3 days of total weakness after use. 32 million. Pocket change. Best of all, it was reusable, king of cost effectiveness. Without hesitation he confirmed the purchase. A crystal vial filled with deep purple liquid materialized in his palm, glowing coldly. He uncorked it. No need to pour. With a thought, his magnetic field lifted a portion of the potion. Under that force, the purple fluid vaporized instantly, as if boiled away. In a few breaths, a dense purple mist coiled and churned before him. He flicked his fingers again. The living mist shot toward the stunned infected like well-trained hounds, enveloping every one of them. Moments later, the purple haze began to fade. And then, a miracle. The once hideous, snarling infected stood human again. Even their torn, gnawed wounds had closed, skin now smooth and flawless. They blinked in bewilderment, clearly unsure what had happened. Only slowly did it dawn on them, they'd been saved. Joy exploded across their faces, survivors nearly wept with relief. Yet the onlookers who'd witnessed it all were even more hysterical, bordering on frenzy. What they'd seen shattered every worldview, a spectacle that seared the soul. Nowadays, viral terror attacks cast shadows over every corner of the world. Even the mighty United States isn't spared. On U.S. soil alone, more than 30 biochemical terror incidents are recorded each year. And that's with early warnings and defenses in place. Without precautions, the numbers would be far worse. The federal government even created an elite anti-biochem task force on round-the-clock standby, yet results remain limited. Ordinary citizens live in constant dread, never knowing if tomorrow the horror will move in next door. No one can be sure they won't be the next to turn into a mindless, bloodthirsty monster. But in all human history, there had never been a case of someone turned monster who then miraculously reverted, until now. Even the costly serums from top pharmaceutical giants only offer a slim, uncertain chance if used right after infection, before full mutation. Whether it truly stops the change is a roll of the dice. Because those serums are far from 100% effective. And today, right before their eyes, an event unfolded that will rewrite world history. If those turned into monsters can be cured, what does that mean? It means the nightmare of viral infection that has plagued all of humanity will be a thing of the past. Since even monsters can be restored, people will no longer feel bone-deep terror toward the virus. The lunatics hiding in dark corners plotting horrific biochemical attacks will find their viruses reduced to worthless jokes. Whether that miraculous purple mist can be mass-produced or not, it marks a blazing, brilliant beginning. It offers people in despair a ray of light called hope. In the crowd, countless people thought this, trembling with excitement. Among them was Claire, her heart surging. But Claire had yet to recover from the shock. The next second, someone roughly shoved her shoulder, almost sending her stumbling. She steadied herself, turned back in annoyance, and saw a burly man in a crisp black suit, face expressionless. Behind the man, she spotted a short, greasy, all too familiar figure. Councilman Ron Davis. Clearly, the man who had pushed her was his bodyguard. Claire's brows snapped together, disgust welled up, but she said nothing. She simply took her friend's niece, Chola, and quietly stepped aside. She obviously didn't want to share the same air as these revolting politicians for a second longer. Claire's irritation didn't even register for Councilman Davis. She wasn't the only one his bodyguard had shoved aside. Anyone blocking his path was pushed away like trash, roughly and without ceremony. Those shoved were furious, but once they recognized Davis's pudgy face, they swallowed their anger and stayed silent. Davis was a councilman, someone ordinary folk absolutely couldn't afford to offend. Soon Davis elbowed his way to the front of the crowd. Now he stood less than 20 meters from shooting Faye. His target was the man who had descended like a god. As a politician, Davis had sharp instincts. He considered himself smarter than the common herd, even if only in petty ways. After witnessing shooting Faye's heaven-shaking power, a crystal-clear thought surfaced. He had to make contact, ingratiate himself, and become shooting Faye's friend at any cost. Because even his fat head could see that once today's events went public, forces around the world would fight tooth and nail to recruit shooting Faye, and many wouldn't even get in line. Right now, Davis held an absolute geographical advantage. He must seize this once-in-a-lifetime chance. With every step closer, his chubby face piled on the politician's trademark false, enthusiastic smile. But soon he couldn't smile at all. He discovered, to his horror, that he couldn't move. Not just him, his bodyguards were like puppets under a spell, frozen mid-push, comical and eerie. They felt as if they'd been cast into invisible concrete, locked by unseen force, unable to advance, even to twitch a finger. Naturally, it was shooting Faye's doing. He had no time for petty political games with a minor councilman. So he wrapped Davis and his men in a gravitational field. Stopping them was easier for Shooting Fei than breathing. Besides, today's drama was far from over. He clearly remembered that in the original movie, a zombie-packed plane would soon crash into this airport. Moments ago, his pervasive magnetic sense had already detected that approaching aircraft. In 30 seconds at most, that flight of death would reach the skies above Haverwell International Airport. And then plummet. Therefore Shooting Fei ignored this clown Davis. He didn't even glance back at the people who, after being saved by Goth's dark potion, were babbling with gratitude. He turned and strode toward the airport exit. With each step, an invisible magnetic field spread outward. Those blocking his path were gently yet irresistibly nudged aside. The push was so soft that people stepped aside before realizing what had happened. Faced with such miraculous skill, no one felt anger, only surprise, curiosity, and soul-deep awe. Seeing Shooting Fei head outside. A few bolder ones, hands shaking, raised their phones, started recording, and followed. Smarter ones had begun filming long ago, capturing every incredible scene in full. Among them, the reporter who had earlier interviewed Davis fumbled for his phone. Why a phone? Because in the chaos, their TV station's expensive camera had already died a heroic death. Out in the open, Shooting Fei simply stood there, hands clasped behind his back, motionless. While the crowd wondered why he'd come out here. A piercing aircraft roar suddenly ripped through the sky. It grew louder and louder, until it thundered across the airport, hurting eardrums. Everyone instinctively looked up. A huge airliner, trailing thick black smoke, was diving at terrifying speed and angle straight toward the terminal. Clearly, it was a completely out of control passenger plane. The sight stunned everyone, minds went blank. After one crisis, no one expected another, a plane about to slam into the airport. Some squeezed their eyes shut, faces full of despair, awaiting death. More, however, immediately turned pleading eyes toward Shooting Fei. In their hearts, he was their only savior. And they were quickly proven right. Because Shooting Fei acted. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed. An invisible, mighty magnetic force surged skyward. It was as if a pair of unseen, gentle yet giant hands precisely caught the crashing aircraft. With only meters left before impact and a catastrophic explosion. The massive plane defied every law of physics and froze in midair. Everyone stared in a daze at this miracle. Some of the more superstitious were already kneeling toward Shooting Fei, murmuring prayers. As if handling a toy model, Shooting Fei gently lowered the stricken plane to the ground. Then, with a thought, he opened the cabin door. He magnetically invited out the snarling infected. Next came the familiar routine. He summoned the purple mist of Goth's dark potion and cleanly cured these freshly made infected as well. When Shooting Fei finished, the airport erupted in a tsunami of cheers. Everyone gazed at him with frenzied adoration. An outsider might have thought some global superstar was holding an unprecedented concert. Of course, they confined themselves to fervent looks, no one dared any discourtesy. Getting closer. A few tried, but soon found themselves frozen again. Realizing this, deity disliked mortals approaching, they abandoned the idea at once. Naturally, their awe toward Shooting Fei only deepened. Because they realized that Shooting Fei seemed to see straight into their thoughts. That only deepened their certainty about his identity. This man had to be the legendary god. What happened at the airport raced outward like a virus, carried by countless phones. In an instant the whole world was in an uproar. Every major TV network dispatched its best reporters at once, speeding toward Haverwell International Airport. Some distant stations even rented helicopters at ruinous cost just so their crews could land the first scoop. The moment they arrived they witnessed a sight so staggering it would haunt them for life. Shooting Fei, before thousands of staring eyes, rose slowly and majestically into the sky. Beneath his feet countless motes of dust and grit whirled. Drawn by an invisible force the grains fused, gleaming like metal, and midair forged a vast, resplendent silver throne. While every gaze lifted toward him, Shooting Fei turned, settled onto that emblem of supreme power, and sat. The scene, like a tale of creation, left everyone, even battle-hardened reporters, dumbstruck. Some forgot to film at all, mouths agape as they stared skyward. I am a god from another world. A voice sounded abruptly in every mind. Shooting Fei had not spoken, yet each word reached all present, and every viewer watching the live feed. It felt as though he were whispering to you, and you alone, inside the depths of your brain. You may address me as the August Jade Emperor. His declaration detonated like a bomb, flooding the infosphere in seconds. Leaders around the globe who were tracking events now had a first clue to Shooting Fei's identity. Two things became clear. First, he was not of this world. Hardly news. High-def cameras covered every corner of Haverwell's departure hall, and the footage had already leaked to insiders. So his admission caused little stir. Second, he demanded the title August Jade Emperor. Westerners might puzzle over the name, but the Eastern powers instantly grasped its weight. In old tales, the August Jade Emperor is the Jade Emperor, supreme ruler of heaven, emperor of all gods, king of gods. If he wasn't bluffing, the claim was staggering. As for his youthful looks, immortality is routine for gods, appearance means nothing. Old, young, adult or child, all are but a thought away. Like the biblical god who can be white-haired or a handsome youth. Leaving every faction to its frantic theories, the voice in every head continued. I came not to save you, gods have no duty to rescue mortals. Yet I can offer aid. But help is not free, give me something of worth in return. And whatever you can imagine, I possess. Elixirs of eternal life, superhuman power, relics that raise the dead, technologies beyond your grasp, I have them all. His words shook rich and poor alike. Many doubted, fearing a cosmic con. Yet if he spoke true. For most, mere living is struggle enough. But the ultra-rich crave more, better, longer life. Why else did emperors chase the phantom of immortality? If monarchs could not resist, billionaires would not. In Resident Evil, the T-virus was first brewed to cure and extend life, then to grant eternity. The Mad GT virus researchers sought the same. Longevity is coded into the genes of thinking beings. Tycoons pour fortunes into perilous research for that single word, eternal life. You may call them mad, but it is instinct. Shooting Fei wasted no more words. He rose from the glittering throne, drifted down and alighted gently on the tarmac. He moved through the odd crowd to Claire. The heroine of Resident Evil was well known to him, beauty and competence combined. He needed a spokesperson in this strange land. He chose Claire. Her skills and her unique, protagonist, status made her perfect. Knowing the plot, he trusted her character completely. They were like old friends, at least in his eyes, she knew nothing of him. And she was undeniably gorgeous. God. A convenient label. He knew his own limits. A normal man can admire beauty. You're Claire, yes. The question rang with certainty. Why yes? Her heart hammered, her palms sweated. She had faced big scenes before, but they were child's play beside this. He had spoken to no one, until her. And he might be a deity who could raise cities. How could she stay calm? No need to be nervous, Shooting Fei's voice carried a strangely calming power. I only want to ask, are you willing to become my divine envoy in this world? The moment Shooting Fei finished speaking, every eye snapped toward Claire with an audible whoosh, each gaze dripping with unconcealed envy. As for jealousy, a god stood right in front of them. Even if envy gnawed their guts, they could only sour inside, no one dared let it show. Claire herself was stunned, her mind a sudden blank. Divine envoy. Shooting Fei actually wanted her to be his divine envoy. You didn't need brains to know the post meant constant contact with Shooting Fei, and possibly becoming his mortal spokesperson. She never imagined such heaven-sent luck would drop without warning and land squarely on her. Really, can I? But as long as you're willing, that's enough. Shooting Fei cut short her hesitation, sealing the matter with an unchallengeable tone. A dizzying wave of nerves and exhilaration swept through Claire. The onlookers were so jealous their eyes were bloodshot. Why wasn't I the one chosen to stand before Shooting Fei? As my envoy, you will receive the power I bestow. System. Purchase the 12 talismans of the Demon Saint. Item. 12 talismans of the Demon Saint. Purchase successful. 1.8 trillion dollars deducted. In an instant, an immense, primordial demonic force flooded into Shooting Fei. Saint, from the Jackie Chan Adventures world, had once ruled the entire globe through sheer might. His greatest assets were those 12 all-purpose talismans, each with a unique power. With the 12 talismans now his, Shooting Fei felt his strength leap at least 2 full tiers. Yes, the price was absurd. But compared with the colossal boost, the deal was worth every cent. Myriad Heavens Mall System. Host. Shooting Fei. Age. 22. Race. Human. Lifespan. Immortal. Funds. 350 billion dollars. Items. None. Abilities. Planar teleportation, cooling, super self-healing and regeneration, cold weapon mastery, firearm mastery, high-speed movement, X-Men Quicksilver version, perfect Hulk transformation, telepathy, magnetism control, 12 talisman demon power. Without noticing, Shooting Fei's ability list had become dazzling. With his current overall strength. As long as Thanos hadn't yet assembled all 6 Infinity Stones at once, even if he already held 5, Shooting Fei could defeat him head-on. After all, none of these powers were simple. When combined, the result wasn't 1 plus 1 plus 1 equals 3. Forget defeating Thanos, he was fairly confident he could kill him outright. Of course, 100% success wasn't guaranteed. Still, his strength would only keep rising. And with Shooting Fei in play, Thanos would be lucky to collect more than 3 stones. For Shooting Fei now, Thanos was no longer a concern. What truly worried him were the hidden multiverse-level horrors. Once the cinematic multiverse fully opened, he might face those comic book monsters who reboot universes on a whim. By current standards he wasn't weak, but far from invincible. Therefore, he had to grow stronger. Only a couple of seconds had passed since he bought the talismans. Shooting Fei raised his hand and rested it gently on Claire's head. Her body went rigid as a statue, she dared not move. Yet beneath the tension, excitement and curiosity surged. She thrilled that Shooting Fei truly meant to grant her power, and wondered what miracle she would receive. I grant you dominion over fire. I grant you an undying, unaging body. I grant you youth everlasting. I grant you flight through the skies. I grant you divine power to heal others. 5 gifts, 5 distinct transcendent abilities. They were the dragon talisman's flame, the dog talisman's immortality and youth, the rooster and rabbit talismans, flight and speed, and the horse talisman's healing. Having mastered the 12 talismans, Shooting Fei could now lend portions of their might. As his words fell, the boundless talisman power poured from his palm into Claire. A soft, sacred white light wrapped her body. She looked like an angel descended to earth. Moments later the glow faded. Claire reappeared before the crowd, utterly transformed. Her bearing radiated confidence and formidable presence. Visibly, she had become more beautiful, her skin delicate and flawless. Caucasian women often mature early and age fast, many look 30 at 20. Though Claire had aged well, she now appeared a decade younger, like a 16-year-old in full bloom, vibrant and fresh. Under countless burning stares she lifted her right hand. A blazing flame blossomed above her palm, swirling into a fireball that engulfed her fist. She felt its searing heat, yet it scorched nothing. Nearby onlookers instinctively stepped back, the fierce heat warping the air and stinging their skin. A pace closer and they'd blister. Amazing, even though she controlled the talisman power, Claire couldn't help exclaiming at the miracle. The fire roared harmlessly across her skin. Test its might, Shooting Fei said calmly. Ah, all right. Claire hesitated, surprised. See that aircraft over there? Now, hit it. I doubt the airport will mind. Shooting Fei pointed toward the airliner that had just arrived packed with infected, almost plowing straight into the terminal. Claire hesitated for barely a second. She wasn't stupid. Shooting Fei wanted this done so everyone present could see exactly how formidable the power he'd bestowed truly was. Since she had already become his divine envoy, she felt obliged to obey the will of her God. Besides, the plane was empty, using it to test the might of her flames seemed fine. She herself was burning with curiosity over how devastating her new strength might be. As for compensating the airline, forget it. Who would dare demand payment from a living deity like Shooting Fei? Without him, the aircraft would have crashed anyway, and the airport's losses would only have been worse. By that logic, the airport should be thanking him. With that thought, she flicked her wrist and hurled the fireball. The sphere roared through the air, swelling as it flew. What had started basketball-sized ballooned into something the width of a giant hula hoop. Boom! A deafening blast shook the tarmac as the sphere slammed into the fuselage. Searing dragon flame erupted like a breached lava flow, wrapping the entire jet in an instant. The inferno's terrifying heat began devouring the aircraft's hardened metal skin. In less than 30 seconds the colossal machine of countless precision parts had melted into a glowing pool of iron that hissed on the concrete. Everyone recoiled in horror. The flames were so hot that, even from a distance, scorching waves made breathing painful. At first they assumed the fire would die once the plane was gone. Instead, to their horror, it showed no sign of fading and began chewing through the cement beneath. Dragon talisman flames carry intense magical energy. They are blast flames that burn almost without end. Conventional suppression is useless. The sight left onlookers slack-jawed. Even Claire stared in disbelief. She hadn't expected a casual ball-sized sphere to hold apocalyptic force. This was beyond powerful. It was terrifying. Good God, that had been a 50-meter-long airliner packed with passengers. Yet, in under half a minute, it had been reduced to a twisted, molten puddle while everyone watched. The liquefied metal slithered across the tarmac, sizzling, filling the air with acrid smoke. People had naively thought the flames would vanish once the aircraft was consumed. They were wrong. Having swallowed the jet, the hellish fire, like a starving beast, began feasting on the runway itself. Though cameras kept their distance, common sense said the tarmac must now be cratered and scarred. This apocalyptic scene, captured by terrified but steadfast reporters, was broadcast live to every corner of the Federation. If your television was on, this historic footage filled the screen. Viewers everywhere, like the stunned crowd on site, wore identical masks of wordless disbelief. U.S. White House. The Oval Office. The four titans atop the federal power pyramid, the President, Vice President, Minister of Defense, and Senate Speaker, were gathered as never before. Yet every gaze remained glued to the huge LCD screen. They watched the woman called Claire casually lob a child's ball-sized sphere. That tiny thing liquefied a 50-meter jet in 30 seconds. Worse, the flames did not die, they crawled on, ravenously gnawing the earth. Even their seasoned composure couldn't hide the shock in their eyes, such power was simply absurd. Thud thud thud. Sharp footfalls shattered the office silence. Four elite agents in crisp black suits burst in. They were President Graham's personal security detail, the Federation's top guardians. 3 men, 1 woman, the lead was a hulking 6'3" Caucasian codenamed Jason. Steady breathing, hawk-eyed, he had once captained the Army's Mad Dog Special Forces team. Beside him stood a green rookie named Patrick Rick. The third man was Leon S. Kennedy. Yes, the legendary protagonist of the Resident Evil saga, nicknamed Lucky Leon. After saving the president's daughter, he had rocketed from small-town cop to premier agent, now personally guarding the president. The last member, Shen Mei, was a Chinese-American whose delicate fingers could summon data storms. She was their top tech. Together they formed the president's indispensable protection unit, charged with zero-failure security. Mr. President, the files you requested, Shen Mei said crisply, handing over a thick folder. And we happen to have someone here who knows Miss Claire quite well. With that, she flicked her gaze toward Leon. Every powerful eye in the room shifted from the screen to lock onto him. Leon felt the weight of their stares, yet his face stayed calm. He stepped forward slightly, heels clicking against the floor with a soft sound, then nodded. Mr. President, he began, voice steady and clear, you know I was one of the Raccoon City survivors. Before becoming your bodyguard, I served in a unit specialized in bioterror incidents. President Graham nodded slowly, understanding deep in his eyes. He was, of course, intimately familiar with Leon's background. Even though Leon had saved his daughter and enjoyed his absolute trust, the background checks before Leon's appointment had been watertight. Leon's past held no secrets from him. And Claire, Leon continued, dropping a bombshell, she too survived Raccoon City. Beyond that, you'll certainly recognize her brother. Her brother is Chris Redfield, once an elite member of STAR's Alpha Team. A year ago he joined the BSAA and is now on a tough assignment in South Africa. So you and this Claire know each other? Minister of Defense Wilson cut to the chase, leaning forward. Yes, we're friends, Leon admitted openly, then added, though we haven't met since the Raccoon City disaster. Wilson's eyes turned thoughtful. He exchanged a knowing glance with President Graham, the Vice President, and the Senate Majority Leader. The four power players had been racking their brains over who could approach the enigmatic Shooting Faye, or his designated representative, Claire. Who could have guessed the perfect candidate would walk in so dramatically? Leon, the president said, barely hiding his excitement, since you're friends with Miss Claire, we have a vital mission for you. Your task is to contact your friend and, through her, invite that God to the White House. Leon had come prepared. On the ride over, the security team had watched the earth-shaking broadcast. The destructive power Claire displayed after Shooting Faye granted her strength had stunned every bodyguard. Leon was amazed to see Claire again in such a fashion. He'd expected the president would exploit his connection and assign him. So the order didn't surprise him. Mr. President, I accept, Leon said without hesitation. But I can't guarantee success. Still, he would try. That was, after all, his job. Excellent. The president smiled for the first time. The vice president, the minister of defense, and the others looked equally pleased. The self-proclaimed god Shooting Fei was inside Federation borders, heaven sent. They had the best shot at contacting him first and cutting a deal. But first they had to persuade him to come. On paper it sounded simple. He'd already named a liaison. In practice it was nearly impossible. They knew almost nothing about Shooting Fei. His personality, likes, dislikes, all blank. Only one thing was certain. He didn't shun mortals. His earlier words had made that clear. Claire was his mouthpiece, the channel he'd left the world. By putting her forward, Shooting Fei signaled he intended to talk to those in power. Jason, you three will fly to Haverwell City with Leon, the president ordered. Wilson has a jet ready, wheels up ASAP. I'll give you my written authorization. On arrival, Haverwell Police will give you full cooperation. Leon, you're in command. I'll give you maximum authority and support. Even if you can't invite the god, secure us a face-to-face meeting. Understood. Leon nodded firmly. On the broadcast, Shooting Fei had vanished. After granting Claire that impossible power, he disappeared, leaving her alone at Haverwell International Airport, the eye of the storm. Graham knew every major power on Earth was now racing toward Haverwell like sharks scenting blood. He wasn't worried. Haverwell was Federation soil, first come, first served. Statistically, their odds were best, Haverwell City. In a luxury hotel's presidential suite, Shooting Fei lounged on a bed big enough for four, legs crossed, watching the giant TV with interest. Every channel in the Federation now revolved around him. His fame had hit an all-time peak. Compared to the stir he'd caused in the Marvel Universe or Batman's Dark Knight world, this was the most sensational. In 2 days, the entire planet would know him. Anyone who didn't was either deep in untouched forest or living in a primitive tribe. Every modern soul would know the name Shooting Fei. His miracle had heralded a new age, theocracy. Here, he was the one and only supreme true god. In the Marvel Universe, Miracle Pharmaceuticals Group netted him tens of billions of US dollars a month. In the Dark Knight world, the expanded Miracle Group brought in over $100 billion US monthly. But those were slow, steady streams. To any ordinary person, a month's profit was an unimaginable fortune. To Shooting Fei, it wasn't much. For fast money, those worlds didn't fit. The Walking Dead world was chaotic enough, but too small, and he'd lacked the power to harvest wasteland wealth efficiently. Now, he had it. Compared to the world of The Walking Dead, the Resident Evil universe is a goldmine for quick cash. Its social order hasn't collapsed, so a robust, universal currency still circulates. Which means that, with the right moves, Shooting Fei can scoop up astronomical sums in record time. So what kind of move lets someone rake in that much money that fast? Simple. Do business with the entire planet. And how do you make the whole world fight to trade with you? Even simpler. Let the whole world know you exist and that you're holding what they crave. Do that, and you won't have to lift a finger, they'll come begging to cut a deal. That is the ultimate secret to fast money. The moment Shooting Fei realized he'd landed in the Resident Evil CG movie timeline, he scripted this grand revelation before the masses. And from the look of things, it worked flawlessly. A sweep of telepathy told him exactly how many planes and cars were racing toward Haverwell City from every direction. As for using raw mental power to puppet tycoons and politicians into handing over their cash, he'd never even considered it. First, as a human being, he had lines he refused to cross. Second, he hadn't been backed into a corner that demanded such brute methods. Perhaps one day, when a truly formidable enemy forced his hand, he might do whatever it took to survive. But right now, there was no need. Besides, once you start down that road, there's no turning back. Shooting Fei had no desire to become the kind of monster he himself would despise. Call it pretentious or call it stubborn. People are complicated creatures. Meanwhile, in the ultra-luxurious VIP lounge at Haverwell City Airport, Claire had been ushered in with groveling deference by the terrified airport director. Shooting Fei's abrupt departure left her exasperated. The mysterious man had vanished without a word, and she hadn't even seen how. Still, she assumed that with his uncanny abilities he could keep tabs on her anytime. Perhaps, when it mattered, he would reach out. After he disappeared, the airport treated her like royalty, escorting her into a lounge normally reserved for top-tier magnates and dignitaries. Inside were her friend who had come to pick her up and her adorable niece, Sherry. Under the circumstances, leaving would be unwise. Any rash exit from the airport would only put them in greater danger because of their connection to her. So Claire kept them close. The lounge was fully appointed, soft king-size beds included, ready whenever they needed rest. The place was more comfortable than most five-star hotels. Whatever food or drink they desired, a word to the staff outside and the finest spread would appear. As for payment, please. With her status as the divine envoy, why would she ever need money? Others were desperate to give it to her. Whether she accepted was up to her. Knock, knock. The heavy VIP door rapped, then swung open. A uniformed, pretty flight attendant stepped inside. Her name was Emily, one of the crew from the crashed airliner. She'd been infected and turned into a walker. Shooting Fei had hauled her back from the brink with a miracle. Now she was his most devoted believer. Even if she never saw her god again, she would do anything for him. Though the side effects of Goth's dark potion still left her weak, strength and stamina at half their usual. She insisted on staying to serve the envoy. With Claire's consent, she had become her temporary secretary. Divine Envoy, Councilman Davis is outside asking for an audience, Emily said with a bow. He bids me say he'll pay $1 million as a greeting gift if you'll see him. In truth, Emily had no wish to relay the fat man's message. The councilman was insufferable. But like a stubborn fly he'd buzz in her ear until she agreed, so she'd reluctantly come to report. Councilman Davis. Claire recalled the obese man who'd shoved her rudely in the terminal. She frowned, ready to refuse. You might as well hear what he's selling. A calm, familiar voice echoed inside her mind. It was Shooting Fei. Startled, Claire almost looked around. No need to search, I'm nowhere nearby, but I can keep watch, he said with a smile. Meet the fat man, find out what he wants. Take the million if he's offering. Consider it your first salary as my divine envoy. Claire drew a steadying breath, calmed herself. Then told Emily. Send him in, I'll talk. Very well. Emily nodded, surprised. And stepped back out. In the corridor, Councilman Ron Davis paced like an ant on a hot pan, his bulk stirring small gusts. The instant Shooting Fei had mentioned a deal, the politician's opportunistic heart had raced. Backed by powerful financiers, he'd just received a call from his patron, urgent orders to contact Shooting Fei at any cost and discover what price might secure the god's most coveted gifts. What did they want? Nothing less than life extension, maybe even immortality. Surely such things were trivial for a true deity. And if he succeeded, his backers had promised him a share of the elixir. With stakes that high, he couldn't refuse. So despite knowing he'd offended Claire, he swallowed his pride and came. Da, da, da. The crisp sound of high heels clicking against the marble floor echoed. Hearing the noise, Councilman Davis immediately stopped and turned around. Seeing Emily returning alone, he immediately plastered a fawning smile on his face and ran up to her, his belly protruding. Miss Emily, how did it go? Did the divine emissary, did she agree to see me? Davis asked with a bow, his tone ingratiating. You must know, he was a councilman. With such a status, which ordinary person wouldn't bow and scrape before him? She was just a mere flight attendant. Normally, he wouldn't even give her a second glance. But Emily was different now. She was now divine emissary Claire's temporary secretary. Even the person in charge of the airport didn't dare give her any orders now. Instead, he had to curry favor with her in every possible way. Because that high and mighty divine emissary had personally allowed Emily to serve as her secretary. Although it was only temporary, who knew? If Emily performed well, that temporary title might just become permanent. The divine emissary wants you to go in, Emily said coldly, a flash of undisguised disgust crossing her face as she looked at his expression. She truly didn't want to spend another second with this greasy fat man. If not for his status as a councilman, he wouldn't even have the chance to bother her, he would have been kicked out by security long ago. Although she was now Claire's temporary secretary, she still had to be somewhat mindful of Councilman Davis's status. Claire could afford not to care, but she couldn't. Hearing this, Davis didn't care at all about Emily's cold and rude attitude. He only knew one thing: Claire was willing to see him. A look of pure ecstasy instantly rose on his fat face. Great. Thank you so much, Miss Emily. Then I'll head in now. You lot, wait out here quietly. The first two sentences were for Emily, while the last was for his several brawny bodyguards. Having said that, he could no longer contain himself and hurried toward the VIP lounge at the end of the corridor, almost at a trot. Reaching the door that symbolized hope, he took a deep breath, straightened his slightly wrinkled suit, and with a hint of trepidation, raised his hand to knock. 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 The crisp sound of knocking echoed in the quiet corridor. Come in, Claire's cool voice came from inside the room. Davis cautiously pushed the door open and peered inside before walking in. There were only 3 people in the room. Claire's friend was playing with her little niece, Sherry, on a sofa in the distance. When he entered, they only glanced up before looking away, continuing to talk and laugh in low voices. Davis's gaze only lingered on them for half a second before he immediately withdrew it. He looked at Claire, who was sitting on a single sofa, and then stepped toward her. His gaze was somewhat complex. After all, not long ago, this girl was just an ordinary person he had casually pushed aside. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, she would be chosen by the mysterious shooting Fae to become his divine emissary? This leap directly surpassed 99.9999% of the people on Earth, making her one of the existences at the very top of the pyramid. Even as a councilman, he didn't dare offend her easily anymore. But as a veteran politician, changing faces was a basic skill. Thus, the complex emotion that flashed through Davis's eyes lasted for less than a second before being perfectly concealed. Greetings, Divine Emissary. I am Councilman Davis. Regarding what happened earlier in the airport lobby. There's no need to mention what happened before, Claire said, having no intention of wasting words on him, and directly interrupted him. State your purpose for coming. She felt a heartfelt disgust for this fat, greasy councilman. If not for shooting Faye's instructions, she wouldn't have even met this guy. Davis hadn't expected Claire to be so direct, giving him no chance to mend their relationship. At this, he could only give an awkward dry laugh. He first took out a check from his pocket and carefully placed it on the coffee table in front of Claire. It was a cash check for $1 million. It was the meeting gift agreed upon earlier, and could now also be seen as an apology gift. He pushed the check toward Claire, and seeing that she didn't immediately reject it, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Then he spoke. My purpose is simple. I just want to ask on behalf of us if the true God possesses something that can grant immortality. If we wish to obtain it, what kind of price must we pay? Davis cleverly used we instead of I, because he knew very well that in the face of an existence as nearly omniscient and omnipotent as shooting Faye, lying was definitely not a wise move. Honesty, unreserved honesty, was the most correct approach. Just as Davis finished speaking, shooting Faye's voice rang out once again in Claire's mind. Tell him that I do have things that grant immortality. But with their current level, they cannot afford that price. However, I know what they truly want. I have a divine medicine that can return a person to their youth and, on top of that, allow them to live for another 100 years. To obtain one such divine medicine, the price they must pay is $10 billion. One pill, 10 billion, no bargaining. The reason shooting Faye didn't appear in person and instead let Claire act on his behalf was that he felt discussing money himself was too beneath him and would damage his current God persona. As for why a god would need money, mortals should not try to guess the thoughts of a god. If a god needs something, you simply give it. The god will naturally give you what you want in return. Do not attempt to fathom a god's intentions, for the consequence of doing so is likely to provoke the deity and result in unbearable divine punishment. Shooting Faye believed that those smart people would understand this and obediently play dumb. The items for immortality that you seek are indeed in the possession of the Divine Lord, Claire repeated Shooting Faye's words, her tone flat. But you cannot afford the price. Hearing this, Davis's face immediately showed an undisguisable disappointment. The items existed, but they couldn't afford the price. In other words, they had nothing that could catch the eye of the true God. How could he not be disappointed? After all, if this item could be obtained, he would be able to get a share of it himself. However, Claire changed the subject. The Divine Lord also said he has another kind of divine medicine. It can return a person to their youth and let them live for another 100 years. The price is $10 billion per pill. It remains to be seen if you can afford that price. Just as Davis's heart was sinking to the bottom, Claire's voice rang out again. These words caused a flash of ecstasy to instantly cross the face of the previously despairing Davis. Return to youth. Live another 100 years. Such a thing truly deserved the name of divine medicine. You must realize that is a full 100 years of life. Even in today's society, many people habitually count the upper limit of human lifespan as 100 years. But how many people actually live to be 100? Most people are riddled with ailments by their 60s or 70s and then pass away in pain. Even for the top billionaires, no matter how well they maintain themselves or how luxurious their lives are, the hurdle of the 80s and 90s is still difficult to overcome. Looking at the entire world, one can't find many wealthy people who live past 100. A divine medicine that lets you live another 100 years. Let alone $10 billion dollars. For those super rich who can afford it, even if the price were doubled, they would absolutely scramble for it. And the financial backers behind him could definitely afford this sum of money. I need to consult with someone. Davis suppressed his inner excitement, his voice trembling slightly. As you wish. Claire didn't care at all, elegantly picking up the coffee in front of her and taking a light sip. Whether Davis could afford it or not, she didn't care. She was simply faithfully carrying out shooting phase orders. Seeing that Claire had no intention of asking him to leave, Davis took out his phone right there in the VIP lounge and dialed an encrypted number. Hello, it's me. The plan has changed, but there's a huge surprise. It's like this. He reported the situation as quickly as possible. Yes. $10 billion dollars per pill. Is there a quantity limit? I'll have to ask about that. Having said that, Davis covered the mouthpiece and looked at Claire expectantly. Before he could even ask, Claire spoke up directly. There is no quantity limit. No quantity limit. Davis immediately repeated excitedly into the phone. Good. Then our previous agreement. Beep. 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 Before Davis could finish speaking, the other end of the line had already hung up abruptly. Davis. Watching this scene, the corners of Claire's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly, and she almost laughed out loud. Although doing so was a bit schadenfreude, her good upbringing ultimately made her hold back. However, she really didn't like being in the same room as Davis. So, she, politely, asked Davis to leave the VIP lounge. No matter how dissatisfied the latter was, he could only leave dejectedly, filled with anger and frustration. Even because of his fear of the invisible shooting Fae, he didn't dare to vent his anger even after leaving the VIP lounge, having to suppress it all within his heart. How does the saying go? Jokers are everywhere, and right now, he was one of them. Just as Davis left the airport with his bodyguards, carrying a heart full of anger and resentment. At the same time, a private plane bearing the symbol of the federal government landed smoothly on the airport's backup runway. George, the airport manager, immediately hurried over with a group of senior executives to welcome them. There was no other way, the people coming this time were here on the president's orders. They didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Although in the Federation country, capital rules the world. But in the face of absolute power, capital sometimes needs to bow its proud head. The airplane cabin door slowly opened, and Leon and 3 others walked down the ramp with steady steps. The one walking at the very front was none other than Leon. Although he was just a rookie agent and hadn't been President Graham's bodyguard for long. But who could help it if he was friends with the newly appointed, divine emissary, Claire? Therefore, he naturally became the person in charge and leader of this critical mission, and thus walked at the front of the group. You must be Mr. Leon. George greeted him with a beaming smile. I am George, the person in charge of the airport. Divine emissary Claire is currently in the airport's VIP lounge. Take us there directly, Leon said succinctly. All right. George didn't waste any words. He had already received word from above that one of the people the president sent this time was an old acquaintance of Claire's. All he needed to do was lead the person there. He believed that Claire would see him. Soon, the group arrived at the corridor outside the VIP lounge. There, they were stopped by Emily. Miss Emily, George hurried forward with a fawning smile, this is Mr. Leon. They've come from the White House specifically to visit divine emissary Claire. Mr. Leon here is a friend of hers. Not long ago, Emily was just an ordinary flight attendant he wouldn't even look at twice. But now that she had latched onto shooting Faye's thigh, which was thicker than gold, he didn't dare show the slightest disrespect. Human nature is just that realistic. A friend of the divine emissary. Please wait a moment, I'll go inside and announce you, Emily said to the group after calmly glancing at Leon. Having said that, she turned and walked with elegant steps toward the closed VIP lounge door at the end of the corridor. Leon and the others could only wait quietly where they were. Inside the VIP lounge, Claire was chatting with the distant shooting Faye via telepathy. There were two light knocks on the door, and then Emily pushed it open and walked in. Divine Emissary, there's a man named Leon outside who wants to see you. He says he's a friend of yours. Leon. Leon S. Kennedy. The image of that handsome blonde man immediately surfaced in Claire's mind. She knew that Leon was currently working for the government. So, with a little thought, she could understand his purpose for coming this time. Let him in, Claire said. Mr. Leon didn't come alone, he has several people with him. Let them all in, Claire ordered calmly. This seemingly casual decision's true will originated from Shooting Faye. Shooting Faye's fingertips lightly tapped the void as he thought to himself that the gears of the infinite darkness plot were turning much faster than expected. In his memory's script, Leon should still be obscure in some corner right now, years away from becoming a top bodyguard by the president's side. This sudden plot acceleration was as if someone had pressed the fast-forward button. But even if the timeline had undergone a strange distortion, it caused no ripples for Shooting Faye, who possessed a god's eye view. There was no harm in meeting this future legendary agent. A knowing curve formed at the corner of his mouth. He knew exactly which big fish Leon was wading into these murky waters for. He even saw through the other party's true intentions hidden beneath a polite mask. The federal president was indeed the top existence of the power pyramid on this land in name. But Shooting Faye had absolutely no intention of giving him any face. Because that position was never an eternal throne, but rather a revolving door of masters and ironclad interests. Shooting Faye's goal was simple and crude, to make fast money, enough to make the world tremble. Therefore, his business doors were open to anyone who could pay the price. Whether the other party was a saint or a villain, as long as the stakes were high enough, he was happy to play along. He would first firmly grasp this transaction in his hands. As for the chain reaction that might be triggered after the transaction was completed, that was a game of chess that needed to be pondered later. And the intention of these uninvited guests was nothing more than to monopolize his miracles, turning Shooting Faye into their exclusive wishing well, never to have any dealings with other forces again. Shooting Faye sneered inwardly, how did they dare to think that? If he agreed to such a ridiculous condition, how could he still play this feast of harvesting leeks? Did they really think their face was worth more than gold? Take, for example, the miraculous potion that Davis, the abandoned pawn from earlier, was crying and begging for, the kind that could reverse youth and extend one's life by 100 years. Shooting Faye's external price was $10 billion per dose, fair prices for all, no deception involved. Yet, when he purchased it from the System Mall, the cost was barely over $100 million. Even as a mere middleman, the profit margins had already inflated to an outrageous degree. What he needed was to trade with the wealthy and powerful of the entire world, casting this net as wide as possible. How could he possibly give up the entire forest for a single tree like the president of the Federation country? However, meeting Leon's group was not entirely without benefit. Because they themselves were also a prime target for a trade. A president's term always ends, but for now, he was still firmly in power, and the authority in his hands was very real. The room for maneuver within this was immense. Besides, who among those who could climb to that position didn't have a massive, deep-rooted power backing them? As you command, my Lord Divine Envoy. Emily bowed elegantly, then turned and left, the crisp sound of her high heels clicking against the floor fading into the distance. A moment later, a slight commotion came from the air. Leon led Jason, Shen Mei, and Patrick, a group of 4, into the luxurious VIP room. Claire, it's been a long time. Oh, no, perhaps I should address you as the Divine Envoy, now. Leon spoke first, breaking the silence. His voice carried a hint of familiarity from a long-awaited reunion and a perfectly measured amount of reverence. They were once friends with a fairly good relationship, even though time had carved a significant distance between them. Yes, it has been a long time. Just call me Claire. Facing an old friend, Claire did not want to put on the high and mighty airs of a divine envoy, and her voice softened. Please, have a seat. Claire pointed to the sofa opposite her, where the velvet cushions shimmered softly under the lights. Jason, Shen Mei, and Patrick stood like 3 statues, remaining silent and showing no intention of sitting down. They simply stood respectfully behind Leon, though a flicker of surprise simultaneously flashed in their eyes. Leon really had some skill. One had to realize that Claire's current status was no longer what it used to be. She was a grand figure standing above the clouds, the kind of person who could make the world tremble. Leon was not pretentious. He sat down openly opposite Claire, leaning forward slightly. Though it's presumptuous of me to say, I didn't come this time specifically to catch up with you. I hope you don't mind. Hearing this, Claire smiled dismissively, her eyes twinkling with a touch of playfulness. Leon, it's only been a few years since we parted, why have you become so stiff? She asked with a light laugh. Her relaxed tone was like a warm breeze, instantly dispelling the tension in the air. This single sentence clearly told Leon that she didn't care at all about the true purpose of his visit. This caused Leon's tensed heartstrings to quietly relax. All right, then I'll get straight to the point. He took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. I have come this time on the orders of the president. He hopes to have the honor of inviting the Lord behind you to the White House for a discussion. Leon directly laid out his trump card. However, upon hearing this, Claire only shook her head gently but firmly. Leon's face froze instantly, but his professional discipline kept him from losing his composure. My Lord God says he sees through your intentions and is well aware of the schemes of those behind you. Claire's voice became ethereal and majestic, as if she had become a mouthpiece for another existence. He will not meet with anyone, nor will he give anyone the chance to meet him. If you are here to discuss a deal, then you may negotiate directly with me. The four of them were collectively stunned, as if struck by an invisible bolt of lightning. Shooting Fei was clearly not here, but looking at Claire's demeanor, the two were obviously capable of some form of communication beyond imagination. As soon as this thought popped up, they quickly suppressed it. Considering Shooting Fei's godlike methods, this curiosity soon turned into acceptance. Since the other party was a god, wasn't it normal to have some miraculous form of communication? This was the massive benefit brought by Shooting Fei's manifestations. He didn't even need to explain things in person. The believers would naturally fill in the most perfect answers for all his inexplicable actions. All right, I understand. I need to report this to the president immediately. Leon quickly regained his composure. Actually, before you stepped in here, a guest had already visited and reached a deal with me. Claire suddenly dropped a bombshell, her voice tinged with amusement. Although Davis, who was treated as a discarded pawn, was out of the game. The big shots behind him were currently rushing here in a panic. They were clearly determined to obtain that divine medicine that could restore youth. For something so important, they didn't trust any middleman and were determined to come in person to complete this staggering transaction. So, in reality, Claire had already started a piece of business. It was just that the final payment for this deal was still on the way. Leon and the others were visibly stunned again, not yet having recovered from the previous shock. And Claire's words, like continuous waves, continued to batter their mental defenses. That deal involves a divine medicine that can make one young again and add 100 years to their lifespan. As for the price, it's exactly $10 billion per pill. When the figure, $10 billion entered their ears, Leon and the others felt their vision go dark for a moment, as if the entire world had lost its color. This number was too massive, so massive that even if they worked their entire lives without eating or drinking, they wouldn't be able to touch even a fraction of it. As for Shooting Fei possessing such heaven-defying medicine, they weren't surprised at all. After all, he was a god. Wasn't owning treasures of this level just basic procedure? But among the group, one person's reaction was entirely different. That was Shen Mei. She hailed from a prominent family in Great Shaw's Magic City. The reason she had crossed the ocean to the Federation and even went as far as becoming an agent was for only one purpose: to investigate the bizarre incident her younger brother had suffered years ago and find a glimmer of hope for his survival. However, to this day, she still had nothing to show for it, unable to find any way to save her brother. Her family, the Shen family, was immensely powerful in Magic City. $10 billion, if they squeezed every resource they had, it wasn't impossible to produce. But the medicine Claire mentioned was clearly useless for her brother's condition. What she wanted was something that could truly cure the bizarre virus inside her brother. She had seen the previous global broadcast clearly. Shooting Fei could even pull those who had already undergone horrific mutations back to the human world. With such heaven-reaching methods, she wouldn't believe for a second that he couldn't solve her brother's problem. I'm going out to make a call, Leon said directly, relying on his old friendship with Claire. Claire nodded slightly, signaling him to do as he pleased. Leon immediately stood up and strode outside. Jason and Patrick followed immediately like shadows. But Shen Mei remained as if nailed to the spot, unmoving. Shen Mei. Patrick called out in confusion when he saw she wasn't moving. You guys go ahead, I have some private business. Shen Mei's voice was soft but exceptionally firm. Patrick was about to say something else. But Jason beside him grabbed him, signaling with his eyes not to say more. Leon also looked back at Shen Mei with some surprise. His understanding of this female colleague wasn't very deep. After all, he hadn't been in this elite team for very long. His knowledge of Shen Mei was limited to the label of top-tier hacker in the computer field. The person here who probably knew Shen Mei best was Jason. Because they had been partners for quite a while. Furthermore, Jason had once personally seen Shen Mei's brother, who was in a desperate situation. Leon gave Shen Mei a meaningful look, his eyes complex. Then, he pulled open the heavy door of the VIP room and walked out without looking back. The meaning of Claire's words just now was already crystal clear. Shu Tingfei would trade with anyone, as long as you could pay an equivalent price, you could exchange it for everything you dreamed of from him. Once the figures of Leon and the others had completely disappeared, Shen Mei was just about to summon the courage to speak. But Claire spoke before her, her voice seeming to ring directly in her heart. My Lord God knows your purpose. To him, saving your brother who is being eroded by the virus is but a simple task. He has what you need, but the price is not cheap. Upon hearing this, a brilliant light instantly burst from Shen Mei's dim eyes, and her whole body trembled slightly with wild joy. She wasn't afraid of a high price, she was afraid of hope being cut off. To give her brother a new life, she didn't know how many classified files she had flipped through, even going as far as changing her nationality and using her hacking skills and some special means to infiltrate the Federation's agent organization. Because Federation agents had higher clearance, allowing her access to more deep-level data. She hoped to dig out the truth of the incident back then and find a clue to save her brother. But as the investigation deepened and she touched more of the truth, her heart grew more desperate. It was an endless darkness with no hope of saving her brother at all. Who would have thought that the final dawn would actually be here, with this, God, Shu Tingfei who appeared out of nowhere. How much money is needed? Claire's words just now had made her completely understand that Shu Tingfei's so-called price was naked money. So she asked extremely directly. The Shen family was as wealthy as a nation. After all, not just anyone could squeeze out $10 billion at a moment's notice. But she didn't say something stupid like, we can afford any amount. Because she knew in her heart that no matter how much her grandpa doted on her good-for-nothing brother, he couldn't possibly hollow out the entire family's foundation just to save one person. Don't worry, it's not that expensive. $1 billion. When she heard this number, Shen Mei's tensed nerves instantly relaxed, and she let out a long sigh of relief. $1 billion was definitely not a small amount, it was still an astronomical figure. But for the massive Shen family, producing this sum was not difficult. More importantly, this money would not shake the family's foundation. It was completely within an acceptable range. How should we conduct the trade? I will give you a bank account. Have someone transfer the money into it immediately. As soon as the funds arrive, the item you want will be in your hands. Fine. Shen Mei nodded without hesitation. Then, she directly pulled out her satellite phone, preparing to contact her family on the other side of the earth. As for whether Claire would go back on her word after receiving the money, she didn't even consider the possibility. Based on the world-destroying power Shu Tingfei had shown in the TV broadcast, such low-level fraud was simply impossible. The call was quickly connected. On the other end was the Shen family estate in Great Shaw's Magic City, and the person who answered was her father. She used the most concise language to lay out the entire situation. Although Shu Tingfei's miracles occurred in the Federation country, as time passed, this matter had long since fermented into explosive global news. Now, almost the entire world knew of the existence of the true God, Shu Tingfei. Even in Great Shaw, where information was relatively more restricted, this matter had caused a huge stir. It was only because this era had not yet entered the craze of universal self-media that it wasn't known by literally everyone yet. But those at the top of the pyramid basically all knew what they needed to know. The Great Shah authorities had also immediately convened all high-level officials for an emergency meeting because of this. Not long after, Shen Mei ended the call. Because it was just a mere $1 billion, her grandpa very readily approved the transaction. After all, that was his biological grandson. For his own grandchildren, if they could be saved, he would naturally exert all his effort to save them. Even if he had often flown into rages and scolded the two siblings because of that boy's recklessness. When the time came, as the helmsman of the family, he ultimately had to consider the future of his descendants. At most, once that brat recovered, he would personally take up the family cane and give him a solid thrashing. Even if he was already an adult, this beating was unavoidable. Running off to such a dangerous place alone without consulting the family at all, making the whole family worry themselves sick over him. If he didn't give him a beating, he really couldn't swallow this anger. The massive sum of $1 billion was transferred to the account Claire provided almost instantly. That account was, naturally, given by Shooting Fei. And the account Shooting Fei gave was the system's exclusive channel. Others transferring money to this account was equivalent to recharging directly into Shooting Fei's system wallet, saving even the step of withdrawal. With $1 billion received, Shooting Fei's system balance increased by $1 billion simultaneously without any loss. To Shooting Fei, this was undoubtedly great news. So he didn't delay. With a thought, he directly teleported the item Shen Mei needed to Claire's side. The distance between him and the airport where Claire wasn't actually very far. The straight line distance was only about a dozen kilometers. With the double speed buff of high-speed movement plus the rabbit talisman. This distance of a dozen kilometers didn't even take him a second. Before Claire and Shen Mei could even blink, a small bottle of potion shimmering with an eerie purple light had appeared out of thin air on the polished coffee table in the center of the VIP room. It was exactly Goth's dark potion. However, it was a concentrated version in a small bottle. The price was therefore much cheaper. In the system store, this thing's selling price was only $650,000. Shooting Fei turned around and sold it for the sky-high price of $1 billion. The profit involved could only be described as insane. If the greediest capitalists on Wall Street saw this, they would have to shed tears of shame on the spot. Take this back and pour it on your brother. All the problems on him will naturally be resolved. Claire picked up the shimmering bottle of potion and handed it to Shen Mei. The latter hurriedly took it with both hands, the heavy weight of hope making her fingertips tremble. She thanked Claire repeatedly in wild joy before carefully turning to leave. After leaving the VIP room, Shen Mei simply gave a brief greeting to Leon and the others and left directly without looking back. She didn't plan to continue being an agent anymore. After all, her only purpose for joining this profession was to save her brother. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.